चलो चेक।
जैसे ऐसे हो गया तो सिद्ध
Hello, 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 hello. Hmm, hmm.
Good morning, Bharadwaj sir. He, Bharadwaj sir, good morning.
Hello. Is it audible to you, sir?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, good morning, Bharadwaj sir. I am SP Agrawal. Sir, can you?
Hello. Good morning. I think the voice is not going.
Good morning.
Am I audible?
VC Saab, Professor Sharma ji, good morning.
Namaskar. Namaskar. Good morning.
Thank you for coming and joining us.
It is a pleasure.
Director PRL Bharadwaj sir, good morning.
This is not there.
Sir, we can hear you, but I
Am I
think you
audible?
cannot hear us.
कल चलना तो चल सकते हैं हम लोग। ये आज भी बुलाया था। बड़ा नेसेक का
कब जाना है?
आज कल था प्रोग्राम, तो कल हमने कहा भी आज तो नहीं, 2 दिन तो नहीं आ सकते।
चलिए फिर आते हैं।
तो आपके शर्मा को भी हमने कहा कि भाई चला तो चल सकते हैं। यहीं से चलेंगे।
कितने बजे जाना है सर?
जिसके वहाँ पर है ब्रेन स्टॉर्मिंग कल, तो हमने कहा उसमें हम लोग पार्टिसिपेट कर लेंगे।
कल कितने बजे से?
12:45। तो यहाँ एक 10 बजे एक ऑनलाइन प्रोग्राम है, उसके बाद में वहीं से 10:13 करेंगे, क्योंकि इट विल टेक अबाउट 2 आवर्स।
भारत नहीं करता
दो पानी के
अंदर रास्ता है। इट विल 2 आवर्स
पौने 2 घंटे
मतलब मैं तो यहाँ समझ लीजिए 10-15 में पहुँच जाऊँगा।
ठीक है,
स्लिप निकल खत्म हो।
अच्छा आ गया अपना।
हाँ,
अच्छा वेरी गुड।
इसको बेल मार दीजिए सर, वो रख लेगा। दूसरा हो गया, अभी विदिन गूगल सोर्स से अभी भी फोन कर रहा है, wants to come to meet you. Lucky sir तो busy है।
Dr. PS Roy sir, good morning. This is SP Agrawal from NESAC.
बुला दीजिए हम लोग।
Sir, we cannot hear you.
Yes.
कुछ कौन से वो चाहिए, क्योंकि वो अलॉटमेंट वाला उसके हाथ में रहने देंगे।
Very good morning.
क्योंकि नहीं तो
Good morning sir, good morning.
अकाउंटेबिलिटी हम लोग की हो जाएगी। समझ तो मैं के साथ बुद्धिन गोगोई को बुला।
Are you able to see me now?
Yeah, we can see you, sir.
Very good morning.
And I hope
to
you
all
can
of
see this hall.
Yes, very good morning to all of you. Nice to see all of you.
बहुत सस्ता है।
अच्छा, हम तो नहीं देखा ऐसा कुछ लिया है।
नहीं
बादाम 880 रुपये लिया केजी। या हाफ केजी है ना सर?
Hello, good morning, Dr. Agarwal. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you, sir. Good morning. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you,
good
sir.
morning. Good morning. There was some technical issue I was sorting out.
Yeah.
Good morning. May I request, all are requested to keep the mobile in vibration or silent mode, please.
Good morning, Prakash sir.
Good morning, Agrawal ji.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, sir. Chairman sir, good morning. Good morning, sir. Okay.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Good morning. We can hear you, sir.
Okay.
Good morning, sir.
So, sir, with your permission, we can start.
Oh, yes. Please go ahead.
Yeah, please.
Namaskar, I am Kasturi Chakrabarti.
And I am Victor Saikom. A very good morning.
On behalf of NESAC, we extend a warm welcome to all delegates present here and also those attending in virtual mode to the inaugural session of the first NESAC User Interaction Meet NEUIM 2022. It is our privilege and honor to have amongst us Secretary, Department of Space and Chairman ISRO, Shri S. Somnath Sir, as chief guest of this function, and Shri C.H. Kharsing, Advisor, Planning, Northeastern Council, as guest of honor.
NUIM 2022 is a 2 days program aimed to promote maximum utilization of space technology-based products and services for research and developmental activities of Northeast region with the understanding of user needs and their feedbacks.
Asato ma sadgamaya, tamso ma jyotirgamaya. May the light of knowledge remove the darkness of ignorance and guide us to the path of truth, knowledge, and understanding. To begin the program, with the permission of Chief Guest, may I cordially invite our dignitaries present in this hall to light the auspicious lamp and invoke the divine blessings. I request Ms. Arundhati, Nikita, and Manasi to present Saraswati Vandana.
ब्रह्माच्युत शङ्करा प्रभृतिवीर देवै सदा पूजिता सा मा पातु सरस्वती भगवती निशेष जडिया कहा।
Thank you. Now moving forward, I would like to request Dr. S.P. Agarwal, Director, Northeastern Space Application Center, to kindly give the welcome address and the overview of NEUIM 2022.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Guest of the function, Sri S. Somnath Sir, Chairman ISRO, Secretary DOS, respected Mr. C.S. Kharsing, Planning Advisor of Northeastern Council, Sri Santanu Bhadvadegar ji, Scientific Secretary ISRO, Dr. Anil Bharadwaj, Director of PRL, Dr. Prakash Chauhan, Director of NRSC, our Honorable respected former directors of NESAC, Dr. J.S. Parihar, Dr. P.S. Rai, who is attending online, Dr. K.C. Bhattacharya, Dr. P.B. Nageshwar Rao, Dr. S. Sudhakar, Dr. P.G. Divakar, Dr. P.L.N. Raju, Dr. Sarma, Vice Chancellor, University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya, Dr. Pankaj Chakrabarti, Joint Commissioner of Guwahati Municipal Corporation, as well as the Principal of Assam State Survey and Settlement Training Institute, dear colleagues and dear participants from usual departments, industry and academia. Good morning to all of you. It is indeed our honor and privilege to have Chairman ISRO as the chief guest of the function, who has shown keen interest on this event from the moment I put up the proposal for him. I remember he told it is very good and you should go ahead with this with full zeal. So thank you very much, sir, for giving us this permission. He always reminds me to remain focused to address the developmental issue of this region by serving the user. I welcome you, sir, and thank you for sparing your valuable time to be present here. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome Sri Calvin Kharsing ji, Planning Advisor of Northeastern Council. In fact, NEC has been the biggest facilitator to motivate various users to use the data and services provided by the space technology and especially NESAC. I welcome Honorable Scientific Secretary of ISRO, who has always been guiding us to take the benefits of space application to all users. I take this opportunity to welcome Director PRL, Dr. Anil Bharadwaj ji, and Director NRSC, Dr. Prakash Chauhan ji, for their presence. I welcome my all former directors of NESAC, who all contributed tirelessly to bring NESAC where it is now. Finally, I welcome all the dignitaries representing various user departments across the Northeast state, industries, academia for this maiden NESAC user interaction meet. Sir, NESAC was established more than 20 years back in September 2000 as a joint initiative of Department of Space and Northeastern Council, particularly for addressing the needs of the Northeastern region with a special focus on harnessing the benefit of space technology for natural resource management, communication for reaching to unreached, infrastructure development, disaster management, and atmospheric sciences. We started with very humble beginning, but have grown greatly over the last 2 decades, and now become an important center to support the developmental activities of Northeast region of India. We have also established a strong backbone of academic and research collaboration with numerous institutions by signing MOUs. Currently, we are having more than 20 MOUs with all these universities and academia and as well as industry. We regularly conduct various training programs and workshops for different government and academic organizations, imparting basic and advanced level technical expertise in this field. NESAC is currently spearheading the implementation of more than 110 projects as part of state-specific plan of action for 8 NER states for utilization of space science and technology in the development and governance related areas, which will further strengthen the collaboration between NESAC and the users. Sir, I would like to mention here that NESAC has also won several awards and recognition for innovative applications of space technology towards facilitating the user department to achieve their goals. So recently, Honorable President of India launched our project monitoring portal, which is developed by NESAC with the help of Northeast Council. Sir, while we learn substantially with each new step we take, we feel that we should effectively cater to ever increasing demand for our services by the different line departments of these 8 states. Thus, to better serve the needs of the people in this region, it is imperative for us to understand the requirement states from the stakeholders they are meant for. It is for this reason that we find ourselves here today as a part of NESAC User Interaction Meet 2022. The interaction meet is planned over 1.5 days, covering 7 technical and interactive sessions and a brainstorming session. As you can see, the program is planned in hybrid mode. The response from the users have been phenomenal. We have more than 350 registered participants, including more than 65 participants attending the program in person here in the campus. There are 4 technical sessions on space technology application and capability of ISRO DOS, developmental services of NESAC, data repository and disaster management services, ISRO DOS geo portals and services. We have 2 interactive sessions on understanding user needs and feedbacks and 1 session of reminiscence and way forward. At the end, we have brainstorming session on space technology for governance, academic and research interface and plan for collaborations which is expected to be participated by the representative from government, academia, PSU and industries. We have made our best effort to cover all aspects of user interaction, getting their feedback and make a roadmap to provide more user-driven and user-friendly space-based services in future. I once again welcome all the dignitaries and delegates to this humble beginning and request active participation so that NeUIM 2022 become a trailblazing success this time and all times in future too. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your initiative to host this event and briefing us on the importance of NeUIM. Today, we are fortunate to have with us Shri Shantanu Bhatwardekar, Scientific Secretary, ISRO. May I now request you, sir, to kindly address the gathering.
Respected Chairman ISRO and Secretary Department of Space, Planning Advisor, Northeastern Council, former directors of the NESAC. In fact, I'm very happy to see all the former directors who have been my guide and my mentors over many years to be present, and I'm very happy to see all of them, sir. Director NESAC, directors of ISRO centers and my ISRO colleagues, and also most importantly the secretaries and the senior officials from the line departments of northeastern states. Good morning, all of you. It is my privilege to join you all for the first Northeastern Space Technology Center User Meet, NESAC UIM. As all of you know that for past many years we have been conducting the user meet. In fact, at annual level at the National Remote Sensing Center Hyderabad, which always had the participation from Northeastern state as well. But based on the directions from the Chairman ISRO and Secretary Department of Space, and also to specifically address the needs of the Northeastern region, we are now initiating the NESAC UIM for providing a forum for the scientists, technologists, researchers, and the line department officials and other stakeholders to brainstorm, interact, and discuss on maximizing the use of space-based applications and services for the development of Northeastern region. Of course, since the inception of the space program and the operational program in early 80s, the interaction with the user departments have always been the key driver for designing the Indian remote sensing satellite program, as well as the applications, how to tailor them to suit the needs of the user agencies. With a specific mandate for the development of Northeastern region, NESAC also has been working in close association with the state remote sensing centers in the 7 Northeastern states there, and also line departments and academia for providing space technology inputs in the areas of remote sensing, GIS, satellite communication, navigation, disaster management support, and of course the space and atmospheric sciences. Center has also been providing the training and capacity building support to various stakeholders. And I'm very happy to say that for almost last 2 decades, NESAC has completed more than 300 odd projects, which has really resulted in the voluminous data and really is acting as an information base for the development planning in the region. And most of these projects have been, the user-driven. Most of these projects have been conceptualized in consultation with the user agencies. And these applications, I told, have resulted in the generation of large volume of geospatial database, which has now become the geospatial, information backbone for various developmental planning activities for the benefit of Northeastern region. About something like 1,000 such data sets are available on different themes, and which are being not only made available through the web platforms, but also being extensively used by the user agencies. NESAC in particular has, also created its own niche in specific areas, like web services for information dissemination, very specific data analytic tools for various applications, and also to assist the decision makers for planning. Large number of mobile applications for data collection as well as for the mapping. And another important forte of NESAC has been the UAV and its applications for benefit of various user groups. Disaster management support also has been one of the important verticals and the priority areas of the center, where it has rendered commendable service during the events of disasters in the Northeastern region. And many of their applications for disasters are now operational and being used across the Northeastern region. So like that, though, a lot of the things have been done, but there is always need to give further impetus for the space-based services and utilization of the satellite data for the benefit of the region. And this needs to be definitely done in consultation with the users and precisely understand the requirements, the user requirements, the line department officials' requirements, not only in terms of the satellite data, but also in terms of the tools and applications, what they really want, so as to better design the proof of concepts and then develop slowly them into operational applications, and in turn maximize the use of space-based services for the region. So I'm sure that the growing demand for the space-based inputs and services for many user departments will suitably be addressed during this NESAC UIM and will be prioritized for the follow-up actions and implementations. So I wish that these 2 days interaction with users are really brainstorming with their active involvement, and at the end of the UIM we really come out with some fruitful recommendations to better plan our Earth observation program. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. And we extend our deepest appreciation for your constant support and encouragement in NESAC activities. So it is a great opportunity for NESAC to have with us Dr. Prakash Chauhan, Director, National Remote Sensing Center. Dr. Chauhan has been the leading scientist providing invaluable contributions in the field of planetary remote sensing, ocean studies, disaster management, to name a few. May I request you, sir, to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you very much. Most respected Chairman ISRO and Secretary Department of Space, Sri Somnath Ji, Director of NESAC Center, Dr. S.P. Agarwal, Scientific Secretary Shantanu Bhatwadekar Ji, all the former center directors of NESAC, the advisor planning Northeastern Council, all the secretaries of various line departments of Northeastern region, and all the participants of this first NESAC user interaction meet. Good morning to you all, and my greetings from National Remote Sensing Center at Hyderabad. First and foremost, I would like to thank Director NESAC for providing me this opportunity to be the part of this very important but very, very critical first NESAC user interaction meet, which is being organized today at this moment. As has been told, NESAC was formed in almost 22 years back, and as Scientific Secretary has also emphasized that most of the requirements from the user sites were being discussed at users meets organized by National Remote Sensing Center Hyderabad earlier. But as all of us are aware, the Northeastern region has a unique geography, It has unique socio-economic dynamics, as well as the kind of challenges which are being faced by the northeastern region are also very, very different compared to the rest part of the country. And considering this, it is a very important and very unique idea. And I must thank Chairman ISRO for providing this idea that we should have an exclusive, user meet, especially addressing the critical requirements of the northeastern region. As we are all aware, that northeastern region has a very unique ecosystem, the kind of socio-economic dynamics, and the threats and challenges it poses in view of the climate variability. Some of you are seeing that in the recent times also. Definitely we need to understand from the stakeholders what kind of requirements they do have, what kind of gap areas are there in the observational domain, either from the space-based systems or maybe from other platforms like UAV, etc. And then it is also an opportunity for all of us to showcase what kind of potential exists in various ISRO centers in terms of providing, the last mile connectivity and the last mile users of space technology for the benefit of the common man. In that context, I would like to congratulate Director NESAC for, conducting this first user meet. And I'm also very happy to see all the former previous, center directors of NESAC, including all our seniors, Dr. Parihar, and then all others are there. So it's also an opportunity to interact with you all, sir. And definitely in the, in their respective tenures, all the center directors have contributed in a significant manner for the growth of NESAC. As far as NRSC support for NESAC is concerned, I can assure you that whatever is the requirement from the observational platforms of ISRO and maybe from the other international platforms, we are all there with you fully, and at time of requirements we will be providing and trying to give you the best of services from the National Remote Sensing Center, as we have done in the recent episodes of the flood, where even for the first time we made use of our newly launched RISAT-1A synthetic aperture radar data to provide the flood inundation statistics in a very short period of time. As soon as we got the information, we triggered entire resources of NRSC to provide the optical as well as the microwave data sets over the area of concern. With these words, I will not take much time, and I wish that this 1.5 days NESAC user interaction program, which is being conducted during these 7 sessions, will be greatly benefiting this region, and all of you will have a very wonderful time, and I wish this particular first user interaction meet a grand success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable suggestion and support. We are highly grateful to you for being with us in this event. We have with us Dr. Anil Bharadwaj, Director, Physical Research Laboratory, PRL. Sir is well known for his important contributions in the field of solar system, X-ray astronomy, photochemistry in planetary upper atmospheres, ionospheres, and comets. May I request you, sir, to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Most respected Chairman ISRO and Secretary Department of Space, Shri Somnath ji, Dr. Agarwal, Director NESAC, Planning Advisor of NEC, former directors of NESAC, directors of various ISRO and DOS centers, and all the participants who are attending this meeting online or in person. Namaskar and very good morning to all of you. As we know, NESAC is now more than 2 decades old center and has been providing services in the Northeast region. Northeast region is certainly very unique in many ways. This includes the topography, geography, morphology, and also strategically. It has different land covers, forest covers, water, wetlands, which are much different than other parts of the India. And also its meteorology is quite different, more particularly because of the orography and hence the climatology. And hence this user meet is going to be very useful for take this forward. And I thank both Director NESAC and Chairman ISRO for organizing this meeting. PRL and NESAC has been collaborating in the area of atmospheric science for quite some time, in fact very long time I should say, and we have instruments operating at NESAC, which have been jointly worked out by the scientists from PRL and NESAC. And this work is going to continue, and there are many publications which are coming out of that. In recent years, there have been also work going on in terms of collecting samples of rain, water vapor, and superficial bodies water, trying to understand the hydrological cycle, particularly understanding the recycling of the water and whether the rainfalls which is occurring there are largely local or transported. And I'm grateful to colleagues from NESAC in helping collecting this kind of samples. And we want to carry forward such kind of studies, which is also very useful for the NESAC region. Let me emphasize here that NESAC does a lot of modeling work, particularly for forecasting and predictions. And for that, large amount of computational resources are required. And I would like to request that this area should be really boosted up because of the faster processing which is required in the coming days and years to come. Let me also assure NESAC from the PRL side that our collaborations will continue, and we will continue to support the NESAC in terms of atmospheric science, meteorology, and hydrology. And I wish to really congratulate the young and vibrant group at NESAC for doing a wonderful job. And let me again congratulate NESAC for organizing this user meet, which is going to be very, very useful for the region and for the whole ISRO. I wish all the very best for this user meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enriching words and the guidance in the NESAC activities. It is our pleasure to have with us today Sri C.H. Kharsing, Planning Advisor, Northeastern Council, on this auspicious day as guest of honor. Sri Kharsing is dynamic in connecting and supporting various important activities of NESAC for the developmental planning of Northeast region. I graciously welcome you, sir, to kindly address this gathering.
Thank you. Respected Chairman ISRO and Secretary Department of Space, respected Dr. Anil Bhardwaj, Director PRL, Dr. Prakash Chauhan, Director NRSC, Sri Shantanu Bhattavedkar, Scientific Secretary ISRO, and Dr. S.P. Agrawal, Director NESAC, all the past directors of NESAC with whom I have some familiarity, others whom I have not had an opportunity to interact directly, all the senior scientists of the NESAC, ISRO, state governments, senior officials, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me a great pleasure to be part of this inaugural session of this NESAC user interaction meet. At the outset, I would like to convey the greetings of our secretary, the NEC secretary, Sri K. Moses Chalai, who has just been asked by Secretary Donor to be present in Guwahati today. So hurriedly he has had to go down to Guwahati and could not attend. He expressed that he wanted very much to be part of this inaugural session, but he had asked me to be present here on behalf of NEC. NEC and NESAC go back a long way, as we have just heard. We were very instrumental in the birth of NESAC, and we have had a very long and very fruitful relationship since then. In fact, it is very auspicious in the sense that this year the NEC will be completing 50 years of its existence. I think NESAC in the next 3 years will be completing 25 years of its existence. So obviously our footprint has been very long, and I'm sure it has also made an impact here in the Northeast. We have been not only interacting with the Space Application Center here, but also through the facilitation of the NESAC, we have been interacting very closely with the states, the Science and Technology Department of the states, the state remote sensing application centers, and a lot of work, I would like to mention this, has now been done by the states on their own, standing on their own 2 feet. So we have had not only projects that are being implemented in the states through the NESAC, but also being implemented independently by the state governments of the northeastern region. So this actually is a testimony of the kind of impact that NESAC and ISRO has been able to make, that the states are able to stand on their own feet and they're able to implement projects on their own. We have been supporting NESAC for throughout their existence. Of course, the major chunk of the support comes from ISRO and the Department of Space, and such a beautiful facility which has come up here at NeUIM also, I think, which has now been the attraction of so many people that I know, senior people. We had the Union Home Minister there last year. It was a big occasion, and it was a very fortunate for us to be part of that special society meeting that we had the last year. The Northeast Spatial Data Repository is one such project which has been implemented with the support of NEC and donor, and being implemented by NESAC. We have 950 data layers, and this information is being utilized extensively by the stakeholders, including the state governments. So there is already a rich data which is available within the region, which is being made use by the different stakeholders. We also have, as has been mentioned by the director, that we had the project monitoring portal, which was inaugurated by the Honorable President just on the 4th of May, a few weeks back. This is something which has also caught the attention of not only our ministry, donor ministry, but also has caught the attention of other central ministries. And in fact, when we have had presentations in the PMO, we have mentioned that this is one application that can be used to monitor the infrastructure projects being implemented by different ministries here in the northeastern region. So we are looking to take this forward. We already have close to 1,500 project locations which have already been featured in this portal. We have that involves around 588 projects, close to 600 projects, and this is only will continue to increase. And if we are going to have projects of the central ministries also forming part of the portal, so this will definitely be more important, not only for our donor ministry or for the Department of Space, but also for the other central ministries here working here in the northeastern region. And then we had in the last January, when we had a plenary session here in Shillong, the NEC plenary session, the Union Home Minister being the chairman of the NEC, we had the society meeting of the NESAC also here in Shillong, and there the Union Home Minister had specifically mentioned what is the roadmap required to be done by both the NEC and NESAC to increase the use of space data in the planning process. So the initiative started with his meeting in January last year, and then we had a window of 6 months within which we had to complete all of our work. And I must commend the entire team in the NESAC, which worked night and day. Of course, our secretary also has put in his efforts, and we also have put in all our efforts to ensure that these plan of actions were sanctioned by the competent authority. So we had very extensive meetings with all the chief secretaries of the northeastern states. We had meetings. I think the NESAC team had gone to the states and sat with them. And at the end of this entire exercise, we had 110 projects which had been approved for sanction, and out of which the major chunk of fund flow will be from the NEC. And we are glad to say that we have completed the sanction process of the projects relating to NEC, that is to be funded by NEC. This amounts to around 34 crores. So that is also an indication of the kind of teamwork that we are having between the NEC and NESAC. I would like to say that NEC is a regional planning body, but we are also looking at emerging priority sectors. When the cabinet met in January 2020, they decided that NEC should also look at emerging priority sectors here in the northeastern states. And an emerging priority sector that we can immediately think of is the usage of space technology in the planning process. So that's where we have been looking at, and I'm sure that NESAC is also working towards that end. We were talking about using artificial intelligence and machine learning to improve the tourist experience here in the Northeast. So that is something which we are aiming to work in the near future. We also did some experimentation with delivery of medicines in remote areas through drones. I mean, that is a work in progress, but maybe that is something which we can also take forward. And recently we had a meeting with the ICAR. There's a very important National Research Center on pig. As we know that the northeastern states is a major pork consuming region of the country, but there's a huge shortage, and there's a national level research center in Guwahati, and they mentioned the devastation that has been created by the onset of the African swine flu. And I was thinking that maybe we can also look at how space technology can help to arrest the spread of this deadly disease, which has taken away the livelihood of so many of our farmers. Finally, I would like to mention that when the Prime Minister attended the plenary, the 65th plenary in 2016, here in Shillong, he mentioned that NEC should upgrade itself into a state-of-the-art resource center. And taking the Honorable Prime Minister's advice, we have created a separate vertical in the NEC known as the Northeast Resource Center, in short NERCEN. And there we're looking at partnering with different expert agencies to look at different requirements in the Northeast. And NESAC is definitely going to be one of the very important partners that NERCEN is going to engage with going forward. I'm sure that we are going to be able to do many more things in the future, and this exercise, the user interface that we are having, user interaction that we are having, I'm sure will be a step in that direction. And we are very much looking forward to the recommendations of this interaction so that we can also think about what new areas we can partner with NESAC to bring the development of the Northeastern region to be at par with the rest of the country, as has been advised by the Honorable Prime Minister. So with these words, I would like to convey the greetings of the Secretary NEC and also the entire team here in the NEC. And we hope that this interaction will be very fruitful, and we are looking forward to the recommendations that will emerge from this interaction. So thank you very much and all the best.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words to maximize the application of space technology for the development of Northeast region. Your support is always encouraging to achieve greater goals. On this significant day, it is our proud privilege to have with us respected Shri S. Somnath Sir, Secretary, Department of Space and Chairman ISRO, who has kindly consented to grace the occasion as Chief Guest of NEUIM 2022. Sir, your warm presence today on this auspicious day has illuminated the NESAC fraternity. Your earnest blessings have created an aura of positivity, propelling all of us to excel in various fields. It is my honor and privilege to cordially invite you to kindly address this august gathering with your valuable words. Sir, please.
Thank you. Good morning to all of you. It's always a pleasure in seeing many of you, our former colleagues, former directors of NESAC, being present there. Dr. Rageshwar Rao, Pariha, Dr. Sudhagar, PLM Raju, Bhattacharya, then Roy, I think he's online. So, and also the planning advisor to NESAC, Mr. Khasing, Dr. Agarwal, Director IARS, directors of PRL, Dr. Anil Bharadwaj, our NRSC, Prakash Chauhan, Scientist Secretary, and all my senior colleagues from ISRO, and also from NESAC. and most importantly, the user ministries and representatives and secretaries from departments across all the 8 of the northeastern states, from Northeastern Council participants. So my greetings to each one of you for this NESAC user interaction meet, which is a very unique venture. And we know that through the user interaction only that NESAC is in the current state. So it's not a new thing. They have been interacting with the users throughout their journey of developing this center, maybe formally, informally, and various other mechanisms, primarily through the Northeastern Council, which is a very unique body which is created to look at this 8 states. I think all of you know the speciality associated with these states, and this council is doing a phenomenal work in creating what is needed for that region for development. And I am very, very happy and proud that NESAC and the entire ISRO family is part of this endeavor for any Northeastern Council for the growth of this region. And we assure all those people associated with this that ISRO's whatever strength that we have in space technology, in various domains of space technology, to help and support this program. So as already mentioned by the planning advisor to NESAC, that this is a NEC is a regional planning body. I think this body is supported ably by all the state departments and also various other stakeholders for creating space-based services. Some of them she already mentioned today. I think all of us are very eager to expand this. And we also know that the Home Minister, who is the chair of the Northeastern Council, he is taking very active role. I think all our earlier meeting minutes I had the opportunity to read and look at and understand the type of interaction he is having, and also the type of importance that he is giving to the region, and the follow-up that is taking place on action items, and the projects that are coming up on account of these interactions. I think all of them are indicative of the type of importance that is the government of India and personally the chairman of the NEC that is giving to this type of activities. And I know space sector is not the only sector that is needed for the expansion of the northeastern states, but we are very, very, very clear that we can definitely provide a very, very supportive role in through various segments. I think all these are well understood, and we all realize that this region of India is very important. It is rich in biodiversity, is abundant in natural resources, and it also requires a huge amount of database generation through observations. I think this is what we are capable of. And it is also important that the governance of this region are enabled, better governance enabled through space-based services, which includes remote sensing, GIS-based technologies, location-based technology, which is coming up using our NAVIC satellites, etc. Another important domain that you are looking at is non-space based. UAVs, drones are becoming very important in that region. I think this is well understood. I am very happy that the NESAC is taking very serious action to create this strength within the organization to do the mapping and resource mapping, because it can handle issues like the natural hazards, floods, earthquakes, etc. And all of us, let us join with all the people who are getting affected in the recent floods in the Assam region. I think I am seeing that in not only NESAC, the entire ISRO system of having remote sensing capability, including NRSC, is coming forward to help and map and predict, use whatever strength that we have to support the administration in this. So thank you for that work. See, also we know that the natural resources management, I think many of the topics which I have seen recently in terms of the projects are mostly focused on natural resources management, infrastructure planning, monitoring, etc., etc. I think all projects have come out in that direction. It's really good. So you are not only brought in remote sensing, you have brought in communication services, you have brought in navigational services into the domain of this type of activities. So it's really good. Another important thing with the support of various stakeholders, including PRL, etc., is to look at the climate, weather, especially in the prediction of the short-term and long-term, medium-term weather forecast for the region. This region has a very interesting weather pattern, which anyway Dr. Anil Bharadwaj mentioned a little bit, but that area is very important to look at it. so that we can create that strength in creating little better weather forecasting capability. Of course, with the other ministries and other technology centers available in this country may definitely become part of this activity. Another area is a disaster risk reduction. I think early warning systems are definitely needed in this region, especially related to flood, lightning, which is a very serious issue in that area. Landslides is very major hazard. I think the early warning system which are already there, I think it has to be extended to the entire northeastern region, and a very conscious effort has to happen in this domain. Today we know that through the work of northeastern SAC as well as NRSC, SAC, and various other stakeholders, we could create huge amount of database in the of the geospatial database in the last 21 years. And a lot of applications have come out of it, especially in the form of dashboards, mobile applications, as Shantanu just now mentioned. And the data repository which has come, the Northeastern Spatial Data Repository, is a unique endeavor where this can be used for very further research and projects that will be benefited for the entire region. Some of the studies recently done, I had opportunity to look at the flooding and how we can manage the excess water diversion from the Brahmaputra. They were very, very interesting topics. Of course, from this study, we have to convert it into projects. I think this action will be definitely taken by the administration in the due course of time. I'm also very happy that NESAC is looking very seriously into the outreach activities, and many of the capability here is to be showcased. Then only the users will really understand what exactly we can do with this spatial technology. I have seen many a times that this we know that these are possible, but then real-time application of many of this capability and then producing result is more important to me than talking about or creating demonstrating a strength. But then application is more important, and it has to show results in the ground. I think let us focus that it will actually produce results, and the results can be produced only when users are integral part of the developers. This is why the user interaction meet is very, very important. And when the user ministries, departments in these states really come forward, chase the NESAC team, as well as our NRSC team, entire scientists, to give them the result. I think there must be demand, and I think when demand increases, there will be a response. I think both will go hand in hand. So I'm very happy that both sides will work together to create the future support system through space for various activities of Northeast States and Council. So this interaction is primarily for that purpose. It is not because that we don't have enough of projects. I think there is enough of projects for us today, but that is simply not the goal. The real growth in this domain has to happen, and ISRO will support the growth in this domain too. The entire 8 states can really get benefited through this process. So let us work towards this goal, and I'm really happy that the director NESAC is taking this action forward to have this user interaction meet, and let it continue formally, informally, very strongly in the days to come. And we can definitely look at the end result of this interaction meet maybe after 1.5 days. Please bring out very specific recommendations, which are the new upcoming areas, where all we need to increase the strength in this center, which all areas we need to venture out, and then take stock of whatever actions that you identified today in the days to come. We will definitely take stock of it and see it actually produces result. All the very best for all of you putting forward this interaction meet, and thanks for all the participants who have joined this program physically, virtually, to make this endeavor a grand success. So thank you all, and thank you for joining. And I missed you meeting all of you physically there, but still this is the only way at this time to meet each one of you. So thank you. My greetings to each one of you for this effort. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your exhilarating words. We extend our deepest gratitude for being with us. Your presence is a great encouragement for all of us to take up a bigger role in the space technology utilization for the overall development of the entire country and Northeastern region in particular.
Thank you, sir. NEUIM 2022 is blessed with the presence of former directors of NESAC, who led the foundation and provided their outstanding contribution towards the growth of NESAC. May I now request Director NESAC, Dr. S.P. Agarwal, to kindly felicitate our former directors present here with us today. To begin with, I request Dr. J.S. Parihar, sir, followed by Sri K.C. Bhattacharya, sir, please. Dr. P.P. Nageshwara Rao, sir. Dr. S. Sudhakar, sir. Sri P. L. Raju, sir. We have Dr. P.S. Roy, sir, and Dr. P.G. Divakar, sir, who are attending this program online. Thank you all for being with us.
Thank you, sir. So with this, we have come to the conclusion of the inaugural function, and I request Dr. K.K. Sharma, sir, scientist NESAC, to kindly offer the word of thanks.
Thank you. Respected Secretary, Department of Space and Chairman ISRO, Sri S. Somnath, sir. Respected Advisor Planning, Northeastern Council, Sri C.H. Kharsing. Respected Scientific Secretary, ISRO, Director NRSC, Director PRL, former directors of NESAC, and also the Director, Dr. S.P. Agarwal of NESAC. Our most valued dignitaries joined both physically as well as on virtual mode from different organizations. Students, many students have joined, and also my dear colleagues. It's my privilege and also honor to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion. I, on behalf of NEUIM 2022, Organizing Secretary, and also the entire fraternity of NESAC, extend a very heartfelt gratitude to all present here. We are extremely grateful to the respected Secretary, Department of Space and Chairman ISRO, who has kindly consented to our request to be the chief guest in this inaugural session of NEUIM 2022, in spite of his busy schedule. In his presence and blessing has certainly boosted the morale of the young scientists, research workers in this field, and also the stakeholders. Thank you very much, sir, for your kind presence in this occasion. We are privileged to have the presence of respected Sri C.H. Kharsing, Planning Advisor, Northeastern Council, as guest of honor. Thank you, sir, for being with us. Also, given the details of how this NESAC and NEC has worked together till now. And also, we thank the NEC for supporting NESAC wholeheartedly in these 21 years of journey. We are thankful to Sri Shantanu Bhattacharya, Scientific Secretary, ISRO, Dr. Prakash Chauhan, Director NRSC, Dr. Anil Bharadwaj, Director PRL, for gracing the occasions in spite of their busy schedule. Thank you very much, sir. I also wish to express my gratitude to former directors, Dr. J.S. Parihar, Dr. P.S. Roy, Dr. K.C. Bhattacharya, Dr. P.P. Nageshwara Rao, Dr. S. Sudhakar, Dr. P.G. Divakar, and Sri P.L.N. Raju, sir, for their enthusiasm and support in organizing the NEUIM 2022. At the same time, I would also like to thank Director NESAC, Dr. S.P. Agarwal, for his taking lead from front in organizing this event and providing minute-to-minute guidance and support in every point of time. I take this opportunity to extend our most sincere thanks to all our guest invitees who have come from different destinations, attending physically, as well as who have joined online to make this event successful. I am sure the presence and interactions proposed to held from different sessions shall provide a wider base for opening the discussions on diversified issues during the user meet. I take this opportunity to thank presenters who are going to take part in these interactions during this NEUIM 2022. I cannot thank enough everyone, the entire NESAC team, for the involvement they have shown and the willingness they have expressed to take on this completion of tasks beyond their comfort zones. I must not forget the support of administrative, accounts, CSF staff, different supporting staff, catering services in organizing this event. Thank you, all of you. I respected Chairman ISRO sir, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I want to state that we are all most grateful to all you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We conclude the inaugural session here. The technical session will begin at 12:15. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Excuse me, just one more. In fact, we have a very important dignitary here. He is Mr. Pankaj Chakravarti, Joint Commissioner of Guwahati Municipal Corporation, as well as the Principal of Assam State Settlement Survey and Settlement Training Institute. So it is my honor to felicitate him. Sir. Photograph. So, organizers, what is the next actually? Meantime, we should have group photograph somewhere. You have to announce. No?
All are requested to assemble at the entrance. We'll take a group photograph.
Actually, once you are entering into the building now, there are some steps. So it is the right place to take the photograph. So I request all of you, because still time is there. So I think 12:15 we have to come back. So a lot of time is there. We can go there and we can have the group photo. Thank you. Can leave distance. और अच्छा आइटम मिल गया एक्चुअली वो थैंक यू स्लाइड दिया था
A very good afternoon to everyone present here. I welcome you all to the first technical session of NeUIM 2022, Space Technology Application and Capabilities of ISRO DOS. It is my honor to introduce to you all the chair of this technical session, Dr. Prakash Chauhan. Sir basically doesn't need any introduction, but it is my honor to introduce to all of you. Dr. Prakash Chauhan has joined ISRO in 1991 as scientist and since from then working for the application of remote sensing technology for natural resource management of ocean and land resources. Dr. Prakash Chauhan has then done lead role in using hyperspectral data for lunar surface mapping. Sir has many awards and publications to his credit. I welcome you, sir, to chair the technical session. I am also requesting Dr. K.K. Sharma, Scientist Engineer SG, Deputy Director NER DRR NESAC, to join the session as the repo chair. Sir, I am handing over the session to you. Henceforth.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but I am facing some, I think, bandwidth issues. Okay, good morning to you all and welcome to this first technical session on the space technology applications and capabilities of ISRO DOS. I have with me Dr. K.K. Sharma, who will be helping as reporter for this technical session. And I thank Director NESAC, Dr. S.P. Agrawal ji, and all other dignitaries. First to invite me for chairing this particular session, and all the dignitaries and participants of this particular NESAC user interaction meet, to be a co-passenger in this journey for this technical session number 1. We have 4 presentations which are listed. One is on the overview of space program and societal benefits by John Matthew. He is at ISRO headquarters and he will be talking you about the overview of the space program. Then we have second presentation by Dr. Ann Aparna. She is Group Director at the National Remote Sensing Center, dealing with the NRSC data center. She will be informing you all about satellite data acquisition process, how you can procure this data, and then what kind of new dissemination, means and procedures which are available through NRSC, through which you can get the satellite data at your location. Then, of course, there is also a lot of work is happening in terms of, opening up the space sector and then also providing satellite data with, all kind of spatial resolutions with maximum ease to the users. And for that, satellite data policy is also under consideration, and it is under active consideration. And then Dr. Rajiv Jaiswal, who is Associate Director at ISRO headquarters at EDPO Program Office, will also apprise you about the new aspects of the satellite data policy in terms of its distribution, policy systems, and then how, other than satellite data, also the different kind of thematic products can be made available to the users. And of course, Dr. S.P. Agrawal, who is spearheading the NESAC, will also apprise you about NESAC activities and its current achievements. So since we have 45 minutes, we have 4 speakers. I will request each speaker to stick for 10 minutes, allow at least 2 minutes of interaction because it's a user interaction meet, and I will encourage all the participants to ask questions wherever you have doubts or clarifications are required. Please feel free so that we can have a very appropriate interactive session. With these words, I would like to invite now Dr. John Matthew to go ahead with the first presentation on overview of space program and societal benefits. Over to you, Dr. John Matthew.
Good morning. Is my screen visible?
Yeah, it is visible.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, respected session chair and director NRSC, Dr. Prakash Chauhan sir, former directors of NESAC, secretaries and senior officials from various departments of the state governments in the northeastern region, senior colleagues from ISRO, and all the distinguished delegates attending this user interaction physically and on virtual mode. Very good afternoon to all of you. Today, my responsibility is to talk about the societal benefits of our space program. Is the second slide visible?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So as we know, over the years, the Indian space program has matured with indigenous capability in realization of launch vehicles, satellites, and space applications. The latest addition is the Human Spaceflight Program for developing the capability to carry humans to space and to bring them back safely. Capacity building is also another important dimension wherein the industries are enabled to handle the space-related activities independently, wherein academia is supported to carry out advanced research in the related technologies, and also the human capital is developed for space-related activities in the country. And all these activities are based on the founding vision of our space program, that is to harness space technology for national development while pursuing space science research and planetary exploration. Coming to the Indian Earth Observation Program, as we all know, the Earth Observation Program is an integral part of the space program for using the space technology for societal development. Our Earth Observation Program has 6 important goals. The first and foremost goal is facilitating the satellite missions for Earth observation through demand aggregation, recommending suitable payloads, and also developing a utilization plan for these missions. Development of satellite data products and formulating Earth observation applications are also done in conjunction with the realization of satellite missions. We also have to sustain the linkages with the stakeholders and facilitate necessary policies and guidelines so that the ease of access of Earth observation deliverables is achieved. Our Earth observation applications are streamlined into 3 separate segments. One is the sustainable development, second is in the area of governance, and also third is for disaster risk reduction. We also have a number of geoportals for visualization of the Earth observation capabilities, for dissemination of satellite data, as well as products and services. Let's have a look at the Earth observation applications for sustainable development. We all know that socio-economic security is one of the tangible outcomes of sustainable development, and space-based inputs are useful towards achieving socio-economic security in the segments such as food, water, energy, etc., and also for assessing the status of natural resources. Over the years, the country has benefited from a number of Earth observation applications in the domains of fisheries, agriculture, water, etc. For example, today we know that Ministry of Earth Sciences is daily disseminating the satellite data derived forecast of potential fishing zones, benefiting more than 6.75 lakh fishermen. This helps them for increased fish catch per unit effort and also reduction in search time and resultant fuel savings. Another example is Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare utilizing space-based inputs for identifying the post-Kharif rice fallows in the eastern India for cultivating short duration pulses and oil seeds. This has helped in intensifying the cropping for ensuring food security. We also know that Ministry of Jal Shakti is utilizing remote sensing data for monitoring the irrigation infrastructure creation in the country, ensuring the achievement of the planned irrigation potential. These are only a few examples where the ministries have adopted space-based inputs into their operational programs. Sustainable development also ensures assessment of the natural resources, productivity or degradation of land, and the potential of renewable energy, mineral resources, etc. Department of Space has enabled a... Can I go ahead?
Yes, yes.
Yes,
Okay,
proceed.
okay. Sustainable Department of Space has enabled a natural resources census program wherein periodic assessment is carried out for land use and land cover, snow and glaciers, and wetlands. These inputs help in informed decision making for sustainable development. On behalf of Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, the desertification and land degradation status of the country is periodically assessed using satellite data. The outcome is used as an input for India's reporting to UNCCD by Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change as a baseline data for country's land restoration program. Space-based inputs also are used for assessment of solar energy potential and also for offshore wind and wave energy potential in the country. And these are very useful inputs for renewable energy development. The second major segment of Earth observation data application is governance towards enhancing the efficiency and transparency, facilitating planning, monitoring and evaluation, and decision support. ISRO has enabled the space technology utilization for many flagship programs of Government of India, and I would like to mention a few of them. We are all aware that during the COVID-19 pandemic period, Bhuvan-based dashboard was developed showing the status of the disease spread and also the locations and status of vaccine availability in the vaccination centers. It has also provided a distance-based search facility for the citizens. There were also many state-specific applications which were supported through Bhuvan Geoportal. Monitoring of watershed development program covering about 86,000 micro watersheds is enabled using satellite data, geoportal, and also mobile application on behalf of Ministry of Rural Development. The changes in the watersheds due to various watershed development interventions are evaluated using high resolution satellite data. We know that there are many other flagship programs of government such as Amrit, the Rural Employment Guarantee Program, the Crop Insurance Program, the Housing Program, the Gram Sadak Yojana Program, etc., where space-based inputs are being used for facilitating transparency, efficiency in monitoring, and also ease of decision making. Disaster risk reduction is another important domain where the society is benefited through space-based inputs. And we know that ISRO has implemented a disaster management support program, synergizing Earth observation, communication, and navigation capabilities. In this endeavor, ISRO jointly works with the nodal departments which are responsible for managing various disasters such as floods, landslides, cyclones, earthquakes, and forest fire, and provide them with necessary space-based inputs. Important activities of ISRO's disaster management support program include monitoring of flood inundation, developing flood and cyclone early warning models, generation of flood hazard atlases, active forest fire detection, and also dissemination and the damage assessment due to various disasters. ISRO has generated a multi-scale national level spatial database for emergency management in the country. We all know that the tropical cyclone early warning is one of the most beneficial aspects of the use of space technology for disaster risk reduction. This has resulted in significant reduction in the losses, especially precious human lives, and also reduction in the cost of evacuation by almost 60% during the last 20 years. ISRO is also another important aspect of the space-based support is the satellite technology is used in the country for facilitating medical consultation for the public in the remote and inaccessible regions with the help of satellite communication. Many super specialty hospitals are connected in the telemedicine network, wherein the services of expert medical professionals are utilized for the benefit of citizens in remote localities for diagnosis as well as for medical advice. Telemedicine nodes are also established in many remote pilgrimage places and also army posts in the remote localities such as Siachen Glacier. It is also worth mentioning some of the space technology spin-offs being used for the benefit of society. Most recently, during the COVID pandemic, the technology for medical oxygen concentrator was transferred to the industries. For medical ventilator, further, the medical ventilator designs were also transferred free of cost to the industries. The polyurethane technology that is used in launch vehicles has been developed into a spin-off product as polyurethane food, and this is lightweight, more durable, comfortable, and easy to manufacture compared to the conventional food processes. There are other examples like the Doppler weather radar for weather forecasting, silica aerogel cloths for extreme cold conditions, artificial denture material, etc., which are few other spin-offs that have been extensively used for the benefit of citizens. Research is also going on in the use of spin-off benefits for coronary conditions and lower limb replacements. So in short, the purpose of the Indian space program is societal benefit and also in supporting governance, disaster resilience, and above all, towards achieving national development. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. John Matthew, for this very brief and crisp overview of Indian space program, in particular the Earth observation program and its societal benefits. You have showcased how, in different sectors, the satellite images are being used for, achieving the benefits for the common man. And we have also given, a kind of a roadmap that what type of future programs which we are thinking to, bring to the users. Now, what I can do, I can request the users or those who are present in the meeting, if you have any specific question or comments, we can take it right now rather than pushing it at the end of the session, so that, it is the talk is fresh in your memory. So I will open the session for some questions or comments. If you have any question or comment, please feel free. Some of you, those who are joining online, can also write some of your comments on the chat box also. I can read it, and then we can pass it on to Dr. John Matthew.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Dr. P. Nageshwar Rao, sir.
Yeah, I am Nageshwar Rao. It was an excellent presentation by Dr. John Matthew. I just wanted to know, good olden days when we were at the Secretariat of NNRMS, we used to have standing committees, standing committee for agriculture, soils, like that. There were 10 standing committees through whom we were obtaining the user feedback and tailor making our services towards meeting those requirements. Is there a program like that? Are we continuing that culture? Are we in a different mode of seeking the user feedback in the nationwide? I mean, of course, not only from Northeast, from across the country. What is the existing present mechanisms for seeking the inputs from user industries? That's what I was trying to know.
Dr. John, you may like to inform Dr. Nageshwar Rao about the new framework, PC-SAM framework.
Yes, sir. So, sir, in continuation or as a replacement for the NNRMS mechanism, standing committee mechanism, in 2021, the government constituted the Space Application Management System, which is almost in similar lines with the erstwhile NNRMS system, wherein we have the planning committee of Space Application Management System, or PC-SAMS, at the top, and this is also supported by standing committees, about 12 standing committees, including for disaster management. So this was constituted in 2021, and principal scientific advisor to Government of India is the chair of the PC SAMS. And we had, in fact, sir, I would like to just declare that this recent launch, our EOS 04 satellite was a unique endeavor in which we had taken the user interactions with all the standing committees which have relevance for this mission, and based on their utilization plan, the PC SAMS in fact recommended the mission with funding support from major ministries. So the mechanism is refurbished and it is in active, sir.
Thank you very much.
In fact, I would like to add to what Dr. John told. See, now there is a slight shift in terms of, the satellite data and satellite demands actually. So what the government is emphasizing is that we have to aggregate the demand by the users, and if there is a significant amount of demand for a one particular satellite system, the users are also supposed to, pool in the resources in terms of monetary resources. So the first satellite which was launched under this category was RISAT 1A, where the user demands were aggregated from the Ministry of Agriculture, then Ministry of Jal Shakti, as well as Ministry of Environment and Forest. And these ministries have also chipped in terms of financial resources, so that the utilization of the satellite is much more, and then there is an accountability from the user side also. So with this perspective, most of the Earth observation programs are going to follow the similar kind of mechanisms, and we can expect that users will demand more and more services and good quality of data sets. So the purpose of doing it, that the more participation from the user should also be there in terms of decision making and in terms of utilization of satellite data for their services. Thank you. Any other question? Otherwise, we can move on to the next presentation. Dr. Agarwal, do you see any raised hands from?
There are two hands are there in the chat box. I think some questions are there.
Okay, I can't see it. If you can help me.
Yeah, what is the data?
How to download the flood inundation map, historical maps that can be seen from Bhuvan Disaster Services.
Okay, Dr. John, you would like to respond?
Yeah, these flood layers, in fact, have been, loaded onto the Bhuvan Geo portal, and maybe with a request to the NRSC, we should be able to download these flood layers. And in fact, aggregating the flood information over 2 decades or so, NRSC has now come up with flood hazard atlases for 6 states, and it is published and given to the respective states. In fact, Assam, Assam was
We are going to shortly release the flood hazard atlas for Assam.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Sir, one more question is there. Maybe there are many, but I think we can take one more question, sir, for time.
Yeah, we can take one more.
Another is written is that what is telediagnosis? Can we use this diagnosis for animal diseases? It's a veterinary diagnosis. Yeah.
Yeah, in fact, this is a facility wherein the satellite communication bandwidth is provided to connect remote localities, and in the same principle as teleconsultation is used for connecting various hospitals and small health facilities in remote locations. The facility could be extended for any type of remote connectivity, including for veterinary consultation also. It should be possible.
Okay, thank you, Dr. John Matthew, for answering some of these queries. If you have any other questions also, you can still put it in the chat box, and later on Dr. Matthew can send the replies through email or something like that. That I think can be organized by NESAC. Now we move on because we have a limited time to the next presentation, which is on the satellite data acquisition, procurement and dissemination And I'll request Dr. Aparna from NRSC to take over and then continue with her presentation. Dr. Aparna, over to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Good morning, Director NRSC, and good morning, Shri SP Agrawal, sir. And first of all, thank you for giving us this opportunity to talk to the users, especially of the NESAC users. Today, I'll be talking about the data acquisition, processing, products, archival, and dissemination. Is my presentation seen and am I audible, sir?
You are audible. Presentation not visible, ma'am.
Okay.
I think you have to share.
You have to share entire screen first.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yes.
Is that okay?
Yeah. Please make it full screen, ma'am.
Yes, I'm doing that. Yeah. So good morning once again. And today I'll be covering the data acquisition, processing.
It has not come into full screen, ma'am.
I have put it on the full screen.
You have to presentation mode. That means you
yes,
made
it is in the presentation mode only.
It has
sir.
not come, madam. Can you just log out and then log in? Then only it will. Or let it be like this. Fine.
Shall I go ahead?
Yes. No problem.
Yeah.
You have to share it again. You have to share it again because we can't see it.
Entire screen if you
Okay, sir. I'll do that again.
Share as entire screen, no?
Is that okay now?
Yeah.
Is
You
it
can.
Okay now?
Entire screen has not come, but it's okay, ma'am. Let us go ahead.
Why is it so?
Yeah,
We are
please
getting here full screen. Yeah, want me to try once again?
It's okay. You can.
You have to actually share your full screen rather than. Yeah, you may be sharing a window.
Nice.
Yeah, instead of sharing a window, you can share the entire screen.
Entire screen has to share, ma'am.
So I'll go ahead, sir, then.
Yes, please go ahead, ma'am.
So fundamentally, the National Remote Sensing Center is a segment of ISRO which has a mandate of providing the Earth observation data from space and aerial platforms. We have the data acquisition, processing, and archival systems in place. We also do the developing of technologies, applications for the natural resource management, climate, environment monitoring, infrastructure development, and regional and local planning. We also do the providing of EO services for the management of disasters, geospatial web services to governance, academia, citizens, and other stakeholders. We also do a lot of capacity building. Having said that, now what we are doing here at NRSC is, right now we have the satellites which help us in the land and water applications, the cartographic applications, the ocean and atmospheric applications. So in this gamut, we have almost satellites which have been launched now, like RSAT-1A, that is E0S04. And
Madam, your slide is not moving. Your slide is not moving, ma'am.
I don't know, sir, what the problem is.
Better you can click on 2, 3 like that only, then it will come. You click on 2 now. Left side.
Even now it's not seen?
Slide is not. Yeah, now it is this. This slide is visible.
हाँ ऐसे आएगा ये ठीक है. Now it will work. So you have to click every slide, then only it will come.
Now is it seen, sir?
Yeah, it is seen and it's okay.
Okay, fine. So we have in archives the data from all the satellites which are not working, as well as the currently operational satellites like Cartosat 2A, 2B, 2C, 2D, and 2E, and Cartosat 3. And we also have the data from OceanSat, etc. So all the data that is planned is acquired at Shadnagar, wherein we have almost 7 to 8 antennas which are catering to different kinds of satellites like NOVASAR and RSat-1A. So we have in place the Ka-band also now to cater to the Cartosat-3 kind of series, and all this data that is planned is acquired at Shadnagar and stored in the IMGOS data storage systems, from where it is retrieved and then supplied to the users. So we also have in additional a station at Antarctica which supports the blind orbits which are not visible at Shadnagar, and which also supports the data which is recorded in the SSR, which can be downlinked at Antarctica. And this data again is brought back to Shadnagar, processed and made available to the users. So today's scenario, where we have the satellites like Cartosat 2, Cartosat 3, RSat-1A, which are having a high data rates, really depend on this kind of a station wherein the data rates are high. So the complete downlink cannot be completed on the Indian station. So we downlink these data sets at Antarctica and bring them back to Shadnagar for further processing. So now
Aparna, your slides are not changing. So what you can do, you can, yeah, keep on rolling like this. Yeah.
Sir, abhi theek hai?
Yeah, now it is fine.
So now having said about the stations, we go to the next step. All the data that is acquired gets stored in the IMGR system, as I told you, and then we generate the quick looks for all these data sets, and all these quick looks are available on the Bhuniti server for the users to see. So we have the data from Shadnagar, from Antarctica, from Svalbard, from Jodhpur, which are stored over here. So we have almost on a daily basis, we generate more than 2,000 products per day, and the offtake for the users is almost 2.5 lakh per year. So on an average, every day we have almost 75 to 80 passes per day, which are getting acquired at IMGS, and we have around 100 nodes which is processing this data. So we have a data pre-processing which does the data assimilation from all these multiple ground stations. We have the processing in place for all IRS and non-IRS data acquisitions. Like for example, Landsat, we were acquiring HomeSat. So all these data sets are also processed and stored. We have in place, other than the standard products, the value-added products chain also in place. We give the tailor-made products, the large area mosaics, extractions. These are nothing but the user-driven products based on the user specifications. Somebody does not need a standard product. So all these additional things are also done and given as a value-added products. And now to ensure that a good quality data reaches the user, we have a data quality evaluation also in place, wherein all the products are certified. So we do a quality check for all the products, and we also do a systematic way of calibrations for all the sensors and give a feedback to the mission. This ensures that the quality of data is to the mark. So now in the archives, as I was telling you, we have data from Landsat MSS, that is 1984 data, to the current data which we are acquiring from RISat-1A and the current operational satellites. So almost 3 petabytes of raw data is available in the archives. So when you talk about the operational satellites that we have today, we have the RS2 and 2A with us, which is going on. So this gives us in synergy the LIS3 AWIFs and LIS4 data. So we have an advantage of having a LIS3 in 11 days and LIS4 in 24 days and AWIFs in 3 to 5 days, depending upon the location. So this has a great advantage, and the offtake of the AWIFs is much more than the other sensors, because it helps in these disasters and the drought and other related applications for a synoptic view. So these satellites are programmable, and in case any requirements are there for future acquisitions, especially from LIS4, these can be programmed and the data can be serviced to the users. However, LIS3 and AWIFs are systematic collections, and they go on as per the orbit and the path. Then we talk about the Cartosat series of satellites. So we have the Cartosat 2E, which is a civilian satellite, which has a resolution, a resolution of 64 meters, 64 centimeters, and MX of 2 meters. So this particular satellite has a swath of 10 kilometers, and we have already announced the standard products, that is the georeferenced and orthokit products. Also, we give a merged data sets, which is merging of PAN and MX, giving you a 64 centimeters merged data. So this satellite is also a programmable satellite, and any future requirements can be taken for this satellite, as well as the map shows the data which is available in the archives, and this is cloud-free data which is available in the archives. So this particular satellite, being just a 10-kilometer swath, needs little time to have a full coverage of India. So keeping in view that the smaller areas can be covered in a fast track mode. So this is about the Cartosat 2S data, which is available in the archives. And now we talk about the Cartosat 3, which is a 29 centimeters span and 1.1 meter GSD of MX, which has a swath of 17 kilometers. And this had been launched in November 2019, and we have announced the data in 20. And the map shows the kind of coverage that we have in the archives. And here also we have already announced the standard products, that is the georeference and the orthopedics. But still somebody insists on a merging. We try to give the merged data in case the quality standards are met. So even this is a programmable satellite, and the users can request for any future collections from this satellite as well. So now we talk about the microwave satellite, that is the E0S04, also RISAT-1A, which people users know very well. It's a follow-on of RISAT-1, which is a C-band SAR data, and it has the same imaging modes, but there is an enhancement in the MRS mode, wherein we had we here have an MRS 6 beam and MRS 8 beam, giving you a swath of 115 and 160 kilometers. The resolutions changes from 25 to 33. We also have the CRS, the HRS, and FRS 1 and 2 as usual, but here we have a fully polarimetric data available. That is also the circular mode is available in this particular satellite. This is undergoing certain kind of calibration. So maybe in a week or 10 days time, we will be announcing the RISAT-1A data also to the users. So here, what kind of products we have with RISAT-1A or E0S04 is, we have two kinds of level 1 products, that is a stand range and a ground range, which will be given in the GeoTIFF format. Then we have a level 2, which is an enhanced terrain corrected product, which is again in UTM and WGS84 with little better improvement in the location accuracies. We have the geotag polarimetric products as 1C. Then level 3A is a georeferenced polarimetric products. We also have introduced here the mosaic products. Here we have a plan of having a systematic collection with MRS. Therefore, we know that every 17 days you will be having a full India coverage. This we would like to mosaic it, make it available to the users in the form of tiles. So this is a new kind of product that we are giving for the RISAT-1A data. Now we talk about the NOVASAR mission. Now NOVASAR is a mission of S-band SAR, and this particular satellite is very much important in view of the forthcoming NISAR mission, so that we have a hands-on experience with this S-band data. So a lot of data has been planned and is in archives and is available to the users, which also has different kinds of resolutions ranging from 6 to 50 meters. SWATs also ranges from 13 to 400 depending upon the type and the mode of acquisition. So today we are acquiring the data in the ScanSAR mode, in the maritime mode, in a strip map mode, and the repeativity of this varies somewhere between say 14 to 16 days. And the SWAT, as I told you, ranges from 13 to say 195 kilometers. So when this satellite also is programmable and the users can ask for any data, but we need to have the AOI, the mode, the look direction, the incidence angle, polarization, and we also need mention from the users whether you're going for a ground truth, so that we can have an advance agreement with the SSTL people so that they do not cancel our these passes. Apart from this, we also use this satellite for the disaster management support. We do a lot of emergency planning and support the data from NOVASAR. So now, having said about all these satellites, let us have a look at the kind of products that we give right now. So we have only three classes. One is the geo-referenced product, another is called as the geo-referenced orthokit product, and then we have the ortho-rectified products. So the geo-referenced products are nothing but the a basic product with the basic radiometric and geometric corrections with using just a reference image in an automatic way. And this product is an automatic product, and you get the product within 24 hours. Then we have the geo-referenced orthokit, wherein if the user wants to do some improvements, geo-referenced image with an RPC file will be given so that the user can do the corrections whatever he wants.
Madam, you are not audible, madam.
I think we have lost. Aparna.
Yeah, yes, yes.
మీరు సంప్రదించడానికి ప్రయత్నిస్తున్న వ్యక్తికి ఈ సమయంలో మీ కాల్ స్వీకరించడం సాధ్యం కాలేదు.
I think you have to, Dr. Aparna, you got disconnected in between, and you have to rejoin. Your presentation also is not visible now. You are muted also. We cannot hear you also.
Sir, can we, meanwhile, we can take the next presentation so that if.
That is fine, but let us see if she can join quickly. We can.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, madam, you are facing any problem? Okay, so what we will do, we will, you try, you can go ahead with the next presentation, then you can come back later. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so she will be coming back later. She is having some technical difficulties. So maybe once she completes her presentation, we can open it for discussions. Yeah. And I will invite Dr. Rajiv Deswal, Associate Director at ISRO headquarters, to give his presentation on satellite data policy. Over to you, Rajiv.
Sir, what about my presentation? Is it visible?
Yeah, you are also, we are not still able to see. You have to share. You can see you on the screen.
Please share the entire screen, not the presentation.
See, there will be something called share a window, or there must be something called share the screen. So you have to share the entire screen.
Your screen only, no? Your screen. Go ahead, allow it. Yeah. Okay. Is it okay now,
okay,
sir?
Fine. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, yes, it has come. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Distinguished delegates who is attending the any user meet, interaction meet, and former directors of NESAC, Director NESAC, and my senior colleagues. As you know that in the recent time, Government of India has brought several reforms in the field of geospatial and space sector, such as guidelines for geospatial data, the drone rules, and space sector reforms, basically for promoting the geospatial activities in the country. And specifically for the space sector, in order to unlock the India's potential in space sector, government has enabled the greater participation of private sector in space activities, and accordingly Indian space policy has been drafted. This is in line with the government initiative towards self-reliant India, basically Atmanirbhar Bharat. The policy is in the process of various approvals, and I am going to talk only the remote sensing part from that integrated policy, which is extracted from the main policy. So the highlights of the remote sensing part of the policy is that unlike earlier policies, which was focused only on the satellite data policy part, basically data dissemination, what Dr. Aparna was speaking just now. This current proposed policy covers entire gamut of remote sensing activities. Basically, it includes the design, development, and operation of remote sensing space-based systems, the data collection storage at ground station for telecommand and data reception, and the satellite data dissemination. Accordingly, considering the global trend and the advancement of technology, the wide-ranging demand from the remote sensing data within country and outside country, it was very important to bring out a totally new direction for the remote sensing sector in the country to make the enhanced participation of the user. And accordingly, through this policy, government promotes increased participation of Indian industries to provide end-to-end space-based remote sensing services to compete as a provider of remote sensing capabilities within and outside India. And basically, it will enhance the non-government Indian entities, will bring agility in adopting new and innovative technologies, carrying out research and development, and improve efficiency to meet the market requirement. Another important aspect of this policy is to adopt free and open data access policy for the DOS satellites, not for the other satellites. Enable easy access to space-based remote sensing data, and strengthen the R&D to meet the national needs. To do this all, a national level nodal agency named InSpace, which is an abbreviation, Indian National Space Promotion and Authorization Center, has been created to promote, handhold, and permit and supervise the space activities of the private sector. And overall, so this way the policy is very open, liberal, forward-looking, and more inclusive to build the stakeholder-friendly ecosystem. Now, this is about some more detailing about the remote sensing part of the policy, and it allows, in the interest of promoting research, innovation, societal applications, and value addition, DOS shall make IRIS satellite data having 5-meter and coarser resolution data easily accessible on free and open basis to all, not only for government user, for all. And this threshold will be revisited time to time. This is expected to result in the multi-fold increase in data utilization. This is also on the similar lines what other countries have already adopted the free and open data policy. Better than 5-meter resolution data it will be free of charge to the government users and with the fair and transparent pricing to the rest of the users. And all archived satellite data and satellite derived thematic data shall be made available on free and open basis on as is where is condition. Another important aspect is enabling easy access to space-based remote sensing data. And easy access of space-based remote sensing data information shall enable unfolding of knowledge-based solutions addressing many planning and monitoring requirements of the nation. This will enable both government and non-government players at par to meet the growing demands of remote sensing data in the country. Hence, it is proposed that the Indian entity can disseminate remote sensing data of Indian territory in India or outside from Indian or foreign satellites. As I told, the mechanism for enabling non-government Indian entities in the space sector will be the InSpace. InSpace will act as a single window clearance for all space-based activities to the NGEs. The main part, because I'm talking about the satellite data part only. So our highlight from the InSpace is the clearance for dissemination of remote sensing data. The InSpace will provide technical clearance to non-government entities for dissemination of remote sensing data of very high resolution data, something like of the order of 30 centimeters. In nutshell, the draft remote sensing policy 2022, which is totally different from the previous policy, is different from this point of view. Like it covers all the aspects of remote sensing, like building, operating satellite, ground station, and dissemination of data. In case of earlier policy, it was focusing only on the data part. It encourages all stakeholders to participate in entire gamut of remote sensing. The 5-meter data and Corsair data will be available for all free of cost, which was not there in the earlier policy. And the lower than 5-meter data will be free for government. This is again on the guidelines which is already adopted by government in the form of geospatial guidelines. Data dissemination can be done by any Indian entity. Currently, as you know, it is NRSC is the nodal agency who is doing the data dissemination, and all users can get the remote sensing data on non-discrimination basis. Basically, there won't be any checklist or currently whatever the mechanism is there. Those all things are not going to be there. And build, lease, own, and operate satellite by private entities through the InSpace mechanism. So the conclusion is that the proposed policy will create a level playing field for government and non-government sectors and provide a conducive environment to Indian companies that will enable them to make India Atmanirbhar Bharat in remote sensing satellite system and compete with the foreign companies in global arena. Thank you very much.
Sir, I have joined.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Raji, for giving an overview of the satellite data policy, which is being, on annual, and you have taken a part of it. In fact, we are having this comprehensive space policy discussions also, and which has been now put up to the Space Commission also. So I think there may be a few questions and comments by the audience. So I can open the floor for some discussion. Dr. Sharma,
yeah.
do we have any questions?
Yeah, questions are there. This is about. Ek minute, hold on. Sir, can we get this presentation slides further? Okay, somewhere there's requesting for the presentations, of course.
So I think all these presentations can be put up on NESAC website.
Yes.
PDF file.
So I am PLN Raju. I just wanted to know when this will be rolled out for the users. How much time it will take?
Sir, this is already approved by the Space Commission, and the next process is the cabinet approval only. So we expect another 2 months time, sir, maximum.
I want to ask a small question. Now we are shifting to UAA or say drone-based remote sensing. How far the conditions put forward by the government of India? Any idea?
Sir, there is already drone rules 2022 has been announced by the government, which is basically no more license Raj. It is basically a certification kind of thing, which has been means everything is now opened up. So same way our space sector also, the remote sensing data, there won't be any kind of restriction, etc. So of course drone is seen by DGCA, and that itself is opened up, and our space sector reform, which I just now briefed, is also very much opened up, sir.
Okay.
I think. So we can go ahead with the next presentation then.
Yeah, okay. So for drones also, I think DGC has come up with, different type of, zonations has been done. There are green zones which are away from the, the airports and other critical infrastructure. So I think some of those policies are already there. And as has been told by Dr. Rajiv Jaiswal, the space policy is also likely to get cabinet's approval, and then probably it will be available for the data dissemination through agencies like NRSC and other, the satellite operators will be able to also operate as per the new policy framework. So thank you very much, Dr. Rajiv Jaiswal, for giving this insight into the space policy and of course the satellite data policy, which is part of the overall space policy. Now we have Dr. Aparna. She is able to reconnect with us. So maybe Dr. Aparna, you can start where you left.
Yes.
And maybe try to quickly finish because we have already overrun and we have one more presentation.
Yes, sir.
Maybe another 2-3 minutes if you can wrap up, that should be fine.
Yes. Sir, is it seen?
No, not yet come. Not yet come.
We can't see it.
Madam, you just click share first, then share entire screen. There will be option for entire screen. Then only presentation will come.
Yes.
Sir, मैं पहले जैसे ही कर देती हूँ. I will do it through the window only. Even now, is it seen, sir?
No.
No, presentation not yet.
You open the presentation, madam. You open that. It's okay. It's okay. Now you open the presentation. Yeah, it's okay. Now you just open the presentation.
No, it is open, sir. Presentation is open. Is it okay, sir?
Yeah.
Yes. So yes. I'll just finish off another 3 slides only. Now the data is available through the Poonidhi, and we have the mission-wise, the date-wise, resolution-wise, event-wise. We have browse catalog as well as the product catalog for the recently launched satellites. The older ones, we have the browse catalog, and we have the data visualizations also through that. Now, having said that, now we will be having all these archives as I'm showing you in the slide, right from IRS 1A till date. All the archives will be available. And once we are done with the new data policy, then at that time we will be able to give the resource sat 1 list 3 AVIPs, resource sat 2 AVIPs list 3 list 4, resource sat 2A AVIPs, RI sat 1, ocean sat, and the scat sat, which is already been given. So now what do we have in the offering is a GUI based direct data online ordering as well as downloading, keeping it in the cart. We have a batch downloader which allows you to download, large volumes of data at a time. Then we have a Poonidhi subscription service also in place, which using this subscription service, you can have an advanced request placed for the entire area that you are looking for, and it gives you a seamless download process which is automated, so that as and when that particular date occurs, the data gets processed and the data is pushed to the user's account. So for this, we just need the satellite, the type of product, area of interest, and the date range. Right now, we are operationalizing list 3 AVIFs and list 4 with this. And as the time goes, we will be operationalizing for the RSAT 1A also. Then we have this API also coming up very shortly. Then as said, the next generation of data processing and services also will be in line. Like we will be ready to give you the analysis ready products, the hybrid data products from the next generation of processing, which we are on the way to bring it, maybe another 3 to 4 months. So that's all from the data acquisition, processing, and dissemination side, sir. And in case anything is required, any queries are there, you can put your queries to sales@NRSC or data@NRSC.gov.in. This is all from my side, sir. Thank you so much. And sorry for the mishap in between.
Thank you, Dr. Aparna. Yeah, we can understand the technical glitches. So I am sure that there must be questions for you in terms of accessing data, and then in terms of the availability of the newer data sets from ISRO satellites. So Dr. Sharma, can you help me?
One specific question is there. In the meantime, is there any means of any plans for low orbit satellites for providing internet, especially for the NER, such or that they are those provided by Starlink satellite?
What is it, sir?
Sir, this question is
I
basically
think
you can
this
answer.
This is a question actually which is being asked for providing high throughput internet services by low Earth orbiting satellites like Starlink, etc. So they are asking, do ISRO have any plan? Right now, I don't think that ISRO have plan, but I think we are in discussion with some private, internet operators to provide this type of satellite services over India. But I think this is at the discussion level, so I cannot tell more than that. So, but definitely the satellite-based internet connectivity will be the future in times to come. Thank you. Any other question, Dr. Sharma? Yes, sir.
I have a question. I am Dr. Sudhakar. How much percentage of increase of satellite data dissemination to the user department year on year? Is it increasing year on year, or
Yes, sir. It is increasing, sir.
How
It is
much
increasing.
percentage is the increase? And the cost analysis, if you look into the cost analysis, right from launching to use of the satellite data, how you define those things?
Sir, not like this. We need not look at the cost analysis, because it is for a common man. This data is for a common man, that has been told. And while pricing also, we do not take into consideration the launch and other things, except for the maintenance only, nothing else is concerned. And the prices of the IRS data are also very throwaway prices, like it ranges for a maximum price is around 4,000 or 4,500. But we have a differential prices in place, that is for a central government and Department of Space, academia, and private, we have different prices. So that kind of comparison or analysis is not viable, because it is for public good. That is number one. And number two is, yes, there is an increase in the data sales. From just 5 years back, it was around 50,000. Today, now we are more than 2.8 lakhs per year with the existing satellites. Leave away the free data. If you consider the free data, especially for StatSat, it was around 8 lakhs or 9 lakhs per year. And if you consider the list 3 AVIFs data that is given free from the Bhunidhi, the overall it will be around 5 lakhs. So this is the kind of increase that is happening in the data utilization.
Okay, so the simple answer is that
multispectral versus microwave usage. Is there any increase of use of microwave data in recent times?
Microwave data, yes, RSAT 1A till it was there in 2000 till 2016, it was 100% utilized. But then we did not have any microwave, and recently only RSAT 1A is launched, and we have to yet announce the data. Yes, of course, there is lot of demand because we were filling the gap using the RadarSat and Sentinel data.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Aparna. I hope the question is answered. So the answer is simple. Yes, the demand is increasing, whether it is from the paid satellite systems or basically which are freely available. But definitely there is an increased demand for satellite data sets, and then, of course, the services which are being provided through space-based inputs. So thank you, Dr. Aparna, for your presentation. So now we move on to the last presentation of this technical session by Dr. S.P. Agarwal. He will be summarizing and also providing information about the NESAC activities and then the kind of achievements NESAC has in recent past. Over to you, Dr. Agarwal.
So, thank you, Chairman, sir. Can you see my slides?
Yeah, we can see.
Okay, fine. Thank you. So, good afternoon to everyone. I'm going to talk about NESAC activities and achievement very quickly. So basically, NESAC, it was established on 5th September 2000. So we are 21 plus years of services in this region. Currently, we are having 44 scientists, engineers, and technical assistant, and 9 office staff. We works in the different areas like remote sensing and GIS application, disaster risk reduction support, satellite communication application, atmospheric sciences, and we are also doing capacity building and outreach for this region. If you look at the major activities of Northeastern Space Application Center, we are working in different fields. For example, when we are talking about remote sensing application, so we are working in agriculture, we are working in forestry and ecology, we are working in soil, we are working in water resources, we are working in urban and regional planning, geosciences, etc. If you look at the disaster risk reduction, so our flagship program like flood early warning system, we are regularly providing this information flood alert of 24 hours and 48 hours lead time to the ASDMA. Then land early warning system, we are working with NRSC. Crop damage assessments we are doing because of the floods and earthquake and landslide. Weather forecasting we are doing, lightning and thunderstorm, etc. If you look at the space and atmospheric sciences, so we have a very strong group, and I'm happy to inform you that we are doing a very accurate prediction of the weather using the WRF model. For example, like we are doing weather forecasting. Also, we are working in the thunderstorm, and accuracy is now we want to improve the accuracy. Another very important aspect of this region is the lightning. In fact, I was surprised to know that in Meghalaya, that out of all disaster, maximum people dies because of lightning. So it means lighting is very, very important aspect here, and we are working exclusively in the lightning prediction. Of course, resolution is a major issue. Everybody want, please give us the precise location, but let us see how much we can improve. But certainly at blaze level, we can predict. Then other, aerosol, radiative forcing, boundary layer dynamics, etc. we are doing. If you look at the satellite application, because this area is having a lot of remote areas, where reaching itself is a very big problem. So we are in tie-up with that satellite communication program office of ISRO headquarters as well as the Space Application Center in this field. And we have currently 7 hubs in all 8 states of Northeast region and 330 SITs. SIT means that satellite interactive terminals. So those we are using for tele-education. Then telemedicine, currently we are having 30 nodes. Around 20 nodes are available with the Army Hospital. Then other than that, like satellite phones, then Gagan dongles we are using for high accurate location accuracy. And then if you look at the GeoWeb governance and applications, so we are already in the morning that planning advisor of NEC has told very clearly that NESAC is providing a lot of information, more than 1,500 sites we are monitoring. So all these things are available with our this portal. So we are having very good portals. Number of portals are available. I'll come to this little later. Currently, if you combine all the projects for user or departments, 400 plus projects. But ongoing projects are 117. We have signed MOU with all academic good institutions like ISC, IIT Guwahati, Delhi University, NIT Meghalaya, NIT Agartala, state government departments, then research publication more than 500 plus. We have received many awards, so total 11 awards so far we have received. We have very state-of-art outreach facilities where not only the conference hall, but that smart classrooms are also available. Smart lab education classrooms are also available. Then we have organized one course for BIMSTEC participants. Then we have organized 300 plus training and workshop, 8 national workshop, 350 plus project trainees have been trained at this place. Our facilities are like, we have a residential quarter, we have CSF family quarters, we have crèche facilities, we are having, suppose you must have visited the Cherrapunji, and in Cherrapunji you will find one globe, white color globe, that is basically our DWR station, Doppler weather radar station. This has been put at a very strategic position because you are aware, whatever monsoon and winds are coming, it is basically coming from Bay of Bengal. And this radar looks at Bay of Bengal as well as 360 degree. So it is very, very useful and very good. It provides a lot of information about the weather prediction. And this data is also given to the IMD as well as the Air Force. Now, what are the different facilities available at NESAC? Basically, other than the satellite data, which has already been spoken by Aparna madam, we are having different other facilities also. In the morning that chairman sir has told about the UAV. We have a state-of-art UAV lab. If you look at this figure, these pictures basically, so first of all, very famous quadcopter. So we are having quadcopter, this is quadcopter, this is quadcopter. But then we are also having the hexacopter. Now these hexacopters are further designed and modified based on the requirement. As you are aware, in Northeast region, a lot of winds are there. So these hexacopters, quadcopters are not working properly. So these hexacopters we have designed for such type of applications. We have the sensors like multispectral sensor, then RGB camera, then the thermal sensor, then the hyperspectral sensor. Then we are also having, in Northeast region that getting runway is very difficult. But then fixed wing UAV is, very, very important. The advantage of fixed wing UAV is it can move, long, like 5 kilometer, 10 kilometer, and it capture images very fast. But the disadvantage in Northeast region is because we don't have runway. So this is the hybrid mode of UAV. It, first works like helicopter or quadcopter, then it moves up. And then in air only we make a runway, and then you take a round and it capture it scan the area. So this is very, very important. And recently, sir, I would like to tell Director NRSC, sir, that this one UAV, this UAV, another one is a quadcopter. Our team has gone, 2 teams have gone there. One team has taken this fixed wing, another one has taken the quadcopter. Now the fixed wing team has returned back, and they have shown me the data that railway bridge, destruction of railway bridge, destruction of the road. Now very clearly we can see using this type of data. So very soon I'm going to share with you, sir, of this data, and we are going to share with the Assam State Disaster Management Authority. Now currently our team, another team with quadcopter is there. Only problem is we cannot move. Hundreds of landslides occur in that area. So what we are doing now, they are going with the NDRF, and by walking only he's capturing the images. So this type of work we are doing at NESAC. We have different field instruments. So as I told you, the DWR, Doppler weather radar, you look at it. This radar is at Cherrapunji. Now it is known as Sohra. And this Doppler weather radar, it is 24/7 it works. It moves around 360 degree, and it captures the information much before then the cloud is coming to this region. So the prediction, it is helping us for the prediction. So this is one. Other than that, we are having like Gagan dongle. Now this Gagan dongle, sir, I'm happy to inform you that Samit program of Government of India, flagship program, as well as the Basundhara program of Government of Assam. So this Gagan dongle gives very accurate, up to 2 to 3 meter accuracy, and we are providing this to the users to kindly map the area, so that that using the mobile app. So these Gangal dongles we are using. Other than that, we are having DGPS, we are having CCN counter, sonic anemometer for wind, many automatic weather stations we are having, multi wavelength solar radiometers we are having, spectroradiometer, you name it, like even this meteorological balloons. So this is also we are having. Pisaroti radio sound, it is also there. So many, this is only few. We are having many such kind of instrument. Some are in the lab, some are in the field. We covered entire all states. It is there. For example, one instrument we are having at Lachung in Sikkim, as well as Itanagar in not Itanagar. I think it is at Tawang in Arunachal Pradesh. So many places we have established these instruments. Now, in combination of the remote sensing data, field instrument, as well as the UAVs, we are working at NESAC and we are providing services to the users. So, in fact, we have IT infrastructure. So you can look at this, our HPC system here. So we are having high performing computing HPC facility with 150 core. Only thing is the speed is the issue, 1.3 teraflops. Of course, if you look at the teraflops, 1.3 is very good. But as in the morning, it was told that we need much more. So we are planning to have around 20 teraflops. If it is possible, then our weather forecasting will be very, very accurate. We are having GPU server with 256 GB GPU. Then we are having 20 high-end server and 3 storage with total 75 terabyte of data archival with backup devices, cloud platform with 190 thin clients for outreach activity. In fact, we are having 190 thin client currently in outreach facility. So our students or trainees, they can work on it, but at server at the main place. Then we are having 134 plus workstation computer for project work. We are having more than 70 image processing and GIS software licenses. Then we are having exclusive softwares for weather forecasting, exclusive software for hydrological modeling, flood modeling, etc. We have internet connectivity of 10 GB and CAN backbone. So these are our facilities which really help us to give the support to the user departments. So the application, now there will be a separate session on the application, but I would like to highlight few. For example, agriculture and soil and allied sectors. So we are doing crop acreage and production estimation. We are working on the expansion of horticulture area of Northeast region under Chaman. We are working in the identification and mapping of potential area for sericulture development. Already 178 districts from 26 states of 64 districts of NER already we have covered. Early warning of Munga disease, geotagging of sericulture asset, more than 40,000 assets we have already captured. Mapping of rice crop area and mapping of district-wise soil fertility status of Meghalaya. So like that, we are doing a lot of work. In fact, one important things we are doing, I would like to highlight here in agriculture. Basically, here the crop intensity is very poor. It is less than the national average. Sometimes there is only one crop in a year. We want that should increase. So cropping system, we are working on the cropping system analysis for crop intensification. And this is going to directly impact the economy of the people, not only economic of the people, agriculture production of this region. Forestry and ecology, forest working plan, forest fire and burnt area, biomass estimation, shifting cultivation, bamboo resource mapping. This is another flagship program of Government of India where we are contributing, as you are aware. This Northeast region is, very, very important for bamboo resources. Then vegetation phenology, forest cover change, wildlife habitat, land cover dynamics, change detection. Then water resources, as I told you, the flood early warning system is our flagship program. And in fact, we have generated all the district which is affected now. And sir, NRSC has given very good data for the flood inundation map. But the alert which we have already given for 19 places, the alert lead time was 24 hours. Then flood water diversion in the morning, chairman has already discussed about it. Then district level river atlas for Assam we have prepared. Now we are going to sign MOU with the Sikkim and we are going to prepare for Sikkim and many more will come up. Then identification of stable island in Brahmaputra main channel. Then the hydrometeorological projects like NIPCO, Northeast Electrical Power Corporation. Then some work for the PWT and other places. Then geosciences, we are working in the input for planning or restoration of area affected by coal mining, preparation of lineament map, then Pradhan Mantri Gramin Sadak Yojana rural road monitoring, then landslide inventory, susceptibility, early warning, then route alignment, construction of road, urban and regional planning. This is another very important group here, and we are working with the Amrit program. Not only the Amrit program, we are working in the remote sensing and GIS based input for HBRA for 5 towns in Meghalaya, village level mapping for Garo Hill district of Meghalaya, revision of Shillong City disaster management plan. Actually, this is very important because Shillong City is very congested. If suppose tomorrow some earthquake comes, then what will happen? So we have revised a Shillong City disaster management plan. Then rural development action plan for Kaho. Then UAV remote sensing, as I told you earlier, sir, like we have worked for the Shillong airport, embankment survey and monitoring, community reserve forest, wetland survey, site monitoring, community reserve, many things we are doing with UAV. In fact, wherever satellite data is not possible, we are going there and we are doing very high resolution mapping using the UAV. Then IT and governance already have discussed, sir, beginning more than 1125 now. Data sets are available with 25 plus application. Then for ASDMA also we are working. In the morning that NEC has told that more than 1500 sites we are monitoring using the remote sensing drone and mobile app. Then fever tracker application for malaria surveillance, etc. Then space and atmospheric sciences we are working in different fields. So I have already discussed about it. Then SATCOM projects, so tele-education, telemedicine, communication support, location-based services. Then disaster management, we are working in different fields, flood, earthquake, landslide, etc. So I think that's all from my side. Of course, one last slide, basically capacity building and outreach. Now it has increased manifold. Regularly, in fact, 1 to 2 week, we are organizing 1 or 2 week courses. In fact, we have planned a calendar. Every month for a specific theme, we are planning 1 to 2 courses. Then we are having user demand based programs, project related workshop, regular interaction with the users. That's all. Thank you very much, sir. This is our campus. I welcome you all to visit this NESAC campus.
Thank you, Dr. S.P. Agarwal, for a very comprehensive overview of NESAC activities, as well as the kind of recent achievements in terms of executing various projects you have done at NESAC NeUIM. So now I can open this presentation for discussion. If we have some couple of questions, we can take it. Otherwise, as such, many of you may be feeling hungry, like me. So don't want to take much time because we are already into the lunch break. But maybe Dr. Sharma, if quickly, if you can take up 1 or 2 questions.
Yes, sir. There is not from online, but any one of these whoever present here may ask question if there is anyone.
Anything related to NESAC, if you want to have any support or anything.
So I only would like to ask, one small clarification on behalf of, the entire district. See, you talked about, your interfaces with various ministries and state governments, etc. How do you see that you are able to penetrate this technology at the academic institutions in northeastern regions? How good are your interfaces with the university systems, and maybe certain universities, if they start some curriculum on remote sensing and GIS, probably it will help in terms of developing manpower in northeastern areas for taking up various projects.
Yes, thank you, sir. So we have signed MOU. In fact, like IIT Guwahati, then NEHU, then NERI-WALMS, then Nectar. So all these academic institutions, we have already signed MOU. Now, in this MOU, what we are doing now, basically, it is faculty exchange as well as that some like research kind of work we can do with them. But as far as the curriculum is concerned, I'm sure that at national level only, whatever is the education policy, uh, so they can suggest and they can work into it.
I just like to add, Director sir. Yeah, sir. As you asked, this how this academic, whether there is any programs going to start by academic institutions. Yes, there is one university that's called ICFA University that is in Nagaland, Dimapur. It is there. So they are going to start this MSc in remote sensing and GIS maybe from this academic year or by the next. So we are also supporting in structuring the program. from NESAC side as far as possible. Yeah, it is going to start in the northeast also, sir.
And is there any provision by through NEC or any other northeastern, entities where they're promoting some new startups which are going to take up, geospatial technology as a business enterprise? Is there any specific information available at your end, or maybe through this forum? Yeah.
Sir, we have discussed many times this type of things with not only NEC, with IIT Guwahati also regarding this. In fact, day before yesterday, I was at IIT Guwahati and I discussed with the concerned people there. So yes, it is there, but so far there is no concrete, answer for it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Raju sir.
Yeah, we just compliment NESAC for doing excellent work. Only my request is to further expand activities to the specific to the states. Anyhow, we'll be discussing in the afternoon. So there are so many requirements. So I hope that you further expand with your increased strength of manpower and then support from NEC and ISRO. If they basically this NUIM, this is for that purpose only. So request to expand and particularly technical side, the departments are not that expertise-wise limited. So the support of the technical export to the states is very much required.
I think the point which Dr. Raju is making, we have to also make an effort of institutionalizing, the space-based planning and decision making in some of the state government, department. So in that context, I think in Assam already now Raju sir is there, and he has strengthened the Assam Remote Sensing Center. I think similarly, probably NESAC can also, become a catalyst in terms of institutionalizing space technology for planning and decision making. Thank you.
Yeah. So we are in very close contact of all, remote sensing, state remote sensing center, and very regularly we are, interacting with them and we are supporting them. Sir, we have kept, for information, we have kept 2 sessions on it. Actually, in the evening, we are having the first section on understanding user needs and feedbacks. It is for Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Manipur, and Meghalaya. And tomorrow morning, we are having another session with, we will going to interact with Mizoram, Nagaland, Sikkim, and Tripura.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Agarwal, for this information as well as for your wonderful presentation. I think with this, we have come to the close of this technical session. And I will request now Dr. Sharma to take over and then formally close this particular session. Thank you very much for all the presenters and all participants for listening patiently and for your interactions also. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I think we have interactions. Few questions are there which we can respond subsequently because these are directly not relevant to this session. So I will now request Dr. Rekha to close for the announce.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all the speakers for the insightful presentations. Sometime on online mode, we cannot get rid of certain issues. So nevertheless, I'm sure all the users will definitely get benefited by the detailed presentations by all the speakers. Now, we would like to felicitate our speakers, but again, online mode, it is not possible to yeah. So first we will, what to do, sir?
Sir, actually, we have, we would like to felicitate you in person.
Yeah.
Since you are online, we will send your memento. Thank you for accepting
No
that.
problem. You have just told that is good enough.
Yeah.
That itself equivalent to any kind of honor. Okay,
Thank you, sir.
In addition, sir, we also want to felicitate the speakers and we will send a memento too. Now we have physically present only our director, Dr. S.P. Agarwal, Director NESAC. I am requesting Dr. J.S. Parihar, sir, kindly felicitate our director, sir, with a memento. On behalf of
Okay, very nice.
yeah. Now, I would like to request Dr. Dibbajyoti Chotia, Organizing Secretary NEUIM 2022, to kindly felicitate Dr. K.K. Sarma, Scientist SG and Rapporteur of the session. On behalf of NESAC family, we would like to extend our deepest gratitude to Dr. Chauhan sir for accepting our invitation and chair the session. And hopefully we come to a very good end of this session, technical session, and all will definitely get benefited. Now we will break for lunch and we will gather here again at 2:30. Lunch is arranged downstairs. And after the lunch, we will start our technical session 2A. Thank you. Thank you to all.
Okay. Okay, bye. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Bye, sir.
Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you.
1 hour, no? If you can at least within 1 hour or less than that, it will be better.
I see.
Because what is that? The next program, that is 16 or the Assam states, we don't have to delay.
Okay.
So next two is that disaster, and that will reduce little. Around within half an hour, we'll finish that.
So I should say sharply by another 45 minutes.
45 minutes, if you can finish, it will be nice, sir.
That's the 15:15.
15:15.
Okay.
Yes,
It's already
15:15.
it's already 2:30.
15:15, or you see, sir, 15:15 will be better if you can do this.
Okay. All right.
Because normally extends, but these are all our internal people. So we'll try to see that.
Vijay, why don't you come in this seat? Sit close to me.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Move that. Yeah. Okay. Shall we call the attention of the participants?
We can start. Whoever is interested, definitely, because online is not there.
Okay.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope all of you have enjoyed the lunch. Now it's a very challenging time after lunch, but our session will be very interactive. Definitely, nobody will sleep. So with this, now I want to welcome you all for the technical session 2A, Developmental Services of NESAC. In this session, we have Chair of the session, Dr. P.P. Nageshwar Rao, former Director NESAC, and Repo Chair, Dr. B.K. Hendik, Scientist, Engineer, SF, NESAC. Before that, I just want to give a brief introduction of the chair of our session. Sir had served NESAC as a director during September 2007 to November 2010. As a director of the center, he developed NESAC into Center of Excellence in the application of space science and technology in addressing the development needs of the northeastern region of our country. Before joining NESAC, Sir had served 5 years as head of the Southern Regional Remote Sensing Service Center of ISRO and served as project director for many projects of ISRO. Sir has more than 70 publications in national and international journals and many awards to his credit. With this brief introduction, I am handing over the session to the chair of the session, Dr. P.P. Nageshwar Rao, sir. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rekha Barali. Good afternoon to all of you, all the participants of this first of its kind Northeastern NESAC organized user interaction meeting. We have quite a few presentations lined up, and most of these presentations are from senior scientists of Northeastern Space Application Center. We are late by almost half an hour in beginning this technical session, and also the organizers have suggested me to close it at least by 3:15 or 3:30. So in the process of pruning down the time, I may have to be a little more strict on the time given to each of the presenters, each of the speakers. Please bear with my controlling the time given to the presenters. Without further wasting the time, I would call upon Dr. B.K. Hendik, senior scientist from this center, to present the activities, the developmental services that this center is providing in the sector related to agriculture, horticulture, and allied. In fact, when I say allied areas, it also includes sericulture, the subject which I love most. So may I request Dr. B.K. Hendik to make the presentation quickly.
Thank you, sir. So I think I'll be comfortable from presenting here.
Yeah,
so
sure.
So good afternoon to all of you. So basically, I'm going to present the activities currently what NESAC is involved in the area of agriculture and allied state section. and including some of the areas that are being currently taken up and giving trust for the future activities. So part of it, I think morning directors I also highlighted only few of these areas. I will try to give little more detail. So basically the first slide gives a few trust areas. It is, of course, it is not exclusive one, but a few of the areas that what we have been highlighting here. Major application in the area of agriculture planning and monitoring, then major activity in terms of horticulture development of horticulture, soil resource and soil fertility mapping, sericulture development, crop condition analysis and damage assessment, and then we'll be concluding with UAV and IoT application in agriculture. So these are some of the areas that I'm going to highlight here. Going next. Yeah. So coming for agriculture planning and monitoring, this scope acreage and production estimation using remote sensing based inputs has been a core area of application in the center right from its inception. And with the help of Space Application Center Ahmedabad and Indian Agricultural Statistics Research Institute in New Delhi, so we could develop a methodology for rice acres estimation, taking input from space and ground-based observations. So after having a trial for almost 3-4 years, that methodology has been standardized, and that could be operationalized for all the 8 states of NER. So that is a major component that the center has achieved. Followed by now, since we have a number of other crops, and then diversity of crop is very high in this region. So now we are trying to develop or standardize the methodology for the other crops, particularly, for example, the maize crop acreage estimates, which is the second largest crop in this region. So under the Sufulam project of Space Application Center Ahmedabad, for this northeastern region, particularly for hilly states, we are trying to develop the methodology. And then along with that, so under the plan of action, so we this time we are trying to cover number of other few important crop like mustard is there, and green gram in case of Assam, then potato is there in case of Meghalaya. Like that, few selected important crops has been selected, where we will be trying to develop the methodology, standardize it, and then pass on to the user department for operational use. Then coming to next. So morning also, I think Director Sir has highlighted that one important aspect is there. Still, this region is lagging behind in terms of the cropping intensity. Most of the areas still have a monocropping system, only one crop. But we see there is a possibility that there is an intervention technology from the technology point of view or from the agriculture input point of view. So there is a possibility that we can increase the cropping intensity. But for that, we need to analyze where we can introduce that crop area, where that crop, the area remain lying fallow. So that particularly identifying or finding out the suitable area from the space where that component we get it from either from the satellite image or from the UAV based analysis, and then bring it to the analysis and then find out which are the new crop we can introduce to increase the cropping intensity. Then now coming next, for site suitability for other crops and promoting the organic agriculture in the region. So I think all of us, we know that major emphasis has been given by government that wherever possible, we should promote the organic agriculture. Then we have also undertaken a number of studies where a number of inputs we have taken from the space, and then in conjunction with the field-based observation, we try to find out those areas which are suitable for promoting or expansion of the organic agriculture. But I think this area need further work. And then coming to next, one important aspect of it, that for production estimation. So many of us may be knowing. So normally the production estimates of crop is brought out by crop cutting experiment. Traditionally, basically, they conduct a large number of sampling exercise on the ground, and then they estimate at the block level, then bring it to district and then the state level. But there are a lot of scope for space technology intervention in making the CC crop cutting experiments far more improved in terms of right from the selection of this the right sample, so that we can decrease the sampling intensity, and then bring the CPC into a dashboard system where the entire monitoring or the planning, right from the planning of CC, then to the monitoring and the calculation of the estimates can be in a same platform. So that is what we have done this year. we have devised an integrated methodology of we have developed a mobile application, a dashboard system, and the entire CC exercise has been automated for the state of Meghalaya. So we have one round of training we have provided, and then another second round of training, one round of training exclusively for the official from the Directorate of Economic and Statistics we have scheduled from this June 20 to 24. So in this process, I think this is one area where other state government also will be able to support in developing or the support improving the crop cutting experiment. The entire exercise can be improvised. Then coming to another aspect of it, like crop planning in the river island, particularly of course it is for the state of Assam, where the monitoring of the agriculture activities in the shore areas or island areas has been an issue, and there is not such a methodology or ways how the entire cropping system is going on in the shore areas. So now government of Assam, Assam Agriculture University, Assam State Space Application Center and NESAC. So we are jointly coming out with a program where we are going for the exclusive planning in the shore areas. And there we are going to take a large number of soil sampling in collaboration with putting some IoT-based sensors in particular location, and then integrating this UAV IoT sensors and the satellite-based observations and also the ground-based instrumentation. So we are coming up with a major program for the shore areas of Assam. Coming next, please next. In the area of horticulture development, I think under Summon program, so under the major activity we take up normally to find out the switch suitability analysis for expansion of horticultural crops.
Highlight.
Yes, sir.
Only 8 minutes for each presentation.
Fine, sir. Yeah.
Highlight.
Yes, I have only 6 slides, so I'll quickly able to finish it.
Okay.
So I think that this for important horticultural crop, so we have the methodology has been devised, and under this Shaman program, Ministry of Agriculture, so 24 districts could be covered in the northeastern region, 3 districts per states, and then this methodology has been standardized, and based on these inputs, now the state governments are coming up with more requirements, and as part of the requirement, I think for the state of Arunachal Pradesh, like one example here is we are showing that walnut suitability map, because like they want to introduce new crops like walnut is there, kiwi is there, then the apple is there. So these are the new crops what state government prioritize and trying to develop in the state. So but there is space-based inputs we are supporting to the state. Coming next.
Next slide.
Yeah, in the soil and soil fertility mapping, as you know, because traditionally the soil resource mapping and soil fertility mapping is a tedious job because it requires a lot of ground sample observations. But many of these parameters that are required for soil resource or soil fertility mapping can come from the satellite-based observation, where this information along with the ground-based observation integrated in the GIS domain, and this type of map like soil resource map or soil fertility maps are prepared, which are like a very much essential input for any kind of agricultural planning in a state. I think this is one area where even we are developing the methodology for soil resource mapping for the state of Meghalaya in 1:10,000 scale, where they are taking a lot of expansion activities like Boru area cultivation. I think in Garu Hills, almost like 1,000 hectare of area could be expanded based on this space-based inputs given to them. Next. This is one area I think what Rausa has already told that it is one of the important allied agriculture activities, and it is the Nageswar Rausa who has initiated this program way back in 2008-9. So where we have in the first phase we have selected around 108 districts from 24 states, and then based on the success of the state, later on another 70 districts was covered, where we tried to find out all the areas that are suitable for expansion of sericulture activities. So I'll be happy to inform you, sir, based on the inputs. So Government of India, they have implemented a major scheme called NERTPS, Northeastern Region Textile Promotion Scheme, with a funding outlay of around 1,000 crore, where they have created large number of assets, around 46,000 of assets that has been created under this NERTPS scheme. And again, so NESAC was asked to see what has actually been implemented on the ground. So for that, we were assigned to develop a specific mobile app and a dashboard system to monitor. And it was the Raju sir who has really supported. Initially, I was reluctant to whether to, within a period of 6 months, whether we can able to do geotagging of 46,000 assets. And here one more important factor is that what this Director Sir was also telling. So in this project we have exclusively used the Gogon-based dongle, sir, because to give a very good positional accuracy.
Okay.
So we have procured a large number of Gogon-based dongle. We have recruited around 160 project assistants and distributed to all the 8 states of Northeastern region. And then we could complete this task. And this entire the work along with the dashboard mobile application and the project report was released on 19th of April this year in Guwahati by Member Secretary, sir. Okay. And now, based on this success of this entire program, sir, again we are asked now all the central scheme of Central Skill Board has been come up as a SIL Samagro 2 program. So with a budget outlay of around 46,000 crore. Next 5 years. So for the entire country, so we have been given the task to develop the mobile application, monitor the entire exercise of the project implementation right from the initiation. So here, so we have already developed the mobile application. So I have presented it in Bangalore last month. And now, so this application and the dashboard system will be used for monitoring the entire activity in the country, sir.
Okay.
I think this is one application where we can see the end-to-end support from space technology, right from planning to monitoring. So that is where I think we can see similar application in other application areas also, sir.
Okay.
So now, of course, based on that, other activities are there. We have taken a number of projects in Muga sector, Tasa sector. So that has been taken up, sir, as an R&D component, sir.
Okay.
So coming to the crop condition analysis and damage assessment. So this is very important, sir. So now we have seen the problem of floods, landslide, land erosion, bank line migration, bank line erosion, particularly in the state of Assam. So where space input has come so very handy, sir, to monitor and to see the extent of damage, particularly if we could able to support in terms of this one, sir, Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. So NESAC has been a member in the state of Assam as well as Meghalaya. So where we are giving the inputs to the state, so based on which the farmers can be supported in terms of providing this one compensation. Okay. Coming next. Now this is the emerging areas, sir. Of course, agriculture is the major area where the UAV applications has been we have been using the UAV-based surveys, particularly now when we come out to the cropping pattern in the hilly region. So we see so a lot of fragmented landholding, small landholding, so where crops are grown in the kitchen garden. So there is no way from the satellite-based observation to monitor the individual crops. So here, so what we have done in the village level, on a sample basis, this is one village in the river district, where we try to see, like in the farmers level, individual plot or individual crop can we monitor from the UAV-based survey. So this work we have demonstrated very successfully, that the level of the details that can be what can be getting from the UAV-based surveys, and then that can well be integrated with other ground-based observation to get a very high resolution mapping, crop mapping. Even we can think of crop inventory, means complete enumeration of the individual crop can be thought of using this UAV-based surveys. Then coming to this discrimination, of course, sir, there is always a challenge, like how automatic discrimination can be done, because we have tried a number of different indices, number of techniques has been developed to see how best the different crops in the growing in the hilly conditions can be discriminated, and a number of publication has been brought out, but still we feel that there are a lot of work to be done in this area. So what is the best methodology to discriminate crop at that farmer's level or at the plot level, sir? And of course, damage assessment comes very handy with a USB remote sensing based service, sir. One example here we have shown, sir. So where like this paddy field, Boru paddy or Sama paddy, it has got infested by this plant brown trooper. The overnight, it completely damaged a large section of area. And the government of Assam, the agriculture department, they requested to have a survey of that villages. And quickly we could deploy the UAVs. And we have surveyed around 4 villages where this infestation was happened. And then this detailed mapping and individual farmers detail was provided, like which farmer, how much area got affected due to this pest infestation. So this kind of detailed information and quick assessment is possible with integration of these techniques. And of course, that I want to conclude with now we are in the process of putting the IoT devices. We are in discussion with the IIT Mumbai. And then the last week, we are almost coming to a final shape of this standard in the IoT sensors that we are going to have. So now Assam government is also supporting, Assam State Space Application Center also coming. So like NESAC, ASAG, Assam Agriculture University and IIT Mumbai. So these two institutions are now, we are going to combine the IoT-based sensor, initially with, of course, this is a met-based sensors, meteorological sensors, that we are going to integrate with the UAV-based sensor. And then we are trying to see like how best we can bring the entire thing towards the precision agriculture, sir. So with this, sir, I just want to conclude here, just giving a glimpse that what the potential we have or the activities that currently we are doing in the area of agriculture and allied activities. So I thanks to my colleagues, Dr. Jonali Goswami, Pratibha, Dr. Shantan Goswami, Prodejan and Francis. So these are my team in the agriculture and allied areas. I thank to all, and I thank all for the patient hearing. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, it's an excellent work. Not only presentation is very good, it's an excellent work done by this Space Application Center here in the Northeastern region. Well done, Dr. Vijay.
Thank you, sir.
But before I call for feedback from all users, I would like the pioneer, Dr. Jai Singh Parihar, in agriculture. He is a pioneer in agriculture applications. You have any suggestions, Dr. Parihar?
Not as a suggestion, actually, I have a query. One is that in the audience, the participants from the states, how many we have from the agriculture and horticulture department? Do we have participants from agriculture and horticulture department?
Sericulture is there. Sericulture.
Okay.
Yes, sericulture is there.
Okay, including sericulture.
Yeah.
You see, the importance of this technology used in developing, you have seen.
Very few people.
Particularly as a part of technology vision on horticulture, some of the things which got done in 2004, 2010 time frame. Some of the states could make use of it, like Mizoram grape cultivation, Nahla and Champhai, good wineries developing, or apple cultivation in Dirang area in Arunachal. Now, those were the examples more than 10 years, 15 years back. Today, technology is more mature. You have that competent team here.
Yeah.
It is your department has to come out with making use of it. And if you do that, then you will be harnessing the benefit of this in better planning of the things and better implementation and economic success to the people. Some of the crops like kiwi, when it was being grown in parts of Arunachal, Dirang area, they were not getting good price 15 years back. 2013, I visited and they were selling just 30 rupees kg there. And it was 200 rupees kg in Guwahati. Now, these are the things which now the new technology tools, I thought that I'll talk a little later about some of the details. But the users, you have to come out with your demands. That what is that which, if it is done, it will strengthen your argument. It will help you in getting the resources, funds. And when you create it, how to manage it, even there also the decision support will come from this. And appreciating Vijay and this team is like appreciating myself. We have been part of the same team. So that I will refrain from doing it.
Okay.
It's a very beautiful work done. Please, next one. Thank you.
May I now ask any of you who are representing the agriculture and allied sectors like sericulture, is there anything that you want more to be done by this Space Application Center? Quickly, as a quick feedback from all of you who are related to agriculture and allied sectors. As part of the recommendations from this session, if I have to make a small recommendation from on agriculture and allied sectors.
Sir, I'm from Mizoram, but belonging to science and technology. However, we help those horticulture department in mapping out those grapes and apples growing areas. But so far from those departments, we have not got any feedbacks or anything. We just help them mapping out those places.
Mapping of?
Mapping out the places of growing the grapes and
grapes. Okay. Okay. Suitability, site suitability for growing grapes.
What he's saying is implementation.
Oh,
implementation had to be ascertained.
Though the recommendations and action plan was given, it was not pursued.
We are yet to ascertain what to know, like kind of implementation. Yes, sir.
In that case, yes, I call upon. Sorry.
So I would like to congratulate NESAC once again
for
the number of years that you have worked together as a Department of Agriculture. So we have got very good support from NESAC. And one experience we had gone together with scientists from NESAC relating to this mapping of this, say, as you have said, discrimination of the individual croppings.
Okay.
Because of the terrain and because of the mixed cropping system, we have taken very high resolution image, but we cannot identify those crops. So in the NESAC means land use map, which a large scale, it has, small scale maps, it has come, all the crop areas has come under forest.
Okay.
But actually they are mixed plantations. So if that UAV based mapping can be improved and it can reach, means it can be, means the coverage can go up to ground level, then it will help us.
Good suggestion.
Okay, another one, sir, another thing, sir, this is my personal observation, is that Meghalaya is known for producing a lot of vegetables.
Okay.
And we don't have exactly the knowledge of the acreage of seasonal vegetables.
Okay.
There are some districts like East Khas Hills, Janta Hills, which produce a lot of vegetables. So maybe if we can have the seasonal acreage of different vegetables, it can help us with the estimation of the contribution of the horticulture sector to the economy of the state. That way we can take up schemes and projects how to address those individual, because we cannot say summarize the state as a whole.
I know.
Because there are certain pockets which have strong like commodity relations with type of vegetables.
Okay.
So that those districts, they need special support or special consideration.
Fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Okay. Now let me close this on this topic. Let us go to forestry and ecology. I invite Dr. Kasturi Chakravarti to present the NESAC applications on this sector, forestry and ecology applications. Unfortunately, the time available is only a constraint. Dr. Sharma has put a... all right. Shekhar.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I think I will compensate for the time agriculture has taken and rush through the slides, just giving the glimpses of the activities, forest activities that we have taken up, and at individual level we can discuss in details.
Okay, good.
And
good session.
So to start with, this forestry work, since in NESAC inception, we have worked ranging from, we have tried to utilize the gamut of space technology, the available facilities, and we have used the various images ranging from coarse resolution to high resolution and we have also tried with the different classification techniques ranging from visual interpretation to high level classification also. And we have utilized the drone technology also in many of the applications. So here I will share some of the user projects, and at the same time some of the research works that we are carried out that may be helpful at user level also. So major thrust areas are the forest working plans, bamboo resource mapping, wildlife habitat monitoring, site suitability analysis, mapping and monitoring of the natural resources, forest fire, and biomass assessments. Some of the important projects that I would like to highlight here is the preparation, inputs for preparation of forest working plans. That is the project that actually forms the core of the forestry activities since its inception. And I must acknowledge here Dr. Sudhakar sir's time, it got a major thrust, and we could cover many of the northeastern states. And you can see this number of states here, it is mentioned, and we have provided we are actually providing the inputs for the preparation of forest working plans. Forest working plans are required for the management of the forest, which are prepared at regular intervals. So based on the various inputs, the forest department prepares a working plan, which are approved by MOFCC. And then proceeding further, we have the bamboo resource mapping. Various methodologies have been developed, and we have worked in various northeastern states. And it is not only mapping, we have mapped by visual interpretation, at the same time by digital interpretation, and we have also worked for the bamboo flowering in NC Hills that occurred. And then we have also prepared bamboo statistics that has helped in the preparation of bamboo working plans. Next, moving forward, is the shifting cultivation area mapping in northeastern region. Here, the map has been generated for the year 2019 at 1:25,000 scale, and further in the selected areas, the maps were prepared at 1:10,000 scale. Then we have also tried to generate a automated system for monitoring deforestation and forest degradations, deforestation in particular. And this, the beauty of this automated system is that it utilizes the open source system. It is based on Google Earth Engine platform, and it utilizes the freely available satellite images. And then we have also tried to analyze the forest cover dynamics in the long range time period. And to understand the effect of climate change on forestry, a study was carried out on forest phenology using MODIS and the VI data. Then in the field of wildlife management, we have carried out habitat mapping and identification of corridors, particularly for elephant and tiger. And then in Kaziranga, a land use dynamics map were prepared since from 1973 to 2018 at 5 years interval. And this work was done with Kaziranga, the authorities. And the species distribution modeling further helps to understand the distribution, the probable distribution of the species. And this we have done for medicinal plant and tree species. For Shima Walichi, it was attempted. Then we are now working for identification of degraded and forest gap areas, and this work is being done for the reserve forests of northeastern region. Then another work to understand the climate induced changes on the agroforestry sector. A project is ongoing on the socio-ecological vulnerability in agroforestry sector in eastern Himalayas. Then we also are trying to understand the changes of the vegetation changes at the river basin level. And that becomes how the land use is changing, and thereby it will definitely have an impact on the overall hydrological regime. Then we are also working on the plantations mapping, the mapping of the plantation at spatial level and at the temporal scale also.
Okay.
Then coming further, we are working on forest fire assessments. There we have generated the forest fire vulnerability map, prone area map, and we are working on the burnt area map generation for various parts of northeastern region. And interestingly, we are supporting by drone-based surveys, we are supporting forest department to generate the community management plans. And we have also at a research level, we have used drone surveys, drone images to map the forest heights. And that actually becomes an important input for forest managers. Okay. And then ranging further to the advanced remote sensing techniques, we are exploring, we are working on microwave remote sensing, particularly for generation of the forest biomass map. And then we are working on hyperspectral remote sensing, mainly in the bamboo growing areas. Further, we are working on the wetland mapping and assessment. A range of projects that we have carried out are listed here, and these are mainly done with the user departments. And what I mean to say that is that the expertise and the methodologies are available, and further requirements, if any, it can be taken up subsequently.
Okay.
Then we have the different capabilities. I think it is now clear with the presentations that you have seen, and otherwise also we can take advantage of the optical SAR, LIDAR, hyperspectral and drone technology to provide forest-based management plans at different scales.
Okay. Next.
Then it is the list of the collaborators and user departments, to list a few, and we are closely interacting, closely working with all the collaborative organizations and the user departments. I think with that, I come to the end. This is the team member led by Dr. K.K. Sharma, and I'm Kasturi presenting this this time now. And we have Dr. Suchitra Devi, Dr. Prebam Rocky, and Dhruval Bhavsar from our team.
Okay,
thank you so
good.
much.
It was a nice presentation.
Thank
The
you.
last but one slide was really relevant for this discussion. Your users identified and with whom you are working. That's a beautiful slide that you have included, important slide to be included in this particular forum. We have Dr. Parsardi Roy. Are you there, sir? Dr. Parsardi Roy. Dr. Parsardi Roy is there, but he is not. Dr. Roy, if you are there, do you have any suggestions to the young team of Northeastern Space Application Center on Forestry and Ecology sector? I think he's not there. All right. We'll go to the audience. Is there any quick reaction? Are there some representatives from, of course, in fact, Dr. Sudhakar is there, but I know that. I'm very fully aware, but Roy is certainly a pioneer.
See, I am very happy to see the progress of the work. In fact, when we came here, in fact, myself and Sharmaji used to go each roam around without any invitation.
I know.
And all pieces were surprised to see us coming with a suitcase and asking them to use space technology.
I know.
It has started like that. Then ultimately one by one came, and now we can see the results. I am very happy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Oh, please. He's an expert on wildlife.
Well, I'm not an expert. Just I did some work. I'm happy to see that large variety of things in the forestry and environment you have.
Yeah.
So right from working plan input to many of the things, including the community forest mapping. And I see a very strong role for this your drone remote sensing, because here smaller units and where you want to particularly go for developing the radiometric equations, because in forest it is now no more that area under the tree cover. It is more than that. We must be able to further qualify it with in terms of further specification. That means detailed information about the tree height and those things. So drone remote sensing will have to be pursued with little more vigor than what we have done. Wildlife habitat, one is the cover and the corridor, but we must be also looking at the, what they call in wildlife management is life requisite functions. Now those requirements for some of the key species, we should see that what all we can derive from the geomatics, because now there are a lot of bioclimatic indexes derived from the satellite data they are available, historical. So some of these things may be detailed, we can discuss separately here because of the time constraint. You are working on the right path, but there is many miles to go. So let us work in that direction. Okay,
thank you, Dr. Parihar. I have only one quick reaction. Ecosystem services mapping, with the climate change operating over all the northeastern ecosystems, what were the ecosystem services scenario in the past? Because we can always go to the past, because only satellite remote sensing allows to look into the past, because the data is archived in NRSA, even in NASA, even in USGS websites also we can obtain the data from 1978, 72, 78 onwards. What was the ecosystem services scenarios? And now with the climate change, global warming and climate change impacting on these ecosystems, what are those ecosystem services which are destroyed, ecosystem services modified, ecosystem services so deficient. Honeybees play a wonderful role in fertilization and increasing the yield of crops. Honey is an important product, but whether these systems, the amount of oxygen supplied by the or the carbon sequestration done by the forest ecosystems is, you can't calculate in dollar value or rupee value. They are, you can't estimate the cost of such services provided. So this particular angle, ecosystem services or ecosystem functionalities, how do you, there are several studies. As part of my teaching at the MTech students of geoinformatics, I do have a small subject on that. I have done some literature survey and read it. There are quite a few studies where ecosystem services are being mapped, including the TV Ramchandra at Indian University of Science Center for Ecological Studies. They have mapped it. Though small areas, they have covered it. So take up a small R&D of seeing a small site of seeing how the ecosystem services are improving or deteriorating, or what is that scenario. That gives a very good idea of how to do, what to manage, and what strategies to be taken for forest management.
Sir, may I add here one thing?
We'll come to you. Come
We
back.
have taken a project on this.
Okay, good. That's a good reply for us. May. Sorry.
Recently, Dr. Kasturi has an interaction with I'm repeating from NDMA. I think my voice is audible.
Yes. Yeah. Continue. Please continue.
The thing is that forest fire is still in the infant stage in India.
Okay.
We are not able to handle forest fire the way handled by other countries.
Okay.
Recently, NDMA and the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change run a workshop in Delhi in May 12th. It has come out that forest fire has 11 states that are very affected by the forest fire. And out of which, Northeast plays a major role. And then if you see the recent issue in Nagaland, it was not at all able to control it because it was not taken in a holistic manner.
Okay.
The thing is that the problem comes the way ISRO plays a major role. So the NESAC has played a major role in the whole scenario with that. The forest belongs to the forest department, and the forest is controlled by 1 feet officer, 1 PPFO. When forest fire happens, is out of control.
Okay.
So in that case, that's not a fire department, not a forest. In that case, this is our.
Okay.
That is an issue where the NESAC can play an important role because if you take all the stakeholders in one, because until you don't get the map, because you cannot jump in the first fire, it's not like that. Until you whatever technology you're using, like drones or whatever, if you're able to with one platform, by the first fire is concerned, it will play a major role. Number one. Number two is that the ADI's concern is more covered by June condition.
Okay.
It is not done first fire because of lighting that happen in Uttarakhand and other places. So that is also a major role where NESAC will play a role, particularly Meghalaya is concerned and other Northeast states.
Okay.
So I just request that NESAC to take the forest fire is one of the agenda. Where but till now it's not clear that disaster till now.
Fine.
So that is my request.
In fact, it is included as part of disaster management, but your suggestions are very valuable. We take them seriously and incorporate them in the recommendations. Shall I? Yeah. Can I request Dr. Diganta Burman from NESAC to present on the work done at NESAC on water resources management?
Respected Session Chair, former directors of NESAC, current director of NESAC, and the respected dignitaries from the user departments. So in this particular presentation, actually looking at the theme of this user conference, I thought that rather than going to specific projects, it will be better if we touch and highlight certain areas of work where the users can relate to themselves and come up that these other services will be needing in the future. So that's how I thought to put this particular presentation here. So the thrust areas are basically watershed management, soil and water conservation, water resource information system, hydrologic and hydrodynamic modeling, river restoration, hydropower management, and flood management. So just to start, this is the river morphology monitoring is one of the activity that we are taking care from quite long. This is a very old activity that just now during the presentation on the agriculture, it was told very briefly about the cultivation in the soil areas. So the finding out the stable islands is also really important for the users. So in Assam, we are doing this activity extensively. Even the activity that starts with research of understanding the sediment dynamics, but now finally even the unlikely departments like police department is also interested for finding out the stable island to see the law and order and the activities that is going on in the soil areas. So not only the stable islands, we also identified the road connectivity with the mainland. The second activity that I want to highlight is the river atlas development. We have already completed for Assam, and that particular exercise has been taken very fondly by the government of Assam. So based on that, Sikkim was very prompt to come to us to develop a similar system. So under the World Bank funding of the National Hydrology Project, we are already on the job for developing full-fledged water resources atlas for the state of Sikkim, where we will be taking up the glaciers as well as the other component of the water resource system also.
Okay.
Coming to the reservoir operations, this is another activity that we have taken up around 4 years back. We started working on it, and now this activity is gradually being matured. You may be aware that most of the time the reservoir operating agencies are having a problem of understanding how the reservoir inflow needs to be released in the downstream to save the dam during the peak monsoon season. So they came to us to develop a decision rules for them to find out how much should be the optimal water release through the spillway so that they can maintain the reservoir at the FRL without damaging the downstream. So
Ministry of Water Resources, Jal Shakti Mission, Jal Shakti Ministry has a standard of operating procedures
right, sir,
for dam operation. SOPs are there.
That this particular is actually we are taking it in a basin scale.
Okay.
So that is why maybe we can discuss it elaborately later on.
Fine. Go ahead.
Then the submergence study for flood cushioning, that is also another important and strategic study that we have done. It is in view of expecting some catastrophic transboundary inflow if it comes, where we will divert the water. For that particular mission in view, we have taken this project.
Okay. Next.
Then it is the hydromorphological feasibility for construction of hydraulic structures. So this particular project was taken up for Assam PWD to find out the suitable alignment for a bridge in two places of Sibsagar, Disangmukh, Tekelifuta and Dhokwakhana, and second one is the Udalguri to Indo-Bhutan border.
We did that Dhola, no?
It was a repetition of that Dhola exercise.
Okay,
to be
fine.
frank.
Go ahead.
Then towards rainwater harvesting also we are working, sir. And soil conservation through erosion management. This is an old activity we are doing for the overall watershed management and watershed development program. Similarly, the reservoir siltation monitoring, we are doing a very important job of estimating the catchment level erosion into the reservoir of NIPCO, which says how much is the expected life left in the particular reservoir and what kind of mechanical steering should be suggested to release those silt to increase the life of the reservoir.
Okay.
Then come the two major activities. One is the one-dimensional hydrological modeling. That is basically the projects like flood early warning system that will be explained further in the upcoming session, and followed by the distributed hydrological modeling. The entire gamut of one-dimensional flow modeling in basin scale. Now this particular activity has also been extended to the rest of the northeastern region in a phased manner. Secondly, the hydraulic and hydrodynamic modeling. This gives the two-dimensional inundation modeling. That also is coming up in a big way under our FLUES program.
I will just intervene.
Yes, sir.
But Barak Valley, last week we have seen a very bad flooding in Barak Valley.
Yes.
We have not yet developed anything for Barak Valley, no? any early warning system for flood early warning.
Yeah.
Of course, maybe it will be discussed under disaster session,
Yeah.
but that is something which is missing in this.
Sir,
area.
actually what happened, in a flat terrain, actually the digital elevation model data, the problem that was available, persisting during your time, to be frank, this problem is even persisting even today.
Okay.
So that is why Barak Valley, since we did not have any LiDAR data, so Barak Valley we did not have the proper vertical resolution to go for a good two-dimensional modeling, sir.
But it is a need.
It is a need, sir. Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Next.
Then these are the this is towards irrigation management. This is a famous project of ISRO, that is the AIBP, Accelerated Irrigation Benefit Program.
I know.
And NESAC has contributed heavily into this. And the IWMP program of the Government of India, where the ground informations are collected by the Drishti app under Bhuvan.
Okay.
So these are the activities to show basically. And these are the user and collaborating agencies, those highlighted in red. We are actively engaged in various activities like SDMA Assam, Northeastern Council, NIPCO, then Water Resource Department, Assam and Sikkim.
Very good.
Similarly, the State PWD, Soil Conservation Department, etc. These are our further capabilities. We have recently entered into the glacier studies and glaciated lake outburst GLOF modeling. We have entered newly. We are currently under a collaboration with IIT Roorkee, and planning and implementation of the basin scale real-time data acquisition system, which is called RTDAS. We have developed certain expertise of implementation of RTDAS in ground level. Thirdly, the development of water resource information system. The Sikkim one is under progress and the proposal in Assam is under review. And mentorship for development of the operation of hydromet forecasting system. This is an important thing I would like to highlight, because after 10 years of running the operational component, we are now thinking of handing over it to the state agencies which are actually mandated for doing the flood early warning. So good progress has taken place in 3 basins of Assam under the behest of World Bank under the Assam Integrated River Bank Management Project. And that lastly, the river and reservoir hydrography. Currently, we are doing one project with IRS Dehradun, and in future, we are planning to do even more in this particular regard. Okay. So this is our team, and we have important contributions from all the past and present contractual staff, research scientists, SRFs, JRFs, and project assistant. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, good, very good presentation. Quick feedback from the users, those who are coming from water resources related activities from states. I mean it's an invitation for everybody who is attending this, whether online or offline. Offline people are all here, but online people also can. There are some questions.
Questions are lined up. I think
we'll see later. We'll see later.
Yeah, quickly, if anything related to water resources there, we can see.
I can't read them.
Himanshu, do you have any recent update?
Can you read? Someone can read.
Yeah, Diganto, do you find anything related to water resources?
Yeah, not like that right now.
No, okay. It is forestry related.
Okay,
sir.
Okay, then it's fine. Then we'll go ahead. If anything is there, we'll come back to you.
Fine. Yeah. Thank you so much.
All right. Can I go ask Samarjit Singh to speak on geosciences? My goodness. But why we have kept so many presentations? There are 8 presentations in 1 hour, and we have, if you calculate, there are 7.5 minutes only to be given. Is it? Okay. Well, that means only 7.5 minutes to be given to each one of them.
Exactly. Good afternoon, our former directors and session chairs. I am and all the participants from different organizations, institutions. I am Samarjit, representing the geoscience team in NESAC. So we'll have discussions about what we have achieved in the last 2 decades. I'm not going to tell much on the methodology, but what we found. What about the results provided to the users, to the ministries? That result I'll show you. And my slide is mostly full of pictures. Since picture speaks all the language, people will be able to understand. So now these are some of the major stress areas where we are working. Groundwater potential mapping and monitoring. It helps in meeting the demand of this increasing population, agriculture and industrial use and others. And it is road alignment planning.
बेटा समझिए जो disaster related है ना, landslide suitability, such things you avoid. We will remain, send it to the next session. Anyway, there will be disaster management session, no? So, Dr. Kamani, I think. Okay.
Oh, okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Go ahead.
And this industrial hazard assessment, this is only one kind of the exercise which we have carried out for the State Disaster Management Authority of Assam. And we have some other research components also, coastal deformation, earthquake precursor studies using some GPS data. And then one more important is tailor-made training for US departments. On request, we are conducting some of the specific EU departments based on their requirements, in addition to the normal courses conducted every year by NESAC. So these are, as Session Chair already told, that there's some sort of a Thola project. These particular projects we carried out in 2005 to give the inputs for MS Consulting Engineering Service Private Limited. They once know that the most feasible locations where the bridge can be constructed over the Lohit River. So we have given two feasible locations. You can see here one feasible options number 1 and feasible options 2. So they have constructed the bridge based on the feasible option 1, based on the results of the analysis. Since this Kundil River has a tendency of shifting towards the west, since 1966, it is shifted 1.5 kilometers. So even if the list changes here also, the less changes here also, here is a list, but they have selected these options for constructing the bridge.
Okay.
So we come to know that this is one of the longest so far in the country, and then it was inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister on 26 May 2017. So this is now it becomes a tourist spot for everyone. And this is the field photographs where we have gone, and this is representing the Bubble portal. This is the existing highway. They have made this go like this and turning here, crossing the tea gardens here.
Okay.
Next. And this is another major activities where we have geoscience teams carried out in association with the different the organizations like Guwahati University, DGM Assam, CHIDEC Pune. We have done the groundwater prospect mapping for NER. For Assam in phase 3 and phase 4 for Meghalaya, and all the other remaining states is carried out by the state remote sensing centers. And this information is very good for targeting the groundwater, which helps in narrowing down the target zones.
Samarji,
yes,
in this project, since it's a pretty old project,
yes, sir.
Did you get any feedback from the users of the in the states here? What is the success rate of borehole digging? By using the hydrogeomorphological maps prepared by us, was there any feedback collected by your team?
Yes, sir. So far, we got some the feedback from Tripura. Tripura is one state in the northeast which are using extensively this groundwater prospect map, and it is reported that more than 90% is the success rate.
Okay, go to the next slide. Next project.
This is another project which we have carried out for the border road organizations. To connect from Dumro to Samir Basti here. This is Dumro and Samir Basti here. The route alignment, new route alignment from the strategic point of the country as well as for northeastern states. So this, when we analyze using the landslide susceptibility map as well as DM for vertical alignment. So far, in many reports, I have seen that so many organizations has done route alignment, but they never or hardly mention the gradient criteria, which is very important to align a road in hilly regions.
Okay.
So this area, the total length of the proposed that we have given is 48.47 kilometers. It is totally a greenfield alignment.
Okay.
And then we propose 2 tunnels and then 5 bridges, which is having a total length of 457.
Excellent work. Okay. Excellent work. Next
and
slide.
Then this will be used by the BRTF
I have noted.
under the project Bamang.
Next slide.
In the same line we have done for NEC connecting Dungray to Phachero in the state of Manipur and Nagaland. Total alignment here in this we used the data derived from the UAV and then the forecast and fill analysis as well as the identification of sites for construction materials.
Okay.
So here also we have.
Yes.
We proposed length is 117 kilometer long. Out of this, 27.5 is a totally greenfield alignment, and the remaining 90.45 is a brownfield alignment.
Okay.
This also will be used by BRO under Project Sewak.
Okay. Similar
Manipur and
project. Similar project.
division.
Go ahead. Next.
So, and one more, sir. Because of this output, and then we signed MOU with the National Highway Infrastructure Development Limited.
Very good.
Based on this analysis, what we have shown to them also.
Very good. Very good. Next slide.
And this is one area where we have carried out for the independent committee constituted by the State Guild Tribunal under the direction of Supreme Court.
Okay.
To find out the number of mines present in Meghalaya. Their interest is to know the Koldam areas for planning and development in the planning and restoration for this restoration planning. So this output will be used by many departments like mining and geology, forest and environment, pollution control board, state and central, social forestry, PhD. This is one exercise we have. Still, second phase is going on.
Okay.
And this is another the study we have carried out in terms of landslides.
It will be repeated anyway. Next slide. If it will be repeated.
This is one example which we have done. We have the capability of analyzing hazard, vulnerability, and the risks of any kind of industrial accidents.
Excellent.
So this is how we have carried out for the State Disaster Management Authority, Government of Assam.
Very good study.
Okay.
Next.
These are some of the research components where the identification of or finding of TEC anomaly before the occurrence of the earthquake.
Okay.
So here red dot represents the earthquakes which is having more than 5 megawatt, and this black dot is representing the core stations available in the northeast.
Okay.
So from this analysis, we come to know that for each earthquake occurrence of for each earthquake before the occurrence, there is an anomaly in the TEC.
Very good. Next slide.
This is same analysis we have done apart from the northeast in some other countries. And this is another crustal deformation studies we have carried out.
Okay.
From this analysis, we come to know that the movement of northeast region with respect to the stable craton of Dharwar, it is 3 to 6 millimeter per year.
Oh, okay.
And this is the number of departments, user departments we are situating. And then this is a number of completed projects and then ongoing projects.
Yeah.
Total 14 projects, 9 initial stages under plan of actions.
Excellent.
This is my team.
Okay.
And Samorjit, first one, Dr. Kundla Bhushan, Dr. Gopal, and Rahul Pratap is recently joined last week only.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Samarjit, for presenting nicely on time and obeying the chairman's request. Okay. Any quick feedback from geology, mines, mineral resources departments of the Northeast? Nobody with this, please.
Sir, I'm representing Soil Conservation Department, Assam, sir. Recently, Government of India has given us a task to hilly district of Assam, sir.
Okay.
So we are very much in trouble in identifying that spring sets because we don't have any data to identify the recharge zone of the spring set. So I'm requesting
now. But what is mentioned by the high power committee, what you were mentioning, sir, few have, then majority of the actions are already taken care under that program for the geological point of view.
Okay, all right, good. That's a good news. But those gap area survey need to be pursued. Yeah. Okay.
Yes,
Dr. Raj, sorry.
Yeah, what friend from Assam he says, when I was here also that time, Niti Aayog also giving a lot of importance for this spreadsheet watershed mapping. What I heard is Sikkim already they are made already for whole Sikkim, but there is a requirement for other states. I think it is a new and challenging that type of thing. Work is not done earlier by NESAC also. I think we should take it up. And for Assam, what he said, we will support from our state center also. I think if it can be taken up on a pilot basis or whatever the way it is, so it will help the states, because particularly in summers, most of the places water scarcity is there unless the springs are identified and they're developed to enrich with the water during the summers. It's I think actual requirement. I think,
okay, well,
we
it is
should take it up.
We'll address that issue. We have noted small springs, but small locations.
Sir,
yeah, sorry.
You see, the problem is that most of the northeastern region, we have a hill area. And hill slope hydrology is a very, very complex. I'm sure there will be some geologist, hydrologist. I'm agriculture man. I'm talking in a territory where I should not be.
No problem.
But having a little experience of initiating some work with IIT Guwahati, and Dr. Subhasis Datta and his team, he's the one who expertise in the hill slope hydrology. Because when we talk about the spring, the recharge source for that and the whole process, because what I understand is that the base flow in some of these regions are more than what was assumed. Now this base flow magnitude and direction, those are the things which have to be basically modeled. So there is a good amount of research work needed to support this kind of thing, which is a very important emerging requirement, that you have to have a spring shed. We were talking only the watershed. And we must work because even in Guwahati, yesterday while coming, I went to Deka's place. They had put some tube well, which was giving water 20 years back. Now, alternate day only they can get some water.
Okay.
It's in a hilly terrain. So this hill slope hydrology as a research topic to the researchers in our center and joining hands with the other research institution. This is an emerging field which we should be working with concentration.
Yeah.
Sir, can I add final words? Just thank you, Pariyar sir. I think it is very important point you have raised actually. In fact, when we are talking about the spring set, it is altogether different from the watershed. Because watershed is an open system where overland flow takes place, and but then spring set is a totally complex phenomena. And now how to scan that is very important. So it is not only we have to understand the entire spring set and the source of the water supply, but we have to understand basically what is going inside. So I propose that understanding the groundwater hydrology is one thing. Second one is the tracer technology. So with the tracer technology and isotope technology, probably we can understand the path of the flow, that why spring set has, spring is reduced to a minimal amount, or it becomes, depleted.
PARC at Bombay,
yes,
they were doing that type of tracer, they use those radioactive elements, tracer elements, and trace the entire stream. In fact, such studies at PARC are very famous.
Yeah.
Baba
So,
Atomic Research
yeah, you are right, sir. You are right. I know that. So, in fact, I'm interested in this work, and let me find out if time is available. Certainly, we'll look into it.
TRL also that one.
TRL,
both of them are.
Deshmukh Saab is doing. Deshpande Saab is doing that. I am aware about it. Yes.
Exactly.
Right, sir. Right.
Exactly.
Yes.
So may I thank Samarjit, and I invite Dr. Janita M. Nokandri Janita, please come.
Thank you, sir, for giving me the opportunity. Good
Yeah.
afternoon, to all dignitaries and user departments, representatives. I represent the group for urban and regional planning. Our thrust area is mostly on the GIS-based master plan preparation. Then we have the urban studies, we have rural planning, urban infrastructure planning, urban disaster management plan preparations, and also our research and development part. We are now working on urban climate change studies. We have started with the initial stage when we have only mapped the spatial growth of the city. Now we stand at the level where we are planning for the city, and we have completed our draft master plan for Amrut for Shillong planning area, which cover 312 square kilometer. We are also having expertise in right from the preparation of the base map, collection of the data, both for the infrastructure, also the socio-economic data. We have formulated draft master plans for the city, and also we have trained more than 100 people across the country in this particular project. Next. In this particular project for the master plan, we have expertise with the team which we have is especially for transportation and also for planning regulations which are proposed for this particular city. Next. In the urban infrastructure planning, we have already worked for Kohima, and then both for the planning for the traffic congestion, which was used as the input for the smart city, assessment for the solid waste management for the entire town of Kohima. We also have carried out with in collaboration with the state remote sensing centers, urban studies for Shillong, Kohima, and also Aizawl, and also Tinsukia, which I have not listed here. Next. In the urban disaster management plan, we are working for the Meghalaya government preparing the hazard risk vulnerability assessment at 1:5,000 scale for the 5 cities of 5 towns of Meghalaya. We have also revised the Shillong city disaster management plan with incorporation the rescue and evacuation plan, especially in the very dense areas. Next. In the field of rural planning, we have ventured into modeling of villages, especially in the far-flung areas of Arunachal Pradesh. We have prepared the inputs for preparation of border area development plans for all the international boundaries and also interstate boundaries. We are now going to prepare a database for the village resource at 1:4,000 scale for the entire state of Meghalaya. And we are also into studies for relocations of settlement, especially in the areas which have to be submerged, and if area comes under the dam construction. Okay. Next. We also are working for climate change studies, which we have included as our R&D part, where we are correlating all the urban growth and also the heat island effect. We are also trying to understand the surface temperature of the cities in the different seasons. This is what we have done so far in the projects. Next. We have worked with various departments, and because of our work with some of the government departments have reverted back to us with the, stating that they want to take their work forward. Next.
Okay.
We also would like to tell that we have the expertise now for generation of master plans. We also have the expertise of generation of large scale. We have developed the methodology for large scale database creation at 1:4,000 and using the UAV at 1:500. We are also now venture into cadastral mapping using the high resolution data and also the data collected using the app, which we are very accurately to be mapped using the Gagan Dongle. Next. My team consists of 3 people. We have Shantanu, transport planner, and we also have Sumant, GIS, and also urban planner. Thank you.
Very good. Short and very sweet presentation. And so we'll seek some feedback. Anybody from the participants here or participants online? Maybe online comments, maybe. I can't read those, unfortunately. Can someone read those comments from online participants?
Debajit Das from DGM Nikko here. This is for floods, I think. Water resource.
This is for water resource.
Water resources. So we are going behind in the feedback context. Okay, we'll consolidate those comments and then prepare. We'll spend some another 5-10 minutes later. In the audience here, how many are urban planners or regional planners here? Nobody? Okay. All right. Jenny, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. May I invite Victor Saikhom to speak on UAV applications?
Yes,
Thank
you, sir.
UAV applications are many, I know.
Yes, sir.
But don't take too much time.
Right, sir.
Okay?
Right, sir.
Highlight the most important points.
Yes, sir. Respected Chair, Director NESAC, former directors, all the dignitaries from the user departments, my colleagues, and ladies and gentlemen. So I'll be talking on the UAV remote sensing applications. As of the previous speakers in the morning, since morning also, we have been talking about the UAVs. So we have come across many applications also. So the major thrust area which we have here is a large-scale survey and mapping, and a generation of very high resolution and high accurate ortho products. When I say ortho products, those are the digital surface model, digital terrain model, or ortho mosaic images. And we are also in the disaster management support and monitoring, and also we are conducting a regular course on UAV remote sensing and its applications, its advancements, and other tailor-made requirements based on the tailor-made trainings based on the user requirements. So to talk about when you talk about the types of the UAVs, now in India, they based on the DGCA, Director General of Civil Aviation, they have categorized the UAVs into 5 categories. That is nano, micro, small, medium, large, depending on the weight of the UAVs. And based on that, we have 2 types of UAVs in our center. That is a micro UAV and a small UAVs. Under that small UAVs, as what a little ahead of what my director sir has also given about Trinity F90 Plus, which has got the which is a fixed wing and has a capability of vertical takeoff and landing. And then with a terrain like ours, it is very much advantageous to have a fixed wing with vertical takeoff and landing. And this is suitable for the larger area mapping. And likewise, we have hexacopter, quadcopter. In various quadcopter also, we have certain other categories. And then as far as the sensor we talk about, we have RGB cameras, we have multispectral and hyperspectral cameras, we have thermal cameras. So I will not be discussing a little, not on details on this, but rather I would like to focus on what is that you expect when you talk about UAV applications. So basically, with the advent of such low-cost, reliable, user-friendly, lightweight UAVs and the recent development in the digital photogrammetry and the structure from motion, the image processing software solutions have created new opportunities to obtain the nadir and the oblique aerial imageries during the UAV flights at the predefined vantage or at the given intervals. So as a deliverable, the UAV can deliver a series of still photographs or the full motion videos, and these photographs can be processed using the photogrammetry techniques or the software to generate the 3D textured models representing the realism. Now, having the realism, now dynamic 3D flight routes can be created, out of which 3D textured models to have the bird eyes view, that is an elevated view of an object from above with a perspective as though the observer were a bird, and which are often used in making blueprint, floor plans, or maps, etc. And moreover, it can also broadcast a live stream from single or multiple drones through a multi-channel video encoders. So having such information on the data deliverables, you can think of what kind of application we can look into. And it may also be mentioned that using this UAV techniques, the data have been processed to generate the 3D models with the colored and textured models or objects in the form of a point clouds or the mesh, and digital surface models or digital terrain model, which are of high resolution in nature, and then high resolution 2-dimensional orthomosaic image also. And it may also be mentioned here, I would like to mention here that the success of a UAV, any UAV survey or mapping, it is to a very large extent depends on the pre-flight planning. And accuracy also plays a very important role. One such would be the accuracy to be improved is introduction of the ground control points. That is establishment of the ground control points.
Victor,
sir,
don't go into those details.
Okay.
There are too many technical details. The applications which are salient for highlighting in this forum, come to that quickly. These
Right,
are
sir.
technical details about UAV. Go
Right,
to a quick application where you gave very critical inputs. For
Right, sir.
example, the cut and fill of that Shillong airport, strengthening, etc. If that was done with the DTM developed from UAV, some of such highlights, if there are any.
Right, sir. So since the inception of this UAV remote sensing services in NESAC, we have conducted more than 150 plus UAV surveys and mapping for various users and research works. And this has been carried out for the northeastern regions. And not only this, we have extended the service till beyond the northeastern region also.
Okay.
And these are few of the clients with which we have given the service for.
Okay, very nice. Good comment.
So, sir, as I mentioned, there are many projects. So, to name a few, one is disaster management disaster assessment of Kolpili hydroelectric power. This recently in last March, in this Kolpili hydroelectric power, because of the rupture of the water pipelines, a disaster had happened, and we could able to give the first information to the NIPCO, and then accordingly they could able to understand the degree of damages that had happened, and then accordingly they could understand the extent of the damage and also assist in restructuring the DPR.
Okay.
And likewise village resource mapping using UAVs, another where in fact, sir, in Meghalaya, of course, in many places in Northeast, we don't have village boundaries. So this work basically aims to generate the village boundary along with the other resources using the high resolution UAV data. And in the application of UAV for crop health monitoring, as we have seen in the other session also, the complexity and diverse and the risk prone agriculture in northeastern states of India is really facing challenges of uncertainty in sustaining the agricultural products and productivity here. So basically providing accurate information on the improved agronomic practice to the farmers by the agriculture expert is one of the most critical factor in realizing the sustainable farming system and livelihood of the farmers. So this project basically is being conducted in collaboration with Central Agriculture University here in NeUIM and Digital India Cooperation in New Delhi. And the main objective of this work is to enhance the productivity of the farm, and they empower the registered farmer by providing evidence-based agro advisory services generated using UAV data. Okay. So likewise, we are also into survey and mapping of the mining in this area on Zendia Hills. For this work has been conducted for the Dalmia Cements, because it is mandatory for the Indian Bureau of Mines to submit a precise map surveyed by the authorized organization by the leasers. Okay. So for that we have done the survey, and accordingly subsequently other work also are being carried out.
Okay.
So these are the teams of our UAV.
Okay. Excellent presentations, Victor. Good work and outstanding work being here. UAV, you are a pioneer here, I know, in this country in using UAV remote sensing for real applications, real world applications. We have a very important guest here. The Honorable Secretary to NEC is here with us. The Director NESAC would like to invite him and felicitate him. We'll have a small break of completing that honor, and then we'll proceed further.
Thank you, sir. Indeed, it is our honor and privilege to have one of the most important person of this region, the Secretary Northeastern Council, Sri Moses Chalaiji. Sir, we are really honored with your presence. You make the time. I know how much busy you are. All the way you are coming from Guwahati to Shillong, and in between you take out some time for us, sir. Thank you very much, sir. And it is my honor to felicitate you, sir. So please accept our felicitation.
comfortable, sir.
Sir, I wanted to add one sentence.
Sure, sure.
Actually, this whatever Victor is presented, thanks to NEC, because of their own support, it is sponsored by NEC. It was nowhere in India at that time, UAVs, I think 2017 or sometime. So that time, Ramavia was the Research Secretary. And we started one training program, 2 weeks training program on UAV, Victor and his team.
Okay.
And then we invited him for inaugurate the program. He immediately told that why you are doing, and then why not all the states have UAV in use. One is a training and another is what
Using.
they wanted, that always NEC is utilization of the technology. He said that why not the UAV to be provided to all the state centers. So that way they have given a sponsorship for that. So I think they have done more than expected. I think
Great work.
credit to the team. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
In fact, I will take a privilege of informing you that this technology was introduced during my period.
Yeah.
2015,
Sir,
just before leaving this place,
there are,
I brought this technology and sent them training. In
are-
fact, I realized the importance of this UAV for a lot of applications.
There are 5 former directors of NESAC are here today. Founding director, Dr. Jaysingh Parihar. And
I work with the basics of the security.
It's very rare to be in the midst of so many illustrious directors.
Sir, I am PP Nageshwar Rao. After Dr. Bhattacharya, I took charge of this center. Though I was here almost 8 years, I was director for about 3.5, 4 years. So it was a pleasure meeting all of you here, coming back to Shillong and meeting everybody. It was nice of
Dr. Sudhakar took over from him. I was here for 5 years, but he turned to 2015.
The relay race partners are all here.
After this, Raju was there, and and after that I came. So all are here. The important is the creation of this center. Northeast Council with joint. And today when I see the kind of applications and the demand which has come from the Northeast Council, so that concept has got validated.
Yes.
That this is a unit is important for this region, not only for ISRO, it is more for the Northeast Council. So much of development activity you are promoting, you are facilitating, you need to keep track of it, you need to plan it, you need to see the execution, you need to monitor it. They are proved worthy of it. So your investment has related with this.
Yeah. What are the investments, sir? Please take seat, sir. All there, sir. Several of them are online, sir.
It's a honor to be in the midst of 5 illustrious directors who had served in this illustrious institute. It's an honor to be in the midst of all of you, and and that how over the years all of you have really built up this institute to this level, and also all the participants, esteemed participants from different states, and I can see the list. This morning I was to join, but then suddenly there was a program in Guwahati. Well, my boss came, so I had to be there, and it was so. But I should have been in the morning and spoke, but with your indulgence, I will take just 5 minutes, and I've butt in. But I hope you will bear with me and excuse me for butting in between. Well, suffice to say that the NESAC and NEC and we all have worked together, and now we have repository of layers of data, which is more than 900, and it covers so much. I can only say that, and will be relevant in one way or the other to your own workings and your departments. So in a sense that why, I mean, many times I feel that why we go here and there when so much data and that to scientific, reliable, valid and vetted data are with us here and with NESAC. So one is that straight away we should choose what we can make best of use. Simple. I go to a restaurant, definitely I don't eat all that there is in the menu. No? In the menu, there can be hundreds, and in some restaurants it can be even much more. I remember that once I was in Europe, and it was one of the most wonderful stay because of the breakfast. And the spread was into hundreds and hundreds. So I was determined in the 4 or 5 days I will taste all of them. I thought I missed out some of them. Finally, too many. But there was what I'm trying to say is that naturally we don't eat everything that is there on the menu. We pick up what we want and what we need and what we have to. Likewise, all of us, let's all do that and make best use of what is available. And now is the age of technology. Simple, for instance, sitting here, I just open my computer, Google Map, Google Earth. You just come down and see my village. The other day, I want to see that a small plot I've got back home. So I want to see the area. I got it. I just the Google says, this is the, just lend it to bread and kind of measurement, and you get the area. That's how more and more, that the technology and information technology especially is coming to us, and we have to make best use of it. For instance, NESAC can help that which crop will be suitable in which parts of Meghalaya. So you don't need to run around and do all kinds of search. It's there. And also you also already map how much area can be developed for rice cultivation. So we don't need to take a pita and start measuring all over again. It's there. So the suffice to say that let's make use of the available resource that we have for the for execution and implementation and monitoring of our works. One thing is that modern times is characterized by a few things like the explosion of knowledge and the explosion of impatience. People have no time now, So everything is in a speed, and we don't have the kind of the time and the patience that we had in the past. So whether it's me or you, the demand is that we deliver, the work assigned to us in very, very limited time. So therefore, then what do? The only thing that we can do is, rely more and more on technology, and technology, of course, also precise technology. So all these things are there, and now today I'm very happy that this is today's interaction on how to use them. So I am not an expert, and the experts are already presenting. Suffice to say that yes, let's all wake up. I know the other day I was in a School of Agriculture and Rural Development in near Dimapur, Mezifema, yeah, in Nagaland. When there in April, then I realized that the students are all studying about this agriculture, horticulture, and from all over the country. I mean, very interestingly, but they also need to introduce the technology that we have here. Then the study of the students and the academic can be much more meaningful, and can be much more meaningful, and can produce definitely better results. So we are moving, and I'm sure that all of you are updating with the technology that's happening all over the world, it's more and more technology, and therefore let's use it. And I'm happy to be in the midst of all of you. My request in final is that when you go back to your state, to your home, to your departments, to your friends, spread this message that here we have availability of this resource, this knowledge, this technology, this support, and that everyone comes forward and begin to make best of use it. And we tell the students, we tell even the maybe we even go to the schools, for instance, recently on 4th of this month, President had launched, Honorable President had launched in Guwahati, a portal which developed with NetFee and us. And it's one portal which will open up all the courses that a student can opt. The different hundreds and thousands of the subjects that can be studied, and also hundreds and hundreds of job opportunities that one can, especially government jobs and otherwise, and also thousands of business and entrepreneurship ideas, all in a portal. Because the simple thing is that I, number one, do not have knowledge of guiding young people in career and livelihood. Very limited. Sorry, I have very limited knowledge. Maybe a few traditional, career. Apart from that, sorry, I'm not prepared to really guide properly a young person, a young woman or man. And also, even if I have all the knowledge, where is the time for me to go and and share? Absolutely impossible. From morning till night, all of us are busy, and where is the time for me, even if I have all this knowledge? So the best thing for me is that put the whole thing together, put it in a portal, and let everyone go and visit. And a click of a button, the whole thing opens up. That's what technology is about. So we, the NetFee and NEC, cannot go anywhere, but now we can reach out to thousands and lakhs and millions of young people who would like to, and weigh and opt and see what are the career and livelihood options that they can take up in life. It's called Advancing Northeast. You just Google it, it'll appear. We found that there are a few things that we need to kind of streamline and give some finishing touches. We're going to do that. That's this work under progress, and it's going to be dynamic, and it's going to be updated continuously. So 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the line, it will be even much better than what it is now. It is very good. What I'm trying to say is that it's a digression, but the point is that technology helps us to reach out to hundreds and thousands and lakhs and millions, which physically we cannot do. Physically, you cannot do many things, but with the help of technology, we can do much. So this much, I would like to, once again, thank all of you, and it's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you.
May I now request the next participant to speak on, that is Dr. Shyam Sundar Kundu, to speak and explain on the space and atmospheric science program that NESAC is implementing.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Good evening, respected seniors, dignitaries, and friends. I'll be speaking on space and atmospheric science. This is we have a small team of 6 scientists with whom we are working. The thrust areas of the space and atmospheric science activities is that improving the short and medium range weather forecast over India. As you are aware that Northeast region is a very complex region. It has mountains, valleys, and also it is influenced by the oceanic circulation that comes from Bay of Bengal. So forecasting weather over this region has been very challenging. There were a lot of instances where weather forecast did not come well. So we have put our maximum resources on improving this particular aspect. Particularly, we are focusing on short and medium range, where starting from 6 hours to up to 7 days is our target. But presently we are giving forecast up to 48 hours. And then we have been assimilating the space and ground-based data into the numerical model. Another thrust area is that we are slowly moving to probabilistic forecast, because this is the thing which is slowly gaining popularity, because this is where the accuracy is better using ensemble techniques. Presently, we are working on deterministic system, and also customized forecast at desired resolution based on user needs. Another thrust area of our activity is that characterizing the major drivers of regional climate change. There are many drivers, but we are primarily focusing on the aerosols and the greenhouse gases, and also the atmospheric boundary layer physics and dynamics. And another important area where we are focusing is aerosol, cloud, and precipitation interaction. You may be aware that the rainfall pattern of our Northeast region has been changing, and in last 20 years, if we see, the monsoon rainfall of our Northeast has always been less than the long-term period average. And one of the reasons for this is that how the aerosol, the dust particles, particularly dust and carbon, how they interact with the atmosphere. So that is known to be a major driver for such changes in the aerosol, precipitation pattern. So we are trying to understand that. And third priority area is disaster management support and risk reduction. This is very important area actually for us, because all the disasters that you see over Northeast region are primarily induced by the meteorological factors. So we have been working on severe storm nowcasting and location-based lightning early warning system for the Northeast region. We have started working on this, and also we have been supporting the flood early warning system by providing weather forecast through numerical model, as well as through analog synoptic scale forecast, and also forecasting of severe weather, heat waves, soil moisture, etc. Also we have been trying. And the fourth vertical is that enhancing the surface-based meteorological observation over in-year. This is very important because 15 years back, if we look in when we started our activity, there are hardly 20 automatic weather stations, 20 first class 1 observatories of our Northeast region. But that changed when we started installing more stations. Eventually, IMD and other institutes also have set up stations, weather stations. So presently, we have about 150 automatic weather stations. This is important because everything cannot be supported by space-based platforms. So you need ground-based measurements. Even to validate these space-based things, we need ground-based measurements. So this has been done using this automatic weather stations network. And another very important facility that ISRO has set up is a polarimetric Doppler weather radar has been set up at Sohra, earlier Cherrapunji, which gives us uninterrupted data on cloud and rainfall and wind over large area covering Meghalaya, Southern Assam, Tripura, part of Mizoram, as well as large part of Bangladesh, because the weather that affects the Northeast region actually travels from Bangladesh. So this particular radar helps us in monitoring the approaching weather systems towards the Northeast region. And not only that, we also have established a network of lightning detectors in collaboration with National Remote Sensing Center and Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, network of disdrometers, and also 3 aerosol observatories. So this particular thing we gave up because one of the mandate of NESAC was to set up a space science instrument hub, which will be eventually acting as a regional facility. So this, as on date, probably we can say that really an instrument hub has been set up at NESAC, and through this platform, I thought it would be good to share with all our users. Many people are joining online. That these are the series of instruments that we have presently at NESAC, and some of the instruments, with some of the instruments, we have collected data for more than 5 years. And we'll be very happy to share this data with any academic institutes who are really interested to take up joint projects with us. So we have mostly focusing on aerosols, physical and optical properties, greenhouse gases. Recently, we have set up this particular instrument. This is the UHF wind profiler. This is the first of its kind in Northeast region. ISRO has set this up, and this particular instrument will give us 3D wind up to a height of 8 to 9 kilometers. And which will help us in doing a lot of research on particularly monsoon progress and monsoon physics. Yeah, so we are working with in collaboration with our ISRO centers, particularly SPL, SAC, PRL, NARL, and IITM, also some of the academic institutes. We have done some of the brainstorming sessions, and also last 3 years back, we had conducted a lightning resilient India campaign, because when you talk about lightning, one of the best way to minimize the lightning induced death is making people aware about what to do and what not to do during lightning. So such campaign also we conducted. So here quickly to tell about the little about the activities in the improving in the weather forecasting domain. Here we have shown the domain that we cover. We cover a large region as our domain 1, because we need to look at what is happening around Indian subcontinent to really forecast what will be happening in our northeast region. And we run the model at different resolutions, 27, 9, and 3 kilometers, depending on user requirement, with 1 hour time integration and 48 hours, up to 48 hours forecast. We assimilate data from AWS, satellites, one day, and EWR. This is how we can really improve the weather forecast, because only when local data goes into the model, the forecast actually improves. And validation is always a part of the whole business. I just want to draw your attention to this particular image. This shows that what was the performance of our model during 2021. And here you can see that over the last part of Northeast region, the bias has been within 10 millimeters. So this is actually a very good forecast, except some part of Arunachal Pradesh and southern Meghalaya. The forecast from NESAC has been very good. These are some of the things that we have been working in the aerosol domain. We have been operating 3 aerosol observatories, 2 in high altitude Himalayan region in Tawang and at Lachung. This is as part of a Himalayan aerosol program of ISRO, and 1, of course, at NESAC. And there are many observations. We have conducted a lot of campaigns also to understand how the aerosol regional feature is. And one of the great things that we observed over Lachung is that the pollution the aerosol that we see over Lachung or over Tawang is mostly transported from the Gangetic Valley, which is relatively polluted, as well as partly from the Brahmaputra Valley. And one of the bad impact of this could be that these aerosols can get deposited over snow and then accelerate snow melting, because we have seen that over Tawang or Lachung, the black carbon concentration is really high. Compared to the clean area, if we look at the clean area those are. And in boundary layer also, we are doing a lot of studies. We are trying to understand the vertical profile of aerosol, because it's not only about what is the aerosol concentration at the ground level. More important is how this aerosol is distributed vertically. And for that, we use a Kaitun tethered balloon, and we can attach payloads in that tethered balloon, and this balloon can go up to 1 kilometer, and we can see the how the aerosol is distributed over up to 1,000 meter. And we have seen that in some of the times, like over some places, Dhubri, particularly over the western part of the northeast region, the concentration is high over entire column. This is one flagship program that we have started, severe storm and lightning nowcasting. We have done, first of all, we did a lightning hazard mapping for the entire northeast region, and we can see the western part of northeast region is more vulnerable to lightning compared to the eastern part or the northern part. And presently, we are developing a lightning early warning system in which we are tracking individual cells. And when you track those cells, up to a lead time of 30 to 40 minutes, with very confidently, we'll be able to tell which way lightning is going to impact. This includes data from satellite, data from radar, as well as data from the lightning network.
When you say cells, they are cumulonimbus clouds.
Mostly, yes, sir. These are
Most of
cumulonimbus
them.
clouds, yes.
Clusters of cumulonimbus clouds.
Clusters of cumulonimbus.
Yeah, continue.
And this is the radar that I was talking about. Has been set up at Cherrapunji, and this was installed by Honorable Prime Minister. This was dedicated to nation on May 27, 2016 by Honorable Prime Minister. And this is a polarimetry radar, and this radar helps us to monitor each and every cell that is approaching towards Meghalaya, Tripura, Southern Assam particularly.
Okay.
And this data is actually available. Any user want to use this data for research or for application, I will be happy to share the data. Another work that we are working doing for the NIPCO, that we have set up a network of automatic weather stations, and all this data has been converted into, has been put into a dashboard which can be visualized on real time. And this particular dashboard is regularly been monitored by, I think, DC Lakhimpur.
It's a sort of byproduct from FLU's project.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they look at the data in real time. We have given a dashboard. The data normally lies in the MOSDEC portal, but then it's little difficult to see the data there. So exclusively for them, we have developed a portal and made the data available to them.
Good, very good.
So these are some of the user base. Our users, obviously, we are little more oriented towards research, so our user base is a little bit less, but still we have some users, and these are the capabilities that we see can take up, like forecast for hydropower or wind power industries, customized high resolution severe weather forecast or impact based forecast, because this IMD is also focusing on impact based forecast. Like if we just say wind will be 30 meter per hour, many people don't know what will be the impact. So impact based forecast is more important. Location based lightning nowcasting, and also hail warning, we are trying to see something can be done. We can take up collaborative campaigns. Then high resolution climate projection, we just started working on this climate change impact and vulnerability assessment.
Okay.
And utilization of AI and ML in weather forecasting, this is a emerging area. We have also started working on this.
Okay.
Geophysical parameter retrieval, or like rainfall estimates, wind estimates using satellite, UAV, or radar data. And obviously, we will be happy to collaborate with any user to take up projects covering our task areas.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all, sir. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Sham. But I just wanted to add one small, I have been talking to you in person. For the benefit of all other participants here, the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, through an organization, autonomous organization called Samir, that ministry's autonomous organization called Samir in IIT Bombay, has established a northeastern stratosphere troposphere radar in the Guwahati University campus. I do not know whether anybody is from Guwahati University per se, but that instrument that established that equipment spent about 29 crores. I happen to be the chairman of that committee, project review and monitoring committee of that project, of METI project. And that facility is now operational, available for the benefit of users of this region. In fact, I have been advising Shyam and his team to collaborate with the Guwahati University. He is also a doctorate from same department, and make use of those stratosphere, troposphere means up to 14, 15, 16 kilometers high above this surface. The wind directions, the UV and W, UV and Z could be easily found out, the direction and the speed of the wind currents, so that the westerlies and the southwesterlies, where they meet and why the thunderstorms are forming over the western part of northeast. That could also be one experimental project that can be investigated further. So it's only a suggestion, which you are fully aware of it. For the benefit of others, I've said so. Yeah. All right.
So, whatever we are doing, it is good that we are doing that forecasting. But as far as the whole Northeast is concerned, and then in terms of instrumentation, in terms of actual forecasting, and so that in minimizing or reducing impact of disaster, what are the requirements, so that earlier also we were discussing
this is whatever we have shown is actually because Northeast
most
almost
of the things, even AWS are also they're obsolete and outdated.
Some are because virtually nothing was there when we started, and then whatever 150 number is not at all enough, because as per WMO recommendation, if we see over a region like Northeast, every 10 kilometers there should be a rainfall measuring station. And if we go by that, around 600 weather station is actually required. Many plain areas like Andhra Pradesh, they have about 5,000, 4,000 kind of weather station has been set up there. So we should have at least 600 to 700 weather stations, more radars, because presently we have 3 radars, 2 operated by IMD in Dibrugarh and 1 in Agartala, and third one is operated by us in Cherrapunji. But Arunachal Pradesh is almost uncovered. We actually, and the rainfall of Arunachal Pradesh is the main reason which brings flood in Brahmaputra Valley. Of course, I heard that IMD has taken up a project to set up a series of X-band radars along the Indo-China border in Arunachal Pradesh.
Okay. Dr. Parihar has something to tell us.
It's good we have established something which you have termed as a instrumentation hub. I think the time has come to do a audit of the instrumentation which is available in the region and each component of the disasters which are happening. Like, for example, this area is also known to be seismically very active.
Correct.
We had started putting a seismograph, which we had put in the very first office building, this thing behind. Now, seismic activities, GSI may be having, IMD may have put, but I think there is a need to have a complete audit of this instrumentation, because to me, as it appears, with due respect to all those old departments, with time, they became slow, sluggish, and they did not update. And we must also feel good that an institution like IMD approached us the Doppler weather radar you manage. So that speaks about your competence. The confidence of the nation in reposing responsibility on you when this high technology instrumentation has to be used. So, sir, my request will be to Northeast Council also, because you are the institution which is coordinating, that this kind of audit to come out with the recommendation, what are the gaps, and that should be filled. And I am very sure that Northeast SPS Application Center will stand up to this thing if they have established the Doppler weather radar and running it for the IMD. Many such things ISRO and Northeast Council and NESAC will do. So this is one small suggestion comes to my mind.
Network of AWS or the ground-based surface observations is really inadequate in Northeast, such a hilly terrain. State like Karnataka has got a automated telemetered rain gauge stations for every Gram Panchayat. There are 5,700 Gram Panchayats, and every Gram Panchayat has got an automated telemetered rain gauge. Very valuable resource for doing any studies. In fact, that point data is being interpolated and polygons are created, and they are using it for adjudicating the crop insurance programs under Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. So I am totally agreeing with Shyam's suggestion of augmenting and strengthening the surface observatories. Even to validate our satellite-based retrievals, thermal bands or water vapor spectral bands, and estimating the water vapor in the upper layers of the atmosphere. Some of these things can be validated only when we have instruments, surface instruments, as well as those automatic systems that we have here. It's very important. In fact, in the presence of Honorable Secretary NEC, if you can consider, sir, funding some of these automatic weather stations, some more, and better accuracy, better interval of time. Because what is the temporal resolution of our AWS? 1 hour.
1 hour.
1 hour. But in 1 hour, several things can happen in a severe thunderstorm, no?
Right. Severe thunderstorm requires 15 minutes.
We need a better precision and better spatial and temporal resolution AWS.
Sir, one more thing, this MOES, they are also having a plan, I think, for last 2-3 years. They said they will come out and then come out with the establishment of AWS, this MOES, Ministry of Earth Sciences. So this IMD comes under that, and then they are thinking of doing for the whole India. And then Northeast is such a place. So because of the weather also, it changes very frequently. And then we require, particularly for disaster management side, saving the life. Like one is lightning instrumentation and X-band radars, which are ranging small, but they give more accurate results. And also weather stations.
And that's how, Dr. Raju, there has to be a comprehensive study addressing all the disasters.
If you can help us,
and then come out with
can coordinate in doing that proposal, other things, and then funding may come maybe from MOES also.
Let NESAC draft a proposal on that.
Yes.
Let us go through a round of the review of that and then put up the proposal to either to device or to NEC. Okay. Shall we close this?
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
May I request quickly Ramani Kant Das. Ramani Kumar Das, sorry. Ramani Kumar Das, sorry. Kamini Kant Sharma and Ramani Kumar Das. Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. Respected Chairman, sir. Respected NEC Secretary, sir. Director NESAC, former directors, all delegates, my colleagues. So I'll basically give a thing on the SATCOM application only, which is mainly for the societal application. I'll take a very short thing. So our task area mainly in education, the field of education, medicine, emergency communication, location-based services, and we are also doing a cabin provision experiment, and GSAT-20 hub management and operation, which is a new addition to the whole area actually. So if you see, just like tell a little history only, of 2005 in our teleeducation, we have a channel called Training and Development Communication Channel. So it is a ISRO unique channel was there, where we have a studio at that time in the old office, and we used to broadcast the programs. We used to live. It is basically a one-way audio, one-way video, and two-way audio. We have some direct reception set all over the headquarters of Northeast, and we should do some social application program only. And later on, it is coming tele-education program using the EduSat, the satellite basically. So now at that time it is actually fragmented way. So all the satellite, all the states of the Northeast, they got their hubs. So they can do the programs in their own language, in their own contents. So varieties of network are established. So we have a set up some 7 of hubs in all Northeast, and some 333 satellite internet terminals. These are now also working. So basically we help education, basically secondary education to complement, to supplement the education thing. And also we are doing the various capacity building and training activity in rural development, especially by Assam. And thousands of students have benefited. A lot of program broadcasted and telecasted using this network. And still now it is working, but we are in a process to go for a separate network for the tele-education now. So these are the one, this is the one actually just a statistics only where it is where, and basically all the education department in the Northeast, they are the responsible, they are the user agency, basically SCRT is a user agency, and we are looking after the whole network. In telemedicine, it was started in 2003 only. So initially ISRO started the program, and later on NEC also joined the program. So we have a combined program called ISRO and NEC Joint Telemedicine Projects. Now the project is closed actually. But it is given a good boosting to the whole hospital for a telemedicine initiation and all. A lot of consultation is conducted by this network. A lot of CME program, continuing medical education, is conducted. Now there is a more to revival of this network using the latest technology. But till now, some 22 nodes are still operational in the various army and civilian hospitals. So this also we are thinking in a new line, how, because now technology changes, a lot of new technologies are there, how we can cope up the new technology and how we can go ahead with that. So some processes are going on for that. Regarding emergency communication support, actually we are keeping some kind of instruments which are normally developed by ISRO.
Sorry, Ramani, before you proceed further, that army telemedicine which we initiated,
yes,
all the nodes are functional?
Yes, sir, all nodes are functional. And there is a 5 numbers only. In Northeast, after around 20 more numbers have come up.
Under the army?
Under the army. Under army, under ITBP, and employment, that ESI hospital also, then in border area also,
Our chairman gave a special approval for that.
Yes, sir, yes.
Okay, continue, please.
So this is another area. So we are keeping the various devices with us, and especially in 2004 and 2008, we provided a lot of support in Assam, basically. And we used to provide the security forces also as per the need, providing our various equipments which is available to ISRO for their use and all. So this is another thing, location-based services using the NAVIC receiver, as all NAVIC receiver which I talk about. Actually, this is initiated by our SATCOM only. Initially, that Bluetooth Gogon device. Initially, purchased some 500 numbers for NEC, and it was tested, found good. Later on, again, we purchased more than 250 numbers. So this is giving good support. So this kind of background thing, like support, technological support, and what should we come up, these things we are doing. And different experiment also we are doing under this initially. So now also we are doing a lot of experiment under this thing. And one more thing, we are also handling that NAVIC whole station actually, the RNS station which is here. If you go to our office today, you will see the thing. This also managed by us. And one more MCF station is coming in NESAC for the tracking of the communication satellite. So this also are providing whole support to all ISRO and ISTRAC and NESAC. So this is another R&D program only for the K-band propagation experiment. As a K-band propagation is highly actually attenuated by rain, but is a lot of potential with the respect to spectrum. We have it is a running program with in association with SAC as well as ONERA France. So with this R&D program, we are doing it, studying the thing. And one GSAT 29, maybe knowing GSAT 29 is a high throughput satellite. So it is basically to give the connectivity northeast. So to connect the unconnected places to far-reaching places. So already hub is placed in Guwahati. So we are providing all support for operational management, and it is a good thing that very soon, actually it is some kind of commercial type only with some agencies, you will get internet using the VSAT. So it will be done, especially the rural areas where the internet is not available. By
Mhm.
placing that kind of one feature, you can get a net, which will boost many activities, many development activities. It will boost up. So soon it will come up. So these are various user department, all education department, panchayat raj department, health department, planning, place like that. So basically we are doing the societal activity only to help the society as a whole. And these are we are 3 members only, myself, Anjan Devnath, he is my senior colleague, then he is a junior colleague, and my Himanshu. So 3 the person in the group. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ramani. But one small query.
Yes.
During COVID, the last 1.5 years,
Yes, sir.
Online education has
Yes,
become
sir.
very popular.
Yeah.
Were there any users in the northeastern region seeking our support to facilitate tele-education?
Yes, sir. What happened, sir? Initially, we have supported, but
Ah.
later on, what happened, because all our SITs in school,
Mhm.
that time school also closed.
I see.
So that's why they could not use the facility. But what they have done use the facility, main studio facility.
Okay.
And that time, as you know, sir, all Zoom facility, Zoom, Google Meet, everything have come up. So people are using that only.
I see.
Now slowly they are coming to that, because now it seems that internet is the only backbone.
I see.
And if you resort to internet, many things can be sorted out.
Okay.
And everything can be connected.
Okay.
So that's why either satellite, either broadband satellite, or where the satellite is not available for normal connectivity, in that case satellite connectivity, like everybody is talking about Starlink and one other thing only. The similar thing only, sir, if you can put in the remote areas, all remote areas can be connected with the internet as a backbone.
Okay.
So
Using our studio,
yeah,
which is such a beautiful
Yes, sir.
infrastructure what we
Yes,
have,
yeah.
can we develop some educational modules?
Yes, sir. Already, sir, we have developed that time also
Mm.
regarding some capacity building, mainly in education or
Mm.
rural development or
Mm.
disaster management. We have developed many content that
Mm.
is given to the various agencies. So they are utilizing that.
Okay.
And this studio, sir, we are going to upgrade this studio again.
Okay.
So that it will be online kind of thing. You can teach also, you can produce the course also.
Okay.
So we are in process of that.
Mm.
In that means it will be like a multi-dimensional kind of thing only, sir.
I mean education material.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I got it, sir.
Mm.
Now, sir, now that time, sir, when you are there, that time making a content is different.
I know.
Now, sir, making a content is very different, sir.
Okay.
So now it can be done within very small setup also, that can be done.
Okay.
So definitely we can do it, sir.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, sir.
I'm happy. Thank you for this presentation. So there is a last item. Now we have enough opportunity to interact and seek some clarifications from the participants. You can pose the queries to all the 8 presenters, and I know in between, but I am sorry to say that because the amount of information you are supposed to communicate to the large audience is so much.
Yes, sir.
You have been doing such a human service and large quantity of work being generated, and lot of it is research. Some of them receiving even awards. Appreciation from none other than the Home Minister and President of India and PM. So.
Again, I'm sure that the whole day today and tomorrow you will be going through many facets and the various dimensions of that space technology and which are there. See, again, that original concern is that how do we take it to the users? I'm sure that you don't have an immediate answer to that, but just would like to request our director also to think about it. See, the point is that many of these people who may not know actually. I think it was Steve Jobs who says that people don't know what they want until you give them. So he made a smartphone and gave to all of us, and then we all are today with it. So we didn't know. We didn't ask also. We never asked Steve Jobs. We didn't even tell him. But he said that people don't know what they want till you show and give it to them. So people, that's one level, but people may know the need, but the point is that many will not know where to go to. Again, the fundamental concern is that how do we reach to them? I think we need to engage on this more and more so that maximum users at least know these are available And of course, the next step is that how they will make use of that. Yeah.
So this first of its kind, this was never done earlier. This one method with dots. User interaction. One of the methods. We totally accept your suggestions, sir. Your advice. In fact, such type of user interaction details should happen more frequently.
I read somewhere that in India, maybe it is universal, that like ICR and other this agriculture research institution, 90% of their successful research never reach the field. Maybe more than 90%. So what has happened is that the problem is that how to link up their successful, research to the users. So they're, somehow it's so difficult. Anyway, I get
to this audience. I just wanted to ask a simple, appears to be a silly question. Today, after hearing these 8 presentations, have you heard something new that you have never heard of it in the past? From the 8 presentation made just the last 1.5 hours, have you heard something new happening here, which is not known to you? Is it a difficult question to answer? What I'm asking is, did we present to you something that you have not heard of, that this center can capable of doing it? Did we convey that to you? I'm happy to hear at least few of them saying yes. I could have expected a more yes from the number of participants here. Okay. There are several. Okay. There is a response from that. Oh, so nice to hear that. Okay. So nice to hear that. That response is very encouraging. So I take the privilege of thanking the organizers for having given us this opportunity of chairing this excellent session, technical session, that too on issues addressing the developmental needs of this region and services that this center can provide. I thank my rapporteur, Dr. B.K. Handig. I'm very sure both of us would make exchange our notes and make a solid recommendations from this session, and we will hand it over to you, to the director of NESAC, before we leave the Shillong. Okay. With this, I thank you all for having participated so calmly, and interactive sessions were useful, and the presentations were extraordinarily good for the user community to know such good work is happening in our center, NESAC. Thank you all very much. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Indeed, a very interactive session. After lunch, we can never think of this session has already consumed another session. So such an interactive session. And no, sir, it's really, because being a NESAC member, I can understand, like summarize the work within 5-10 minutes. It's not like easy task. So, and thanks to Sri K. Moses Chalai, Sir, Secretary NEC, for gracing the occasion. Now, we would like to felicitate the speaker of the session, because the people of NESAC, the scientists of NESAC, for all of them, we are today here gathering, and we are celebrating that we are, whatever we are doing good for our Northeastern region. So in that note, I just want to request Chair of the session, Nageshwar Rao sir, kindly felicitate. First, I would like to invite Dr. B.K. Handig. He is also happened to be the repo chair of the session. No, sir will felicitate you, sir. Okay. Next, I would like to request Dr. Kasturi Chakrabarty, scientist NESAC. Next, I would like to request Dr. Diganta Burman, scientist NESAC, kindly. Okay. Now, may I request Sri Samarjit sir, Samarjit Singh, NESAC, scientist NESAC, kindly come over. I'm requesting Dr. Janita M. Nongkinri, scientist NESAC, kindly come over. I'm requesting Sri Victor Saikhom, kindly come over. I'm requesting, I've already requested Victor Saikom, I think. Now I'm requesting Dr. S.S. Kundu, scientist NESAC, please come over. I'm requesting Sri Ramani Kumar Das, sir, kindly come over. Thank you so much, sir, for doing the honor. Now I'm requesting Sri K. Moses Solai, Secretary NEC. Sir, kindly felicitate the chair of this session. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now with this, we come to the conclusion of technical session 2A. Now we will break for tea, and tea is waiting outside for all of us. So we will have the tea and we will meet again after 15 minutes for technical session 2B. Thank you all. Thank you.
हम सोने जाएंगे आज कल नहीं आऊंगी आज है ना हमारा कोई काम नहीं है इधर भाई
seismic hazard and probability of being then give me some RPR is a person. No, I'm talking. Me too.
Science is mostly related to the disaster. He's not allowing me to speak any other issue. How come already? And then he doesn't like suicides. That's what he is telling me. That long back in 1942, what he suggested.
Oh, yes, I heard it. Setiap bola kali itu nak kalau Kalau NESAC berapa ya dulu? Tolong itu keluar. Hah?
But yeah. Okay, fortunately, we have Jonali ma'am with us now. Actually, we are doing gap filling by calling Kasturi ma'am, and she is readily available. Okay, so now we are moving towards the it will be concluding at the no, okay. Okay. Okay, sir. This technical session is interactive session, understanding users' needs and feedback. It is my honor to introduce to all of you the chair of this technical session, Sri PLN Raju, former director NESAC. Sir is currently holding the position as Director ASPC, Special Secretary, Science and Technology, Government of Assam. Sir has served NESAC as a director from October 2015 to June 2021. As a director in NESAC, he was spearheading remote sensing applications to natural resources, disaster risk reduction activities, satellite communications, telemedicine, teleeducation, space science and meteorology. And sir has also contributed immensely for training, capacity building and outreach activities for northeastern region of India. He has also established the UAV remote sensing activities at NESAC, and during his tenure, NESAC had taken a big leap in terms of infrastructure development. Now, sir, I am handing over the session to you. Kindly do the honor.
Rekha Gugoi. Yeah. So now this is very important session because mainly this Northeastern User Interaction Meet 2022, which is organized for the first time, basically to understand the user needs or whatever they are doing, they continue to do, and then if they want any support technically and expertise wise, how that NESAC can help in that direction. So today we have 4 states. One is Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Manipur, and Meghalaya. So I just wanted to understand from the organizers who are all will be there from different states like Arunachal Pradesh. Is it HK Datta? Is he available? So if he is available, please come online and inform. Another is Dr. Ranadhir from Manipur, Director MARSAC, Manipur Remote Sensing Application Center. I'm asking them to come online and then to say hello, say they present, so that we can start. Another is Robert Lingdo, Secretary Planning from Meghalaya. Any of them are there available online? And from anyhow, we are there here from Assam Status Application Center, and Pankaj also is there, and then from Soil Conservation also. They can also tell what they wanted when we talk about Assam. Yeah. So. Yeah, maybe I think you have to call them, I think. One session we have skipped. So in the meantime, what I can do is we can take up Assam first. Yeah, correct. So Assam we will take up, and then also we are.
Yes, sir. Good evening to sir, everyone. Myself,
Rishikesh Datta. Yeah, you are ready with your presentation or discussion point from your side? Datta, you are able to hear? Please speak out so that we know. We are not getting your voice. He joined? Yeah, you are not audible. Dattaji, what I suggest is you just see that your audio video.
Now I'm audible.
Yeah, you are audible now.
Yeah, sir. Now it is okay, I think.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, sir.
So you want to brief yourself?
So good afternoon.
Yeah. Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So respected Dr. PLN Raju sir, the retired director NESAC, and then all our previous directors of NESAC and distinguished scientists of NESAC. And so over the years, we can see we have close collaboration with NESAC in implementing various projects, especially after the organizing the state meet, then after the launching of NESDR, then recently after the plan of action using space technology. In fact, we have got around 38 numbers of projects. So coming back to our state again, our state, Arunachal Pradesh, is a hilly and mountainous with rugged topography. Besides, our state is located in seismic zone 5. So there exists in vulnerability of earthquake, landslide, and flash flood, as you all know. So my concern is the satellite data availability in pre and post disaster, sir. So during the rainy season, already we have been reported of development of artificial reservoirs, which actually has a threatening of collapsing of dam and sudden flood in the downstream. So this type of during this time, and sometimes river turn muddy, sometimes turbulence occurred. So during this time we need the satellite data, and getting satellite data is a big problem for us. So I request to the forum that if there is a system of providing us satellite data as and when required, it will be of immense uses. But it is a requirement of again state government, because last time you remember, sir, PLN, sir, no, ADP, at the time I think SP Agora sir has come. So I have seen that at the time we didn't get the data, and we have to rely on some NGOs from the Bangalore. They got some data from the foreign satellites, and they shared with us. So these are the things actually. When we have the Indian satellite or some foreign satellite data through NRSC data center, so but we didn't get. This is the things. So actually, that is our secretary, chief secretary, all people concerned at the when ISRO is there, we should get some data during those time actually, at the time of emergency or at the time of urgency. This is one point, sir. Then, sir, in border areas, you know, sir, during your time only, we have taken up some projects. Actually, NESAC has taken up some project for road alignment study for the BRO, and recently under plan of action also, we have three stretches of road. There we are going to implement the road alignment study, and suitability analysis also we have done. RD development plan of Kahoki, Vito, and Mosai. So such type of project we anticipated more from the NESAC under plan of action or other programs, sir. Then coming to, sir, we heard about the state data, satellite data policy formulated by the NRSC. So especially, sir, NRSC, that I could understand something, but geospatial data, that is the vector data, often we get Indian from the different organization, the academician, then private organization, even through some government department. So what happened? They actually nowadays, earlier it was like that we could give them just PDF data or JPEG data, but nowadays they are strictly asking the SAFE file. And giving SAFE file for this state is very difficult, as you understand, sir. Some data we can share with, but some data we can't share with. But so I request this all these distinguished members to look at it and help us in formulating a geospatial data policy. So what are the data we can give? And another thing I would like to ask you that often in some national mode projects, generally funded by NRSC or NESAC or SAC or ISRO headquarters, we are supplied with the satellite data. But what other people when come to know that we have the satellite data, so whether RSEC is authorized generated satellite data, because we have the international border around 1680 kilometers with China, Bhutan, and Myanmar. So this is our big concern. So I ask the esteemed members to look on it, sir. And fourth point is drone survey. Recently, we have procured, earlier we were given one drone that is, I think, DJ Matrix 100. So it was out of order. It is now lying in NESAC only for requirement. So recently we have got another drone from our state resources. So we have to take up different project on collaborative mode with NESAC, sir. Then another project we have seen, sir, that is Rice Information System in Meghalaya. So similar project can we take up in for the Arunachal Pradesh? And so another thing is that so fuse projects, sir. Fuse we have seen it should be, I think, since 2018. It has been, we have supplied different data received from the Water Resource Department from the Dibang Valley Basin. But we think that not only Dibang Valley Basin, other basins like Siang, Kameng, Subansiri may be considered in phase manner. And also now it is in whatever forecasting is made, it is on trial basis. So we want that instead of trial, so now we have to go for some kind of confirm not is forecasting is forecasting only, but some kind of good forecasting. Because our rainy season has started, people are looking for, because disaster management, water resource board department have received those type of data, but this should be a kind of not on a trial basis, but trial already we have done for I think 2-3 years. So we look for some kind of alertness, and whatever data is required from our end we can supply, sir. And so regarding NESDR also, NESDR, as you know, sir, initially those data were those money internet the bandwidth was supplied by the NESAC through BSNL. But for last couple of months, I just defunct because of non-availability of internet connectivity of 10 Mbps. Because here it is internet connectivity is very difficult. So I request present director as well as all the members to look at it. Sir. And sir, training on advancement of space technology to SRSec. So we have seen through the presentation, we have seen the NESAC has received a lot of things but we also want to develop our not only field of remote sensing in the field of space technology, space science like this also, meteorology also, whatever is possible, sir. So we want definitely to support, sir. Then regarding bamboo mapping, sir, it was done in the year 2005. So it was long back. So I think, sir, it should be again monitored with latest satellite data. So I think after 15 years also it can be seen. And some kind of detailed mapping kind of species, different bamboo species are there that can be. And recently our state government is putting some idea like seed dropping or seed bombing or those degraded areas using drone. There also we need support from your answer because it will augment our reforestation effort in those areas, sir. And last one, sir, that is the CARTO-DM. CARTO-DM, no doubt we have been using, often we get CARTO-DM also we have faced problem because all are not homogeneous, sir. Somewhere it is not good. Whenever we look for the control data, it is not good product. After we are grateful to the NESAC for whenever and whatever requirement we require, support required, help required, we always receive, sir.
Yeah,
thank you, sir.
Dattaji, thank you so much. You have put all lot of problems and issues.
Yeah.
I think we'll come by one.
Yes, sir.
So one is
Yes, sir.
related to some of the things what NESAC is doing for other states, like drone survey. Anyhow,
Yes,
they are
sir.
drone survey. If you talk, already they are doing and they have the expertise.
Yes.
Whatever is support is required, I'm
Yes,
sure
sir.
they support. And rice information system, what is they are doing for that Meghalaya. So similar thing, I think it is not a difficult thing.
Yes, sir.
So you can discuss your exact requirement and come forward so that project can be formulated and they can take it up.
Okay.
Another is related to
Okay,
the
sir.
cruise. Already they are in developmental stage. I think from your side there is a
Yes, sir. That I know.
and then there is some difficulty coordination water resources flood department. So I think
In fact, I have written letter to concerned department of your state also. So we need some field data for finalization and converting this experimental to the operational.
Oh.
Kindly help us in that. Okay.
Okay, sir. Definitely, sir. Definitely.
Yeah, it is pending for quite long. I think you can initiate process so that whatever it is being done for Assam, it can be also we can initiate for.
It is already under expansion. It is already covered. But calibration.
Yeah. So there are other things related to the disaster, as you said during the disaster time. What NESAC they have a disaster center is there. DRR is there, and then whatever your requirement, you should write to the NRSC director from your higher level, maybe chief secretary or the secretary of concerned department,
Yes,
and
sir.
a copy to NESAC so that they can
Yes, sir.
initiate process. Because recently the same exercise is done for Assam. So when there are a lot of landslides and floods happen, same exercise we have taken up at Assam level. I'm just sharing my own experience from Assam side. So similar, I think exercise if you can take up, I think it will also help. Related to that data policy,
Yes, sir.
sharing of the data policy, ISRO, Government of India, ISRO, they already came up with a policy like if you listen to that Rajiv Morning, he said already already every stage is approved and then put up to the cabinet, and for the final approval, once it is there, that data is will be made available. Even what they said is up to 1 meter level. If it is a government to government, G to G, so they directly you get the data directly, satellite data. But a government to commercial, then it is a little different policy. Up to 5 meter, anyhow, it will be available like that. It is there. So, but as far as the sharing of the shape files, I think it is to the state government to decide. I think there is no role for that. As I think NESAC side, that is what I understand. So you can decide the policy on your side and then take it up. And then one is NESDR. What I understand is this is to Divyajyoti. Wherever that internet connection is there, but still you should connect it. Even I also found in Assam also that system is shut down and not put into use. So it is not correct. I told him also, and then it should be made use of it. I have noted, in Assam also, it is not working, but we have internet connection. So where no project is closed means it to be what secretary is telling. So the more and more people has to come and use. They don't know what is there. It's something like he has given example of a smartphone. So once the project is done, it has to be get implemented or used other side. So I think so that there you have to take
That
action.
and NESAC we will discuss, and I think whatever data we should have, it should be given to the people. That is a main
important
policy. Yeah, that is very, very important.
So related to bamboo mapping, I think already it is under process for at the national level.
This
NESAC.
proposal for covering entire northeast region is already there under POA projects. So once that project takes up, Arunachal is also covering.
Yeah, seed dropping also, NESAC has demonstrated UAV. If you can come forward and work. And related to the CARTO-DM, if you can put up that your points, viewpoints, so that NESAC, I can request him, send it to again NRSC to look into those problems, and also provide that where are the areas you are not getting a good DEM, you should be able to get those DEMs. I think any other point? Yeah. Thank you, Dattaji. And then one more important point I wanted to.
Thank you so much.
One more important point I wanted to tell is related to user requirements. See, what we are discussing is we are discussing at NESAC level and state remote sensing center, but there will be around 50 departments, 60 departments in Arunachal Pradesh, and then you have to have a discussion, one-to-one discussion, and try to understand and try to convince them what are the information data is available and NESDR or the NEDRP. There are so many things, or you generate your own database, so that all those things you should present to them, and they should also come out, okay, with such type of things are there, we can directly get benefit from your center, and wherever the expertise you don't have, so that NESAC should be able to help. So that means going towards the large number of users, so that the technology get effectively utilized among the departments in whole Arunachal Pradesh. This is the statement given by Secretary NEC. So I think you should also consider that. That means you should also hold the meeting, such type of any EIM 2022, what NESAC has conducted. I think at the state level, you should also do the similar exercise with the user department, so that you can also understand. And the next time you can come forward with more number of requirements.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, Dr. Ranadhir, you are there? Dr. Ranadhir. Yeah, we are not able to hear your audio. Are you able to? Ranadhir, you are able to hear us? If you are hearing us, you please raise your hand. I think you can sort out your technical issues and then we'll come back. So in the meantime, I think we'll go to the Assam. So now we have Mizoram. Mizoram नहीं है, मेघालय है. मेघालय. Robert Lingdo, Secretary Planning. I think Dibaswati just try to call them over phone. Yeah, Ranadhir, you are able to hear us? Are you please raise your hand if you are able to hear us? We are not getting your voice. We are not getting your voice. Unmute है, but लेकिन volume you just check. Is it a zero volume or full volume? Please speak out.
No speaker.
Not getting. We are not getting your voice. Okay. Yeah.
Just call him. मोबाइल पे कर ले अगर उस पर दिक्कत हो रही है ना
Either you reconnect again, close it again, you reconnect.
Sir, he can join from mobile if he has.
You can join from mobile otherwise. Yes. In the meantime, I'll also ask from Meghalaya, Robert Lingdo, Secretary Planning, if he is not there. Others who are all present here, so I think they can also speak from Meghalaya side. Who are all there from Meghalaya? I think agriculture. Yeah, here. I think we can take up Meghalaya first, and we go back to again Manipur. Yeah, please. You can inform which department you are, and then you can tell us what you are expecting. Yeah, please take the mic. Yeah.
Hello, sir. My name is Karalang Seth. I am from the Public Health Engineering Department, Government of Meghalaya. So here, like from our department, so what we would like to know is what can NESAC do to help us in rejuvenating of water sources or in recharging of groundwater. So
Spring water.
Spring water.
Yeah.
Spring water, as you had mentioned before.
Yeah.
So in that way, what kind of help can we get from NESAC?
Yeah.
So that we can sustain our source, or maybe we can increase the rate of water supply to the people of our state.
Yeah. Anybody else from agriculture, sericulture? Yeah. Yeah, please.
I am Surajit Borle. I'm from MSDMA, and we have a long association with NESAC, with MSDMA, and presently, one big assignment is going jointly with NESAC HRVA study in the 5 towns of Meghalaya, which we are waiting for the outcome. Because now, as per the PM 10-point agenda, SFDR and all the big platforms, we have to incorporate the HRVA in every plannings. And we're waiting for that. And we have already planned that after finishing these 5 townships, we are planning for 12 districts. So that is where we are quite optimistic about this outcome of the program, outcome of the study, number one. Number two is that this Kong Janita has already shared that the city is Shillong City Plan. It is under the MHA USA project, and which is very fantastic outcome of it. I congratulate the team. And another thing, they have already covered it with the microgenation of the city ward, all the city ward, and it is very helpful during the COVID time. And it is used as a IRS format, is called incident response system format, and the whole town was break up and with a donation, and with which is one of the ADC or is in charge of that particular zone, and is mapped out well. So these are few things which NESAC is jointly, and I recently Dr. Kasturi also taken with a forest fire incidents, and they also we just welcome that thing also, new initiatives. Recently, I got a mail from NESAC regarding this. I think May 12 or 13 is a flu project, and from me they call it, don't share this mail to anyone. Its disclaimer is there, but I want to share this information to all the district, because it's written there that is a 48 hours warning time, and all the which are rivers going to be high up, Kinseys and everything. So I just requested the NESAC from the SDMS side that please take the flu project in Meghalaya, because I'm hearing from Dr. Burman and other team member is going fantastic in Assam Lakhimpur area, where the community is involved into the technology. Thing is that why don't you take up in Meghalaya? Because thing is that it should be really helpful, particularly because is associated with the landslide and other calamities concerned, because we are sitting in the seismic zone 5 and other features. So in that case, I just from SDMS side, Meghalaya, I'm open up to take up more initiatives with the NESAC, and I hope they will definitely help us technically. If some of the things are really fly off my head, I cannot able to catch it because it's most technical. But some of the things that Vikram has said that UAV, we are planning to buy some UAVs. Definitely we'll consult NESAC to give us technical ideas on the how to, which is the things we have to buy these UAVs. With that note, thank you so much, sir. Thank you the NESAC team, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I think I have not mentioned, but otherwise, as far as Meghalaya is concerned, there is no state remote sensing center, but otherwise NESAC is taking care of all the requirement. I think best compliments to whole NESAC team, and particularly to Dr. Janita. So we are doing excellent work for Meghalaya. I just want her to brief quickly. So she is there. She has gone. Oh, okay. Otherwise, what I try to understand is see that other states are also coming forward that what Meghalaya is doing, like a rice information system, like Dr. Diganta mentioned, fluids they wanted for Arunachal. So and
this time we have given alert for flus for Meghalaya also. Diganta.
Many years of operationalization, even in Assam also, it is always advised to us by none other than the Disaster Management Authority that the relief and disaster managers are the people who need to be notified. If the public is notified, then there can be a panic situation also, and there are so many other management issues that will come up. So very sensitively, this particular information is now currently.
What he said is they are authority people only.
That's
the secretary NEC that they just go to the grassroots level, the information. The information should not be, because if you give me information,
No, I think, no, I got your point. Birman, I will answer this. No, this is very good idea, but you know that how to disseminate all this information. So there is a system. It is not like that I should go a villager and I will tell it tomorrow there is a flood. So there is a system. Now NESAC is not a disaster management agency. It is basically supporting to the disaster risk reduction. So then to whom we should contact? So for our primary contact is the SDMA, State Disaster Management Authority. So we have to transfer this information to State Disaster. Now it's up to the State Disaster Management Authority. If you feel that it should go to DDMA, fine, you can disseminate. We don't have any objection in it. If you feel it should go to the engineers over there, you can send it to them also. If you feel it can go to a villager also, you can. But you are the sole agency who can decide where to disseminate this information. NESAC is not. NESAC will give it to you, and it's up to you where to disseminate. Okay, so this is how we work with Assam also.
And another important point is you cannot compare with Assam with Meghalaya, and their catchment is very big, and your catchments are very small. And then whatever they said, 24 hours, 48 hours, I don't think it will work here. So it is only very less time, maybe 7 hours, 5 hours, 4 hours. It all depends upon the catchment size also. So that is what you have to be careful. I think horticulture department. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, means these are the things, these are the challenges actually, and we should accept. As a researcher, we should accept these challenges. And I appreciate you for this point. And certainly we will take it. Okay.
So I'm
I
Kaning
hope by
Shabang.
next year or next to next year, we will operationalize this in Meghalaya.
Okay. Okay, so I'm Kaning Shabang. Presently, I'm representing Directorate of Horticulture. So I want to share only a few wish lists that we have noted down. And one is we wanted a comprehensive agriculture and horticulture information system in the state. So we had requested NESAC to prepare the DPR, and we have submitted to our state government for onward transmission to NEC last year. But unfortunately, the project was not forwarded by the state government on some technical grounds. So probably I would like to request NESAC to, if they can revise the DPR more comprehensively, so that we can resubmit again to our state government. That is number one. Number two, we are constrained that when we do our agriculture, horticulture activities in the state, we do not have a very authentic and reliable and database for decision making, planning, implementation. So we are basing most of our decision on ad hoc measures, which is not science-led and data-led. So one immediate need is that we, as a directorate, we feel we need to have a crop atlas, horticulture crop atlas of the state with village layers and with block-wise delineation of the agroclimatic zone, so that we know exactly where our crops should be planted, where are the areas that are feasible for area expansion, for cluster development. And therefore, if we have a comprehensive crop atlas, then that will be our first level of decision making for our directorate. The second one is that recently also the Madam Secretary from Health and other departments called me, and she says, I want a agroclimatic atlas of Meghalaya with village layers. So again, we don't have that kind of database. So therefore, I have spoken to Madam Pratibha also, and perhaps this is one of the most needed aspect of delineating our state into various agroclimatic zones, so that we will serve us in better planning and better decision support. Thirdly is about cropping system, because today we have different kinds of cropping system approaches. Some we have the ecological system, agroecological system, we have the organic agriculture, we have the integrated agriculture, we have even natural farming, which has become vogue today. So we don't have data on exactly how much organic or natural farming area in the state. Offhand, we cannot give the data. If Government of India asks us today, how much of your area is under natural farming, we don't have that kind of data. So therefore, if we can have a scientific basis on determining what is the potential, what is the area, and what are the particular cluster zones or villages that that are conducive for natural farming, and we can make a better decision support system. So we have a number of wish lists, but I think for today I would like to stop here. Thank you. And my colleague also maybe he wants to share something.
So my name is Ian Saibon, again from the Agriculture Department. I would like to again stress what my colleague had said. See, about the JS, the use of remote sensing and JS technology we had used in the state for a long time, but then we have not been able to percolate the use of this technology up to the lower levels, maybe up to district level users. So in that area, we need a lot of trainings, means we need to build up the manpower skills of all the officials up to the lower levels. And also, I would like to, again, say about that information system that we had taught, that maybe it can be used even by the public. Suppose if the public, if we enrich the layers like the soil layers, the terrains, and all the other layers that can make us a decision support for cropping. Maybe those people and planners at the district level, they can zoom into that particular point of interest and even the details of that area. If we have an enriched layer, means say the soil layer can be enriched up to 10K. In that way, it will act as a decision support even by the lower level officials. That is a dream or a hope that maybe one day it can happen. And the other things I highlight in the morning sessions is that if we can say use the drones to upgrade the land use maps also, because in the 50Ks it is grossly not represented in the ground level. So that's again I would like to just highlight these 2 points.
Yeah, yes, sir. I think, yeah.
I just wanted to give a piece of caution here on the use of drones, unmanned aerial vehicles for agricultural applications. Not that I am not against it. You always can use it for projects like Swamitwa, where survey numbers, boundaries of the village panchayats can be delineated and can be used. But one thing, my experience in an advanced state like Karnataka, I was chairman of a reviewing committee where the UAV project application for agriculture was tried by in Karnataka, spending around 2.10 crores. 210 lakhs was the project. When we gave that project to supposed to be a professional, what they could do was only collect data. 10 or 15% of the budget was spent, only 10 or 15% of the whole objective and aims of the project were accomplished by those, corporate companies. They have given, millions of lakhs of images. Millions is an exaggeration. Lakhs of small chips are given, supplied, because the spatial resolution is of the order of 3 centimeters. But I tell you, even Fix4D or any other software that we are all familiar with, mosaicing those lakhs of images seamlessly, georeference, and put it for digital classification is a Herculean task. You can do small pilot projects of 1 square kilometer by, that means 100 hectares by, 100 hectares, you can do that. But doing for an entire state like Meghalaya, or for that matter, Assam or any state, exclusively on the scale what our beloved user is asking us, will be a tough task for any center, I can guarantee that. It's from my experience, I'm telling you. That data processing of unmanned aerial vehicles is the toughest job, and doing for such a large areas. And the terrain, you look at the terrain of Meghalaya, how many undulations, what sort of geometric rectification should we do, and how many GCPs do we require, how many differential GPS points have to be collected for making georeferencing of all those lakhs of images, is the toughest task. So be conscious that it is not a child's play using unmanned aerial vehicles for large area studies. Case by case basis as a means of ground truth collection for using it in training the computer algorithms, either it is random forest or decision trees or any of those algorithms is fine. Is a ground truth collection system, I can consider it as, but not as a replacement for high spatial resolution satellite remotely sensed data. It is not a replacement for satellite remote sensing with the type of resolutions we have, 5.8 meter LIS4 sensor data, or for that matter, Iconos or RBU, or several of them are there, no? Those satellite sensors with better than 1 meter spatial resolution are good enough for making use of such data for the planning purpose and decision making purposes. We have seen it, such success stories.
Yes, sir, we have experience.
I know.
Sir, Joint Director survey,
some
survey.
I know.
Yes, sir.
You must.
For Somitwa, sir, it is possible because this is only in Abadi area.
I know.
Restricted to a small village only.
Correct.
This is possible only in this small area.
Correct.
So in general, it is not, it's a Herculean task.
I agree.
Yes, sir.
That's what
This is the reality, sir.
He is substantiating it.
Yes, sir. I think, sir, I just want to respond, sir, because this one, sir, regarding your first, this one, your proposal on this comprehensive agriculture and horticulture information system. Actually, sir, what happened under the plan of action project? So we have taken up a major regional level project that is called application of space technology for agricultural assessment in NER. That is basically, and there is a special objective under that project. It will be covering entire all 8 states of northeastern region, and Meghalaya will also be a part of it. And what is the objective, sir? We will be integrating all this information over a period of 3 years, and then finally we'll be coming out with a comprehensive agriculture and horticulture system, information system, not only for Meghalaya but for entire Northeast, sir. So in that this one, sir, we hope that whatever your requirement also, we will be able to take care of it. That is why this proposal has not been considered, sir.
I think while doing so,
yes, sir,
you can take their suggestions.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Actually, sir, we have recently concluded one project of covering 65,000 hectares using 0.75 centimeter resolution through remote sensing instrument Hyderabad. So this project, it cost us 3 crores, but the kind of data that we have received, it is tremendous. And it is also very detailed maps have been submitted on various thematic layers. And so the maps also has been constructed at 10,000 scale. So our project also, horticulture, agriculture information system, is meant at that kind of level, 10,000 scale with high resolution satellite data. If that is what
I think, sir, now
what point is, whatever they have done it, that should be, you should make use of it.
Yeah, that's what, sir.
So that is what already data is there.
Yeah, sorry. In fact, sir, what we'll be requesting all the agriculture department to share the information.
Yes,
if it is available in special domain.
Correct.
So that platform we can give it. So whatever available data, sir, we'll be able to integrate in that system, sir. So that.
One small suggestion, Dr. Raju, Chairman. Senior officers from Meghalaya may be knowing that this very center has established when Mr. K.N. Kumar was the Agriculture Commissioner pretty long back, sometime in 2000, around 2003-4 time frame. We developed a project called Agricultural Planning Information Bank, APIB. based on which SILKS project has evolved. APIB was developed only for East Kashil district of Meghalaya. And we have 8 or 9 or 10 districts now in Meghalaya, for which we don't have such APIB. In other words, what he is requesting an atlas of resources, what he was asking us, could always be realized through APIB, developed for all the districts of Meghalaya. To me, it appears it was a sad story for me that what was developed for East Kashil district has remained only one sample and left. The APIB project itself is dead in case NESAC and taken over by SILKS project. That also my baby again. What I am saying is, for each district of Meghalaya, an agricultural planning information bank, APIB, can be developed. I am available for guiding our team. They know it. In fact, they are better qualified now because of their experience, better qualified than me to prepare such APIBs for every district of the Meghalaya. Not only Meghalaya, even for Assam.
Yes, sir. So only thing is that I think, sir,
state of Assam, we can always develop such.
Yes, sir. Sir, I think, sir, this database still it has, sir. Only, sir, Dibbo and IT team they can suggest, because what happens, the technology has been moved for this one, sir. Because now whatever this new system they are developing, it is in a dashboard system, sir. It was developed as a standalone system, sir. And now the framework has completely changed, sir. But database is there, sir. We still have the database with us. So now the IT team can make best use of it, and Dibbo can comment on that. How much? Because he is the person, sir, who has developed the earlier version of APIB. Now they are developing the dashboard version of the new systems.
Yeah, actually that APIB
is also here.
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
yeah. So that APIB is now that time now. After that, it was migrated to the Northeastern District Resources Plan during Sudhakar sir time. So we have developed a portal for all the district, not only for Meghalaya, for entire Northeast. Sir. The database is still there available district wise. It is there.
But web enabling.
Web enabling, sir. It is on www.nedip.gov.in. It is there, sir.
Yeah, before going to Dr. Parihar, so whatever PP Nageswara said, and then the requirement hearing from that user department regarding this agriculture information systems and also UAV, what I say that nowadays there are capable expertise is available, and then people are doing it also. NESAC should take it as a challenge. As you said, it is a difficult Herculean task. But if they given the task, why can't we try? And then in the future, probably it may take some time to realize. By that time, the development also takes place. But I think it is a research. High priorities that they can take it up. I think even other important area also they are mentioning cropping system approach, and then natural farming, organic farming. So these also some areas I think we have to really look into that.
So many of these requirements, sir, we have been taking care as a part of the POA projects.
Correct.
So whatever the additional work is required to be done for the state of Meghalaya, I think we'll be supporting that.
Yeah, something on an operational, something
on a pilot basis.
On a pilot basis, and those things.
Yes, sir.
I think Parihar.
What I suggest, I think Dr. Hendrik, what we should do, we should make on user meet for particularly that project for the concerned user department, so that they can give their additional requirement, so that we need not to redo some of the things again.
Yes.
Because it is a large program, so
Yes,
we will be able to cover almost all requirements.
Yes.
I think that we should do on user meet specifically for that program.
Correct.
Well, friends, what I have gathered from the deliberation from the officials Meghalaya, you're talking about the complete information about the cropping systems, including the crops which are there, individual crops, and information should be usable at village level. The earlier information which you are talking, which you are at district level and you go for planning for the village and block level, that is not found to be adequate. So we, the technologists, that team, we have to understand that when we are talking about mapping which will be able to support the village level decision making, what should be the minimum mapping unit, what should be the scale, and then use up the technology commensurate to meet that requirement. But here, my humble request to the state of Meghalaya would be, you are co-located with NESAC, doesn't mean that you should not also develop some small team to participate in this work. You see, this joyride will not last forever. Let me just please. I was running a project from Ministry of Agriculture for some 15, 20 years, and then I said, look, the day I will retire, after 2 years, this project will be dead. If you want to use this technology, establish your own center. And they have established Mahalanobis National Crop Forecast Center that is doing crop assessment for the Ministry of Agriculture, Government of India. Same request I would make to now the state of Meghalaya. As a scientist who has experienced working in the fields for about 4 decades in this country, and except for Nagaland, all the states of Meghalaya, I have had opportunity to go and work on these things. So you need to invest in developing something at your end so that there is a meaningful dialogue with this technical team to develop and deliver the project which meets your requirement. Second component which you have said about some project DPR which was not forwarded by your department to funding agency or something. Now when you say that DPR is lacking information which does not give you confidence it should be forwarded, you have to come back to them with your specifications that what is lacking. Just telling that you prepare still better DPR, to me it does not make any sense. Let me be honest. We have to also say that these parameters, these components, we need to be better clear because that has been evaluated at your end. So kindly do some of these things, and you are co-located here. We can always have very, what you call, very regular, frequent dialogue, but you have to have some seed pixels at your end. That means some 1 or 2 scientists whom you train in the remote sensing, and they should be working as a unit, whether in your planning department, agriculture department, that is your decision. But please develop that. Please develop that. I hope you don't mind my telling the free ride, but look, I have had that example of running project for 20 years plus for Ministry of Agriculture, and they used to just throw the money and not do anything. And I very clearly told, if you don't do that, me as an individual scientist was interested because I developed my career in that. But I knew that when I will retire, why somebody, now young boy who has come, who works only on the computer, why he'll be interested? So same thing applies to anybody. Oh, please, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for your feedback and your advice as well. I think it is very well, it is at the right time that you have given us the advice, because as a state, we are totally dependent on NESAC. And perhaps our decision maker also sitting in the secretariat, it is a time to relook on this aspect, because as a line department, we do not have any expertise in this area. Whatever expertise that we have gathered is because of our own personal interest. But that is not institutional. It will not last because we are going away. And similarly, since the time of Sir P.N.L. Raju, we had had a very close dialogue, and we have received so much of support that one of our objective was to even set up our own GIS lab, and including manpower in our department, which we have already did. And today we have a very functional GIS lab with all the required software, including contract manpower. He's also available. He's joined us here today, but he's only a contractual manpower. There is no system in state government to employ cross-disciplinary experts. So we don't have the luxury of having expertise within our department, and even if we propose for such, we will never receive. So what we have to do is we had to prioritize whatever which is available to us, and we have set up a lab. We have equipped it with all the required in software and hardware, and we have received a lot of assistance from NESAC for capacity building. But today, my colleague also, he has been posted somewhere else, and now the lab is at the hand of only the contract employee. So this way, even in state IT department, they have a full-fledged DGIS lab with cloud, enable hosting. And that facility has been minimally used by all the user department. So we have a chicken and egg kind of a situation, and we have not been able to institutionalize the use of space technology in our work, in our planning, in our implementation, and in our decision support. Why I say that is because we have spent 3 crores and we have received all the data sets, all the hard copy maps, which we have shared with the district, but that has remained on paper. No decision has been taken to take forward what has been, obtained through this work that we have spent, the resources that we put in, 3 crores of rupees. And had we have a system, an institution, an organization which is dedicated to take this work forward, then we would be able to use science-led, data-led, data-driven decision-making and implementation. But sadly, that cannot happen because of all these shortcomings and gaps. So if this forum can take this message across or make some recommendation on how line departments can be, restructured so that within the line department, cross-disciplinary, expertise also are made available. Even in terms of technology, we do not have even an IT manager. So all the IT management is taken care of by officers who have interests in that particular subject. So in this way, we cannot take forward our digital
I think
revolution.
we understood.
Yes, thank you.
But I think some of the recommendations, yeah.
Yeah, I think here, let me just, good to know that you have invested creating the lab and you were trying to manage and you have found a way to still run the show by hiring a hired person, not as a regular employee. Now you have to further raise this level of the fight to get some regular people for it. And example should be used that look, you are the capital of all this whole of Assam. All those states, how they have the remote sensing center and cell, why Meghalaya should not have? You see, Meghalaya, Shillong was the secretariat for whole of the Northeast. You were the leader. So you have to remain leader. That means now in the field of use of geomatics, remote sensing applications, examples are from other states. In your state, now which department will own is, that is not our this thing. But state need to have a cell with adequate manpower, expertise, multidisciplinary, what you have rightly said, so that we can have meaningful dialogue with the space community and your user, and we can work together, deliver the project, and you are able to meaningfully use it. So to that extent, some recommendations should come from this forum. Okay, very good.
I just want to share. I was here up to 2015. During that time also I heard this type of questions. There is nothing changing as such. But that time we thought we should go district level information systems, district resource plans at the level of 25,000 scale, 50,000 scale, even 10,000 scale also we attempted. And we have given the open source of GIS so that people can use freely without much depending on the internet. That time internet problem was very much there. So we thought we should go. We went to the collector's office, magistrate's office, and presented that this is the available data with you, all the layers, what you said, agroclimatic zones and all that was laid. Village level information is there. People are happy when we presented, this is fantastic. That's all. But it was even in the device also, they objected me to go forward because at that time Bhavan was coming up with the same strategy. But I said, see, in this region, the problem is internet downloading of an image. It takes a lot of time. We don't have that much time to see the loading of an image and all that. So we have gone to that extent of open source and then gone into the people. They have started using it. I think Dibya knows it. So whatever you are raising the questions, you have everything. Only thing you should have that feel of using the data. I have been observing this. You have interest and all that. And when it comes to the use of data, you say something else. That is what my observation. But still, after 7 years, I am observing the same type of questions and all that. That's what I felt I should share, that data is available. Only thing, you should come forward and use it. Thank you.
You said is exactly correct, but as the time changes, value addition also requires. I think that is the what.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. And then I think anybody else from Meghalaya? If not there, I think points are noted. I think over all these things. Yeah, please. Yeah.
Yeah, hello, sir. Actually, I'm Ajam. Presently, I'm the nodal officer of this Ginger mission that has just recently been launched in the state. So for the successful implementation of this mission for Ginger, like I've seen that one of the service that has been highlighted during that presentation regarding the application of that UAV for the crop health mapping. If that can be done in Ginger through your expertise and your support, any suggestions from your side if we can work along so that we can put up with the government and then,
I think we will take note of it.
Yeah.
Our team will work out. Yeah.
only that's actually I
Yeah.
want
Thank
to.
you so much. Yeah. Yeah. Please. Yeah.
Sir, myself, Rakesh Sharma. I am representing Northeast Center for Technology Application and Reach, Nectar. So, respected Secretary NEC sir has mentioned that many of the research activities which are just limited within thesis or paper level, and it does not reach to the communities. So in this case, Nectar plays a functional role in transferring those established technologies to the community level. So recently, me along with our team member Dharmender, previously was working in NESAC itself, and me also I have working as a JRF in 2013 during Sir Sudhakar's time. So February onwards we have joined, and as far as our notice, almost more than 100 projects are going on in different nooks and corner of Northeast. And these are Nectar funded projects, either in grant mode or loan mode for the upliftment of communities or for the startup, for supporting startups, self-help group, empowering community level. Different allied sectors are there. Food processing is there, then handicraft, horticulture and allied sectors. So the basic challenge is to we don't have a dashboard type of system for monitoring all those projects. So I would like to request maybe Dibba sir and his team can help us and guide us regarding this. We need a dashboard type of thing as well as app-based monitoring system, so that if I request to those entrepreneurs, they can click some photographs of their ongoing projects so that we can view in our headquarters, as well as we can deliver those links to the decision makers, so that there will be proper monitoring of those systems, as well as those projects which are completed, if we can geotag those project sites and all, so that it will become a repository for our organization. I would like to request Nectar support in this, NESAC support in this regard.
Yeah, I think Rakesh Sharma, thank you so much. I think it is noted by NESAC. But what I personally advise to Nectar also, one is the user department and NESAC and Nectar. Your center is a Northeastern Center for Technology,
Application and
Reach. See, suppose earlier also one point came that they developed a suitability for horticulture crops, but finally it is not implemented on the ground. So I think you are the best organization to take input of that, all the resources, and how to reach to that side, so that you can play an important role. Nectar, NESAC, and user department, as well as the states. I think together you can combinedly work. So even something is to get implemented, I think Nectar can play a very important role in that.
Thank you for the suggestion, sir.
Yeah. Yeah.
Here I would like to quote from the experience of Mizoram state, where state remote sensing center along with the horticulture department, they worked together, we were coordinating on identifying the area using the cluster approach, where the zoom cultivation area mapping and then the slope and soil and all this information got used to give the site suitability. And then the horticulture department went to the farmer for the implementation. That's how this development in Nahalanch and Champai in 2004 to 2010 that took place. Now that as a model, I think Mizoram should be able to translate and transfer to others, or even Arunachal Pradesh did for the apple cultivation in the wrong, where the state remote sensing center and horticulture department. What happens unless the user who have the stake in it, who are in touch with the farmers, if they don't come on board, advice given by a third party with due respect to nectar kind of institution, its implementation will not be, because the ownership is not with the department. If the agriculture, horticulture department participates, they own that data, the data which has been created. They also know what I should create, which I'll be able to get the support to implement it. So that's where the user, when I mean user here, to me a user is those actual user, agriculture, horticulture, hydrology, water, all those, not the science and technology. Science and technology is a coordinating department. So, I mean, that's the way if we look at it, and the experience which has got generated in the within the northeastern region itself, pooling that, it will be possible to implement it. Bring them together.
Next user meet, we should also bring in more and more actual user departments.
Yes, actually.
That is what. I think with this, we will close for Meghalaya. It's very elaborative, extensive discussions.
No, it's good.
And then I think.
Still entertained by mail.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So, always there. Now we'll go to Ranadhir if he is there. Ranadhir, you're able to hear us?
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, we are able to hear.
Sir, from my side, I would like to press that NESAC also, as NESAC has involved in most of the national level project, we have created large number of database, which are now started using by the line department users. And recently, most demand data is on the poppy cultivation area. This is most the demand data from state government department. Recently also in the present meeting, which was one that convention was there in Guwahati also, our Honorable CM has exclusively given his emphasis on the war on drugs. So we have estimated area under poppy cultivation using this LISPO data. So we have estimated around 25 to 30,000 acre of poppy plantation cultivation area. But still there is some technological problem. Actually, we identified around 1 lakh acres of poppy cultivation area. That is actually Jhum area. What happened? Jhum, all poppy cultivation areas are Jhum, but all Jhums are not poppy cultivation area. So when we carry out supervised classification, there are a lot of mixed pixels using this list4 data. So I would like to request NESAC to develop some method technology to identify accurately poppy cultivation areas. Because when we identified we could identify all the this shifting cultivation area, but we cannot. It is very difficult to extract this poppy cultivation area. So NESAC can do some further studies to extract these poppy cultivation areas. These are some of the things which I wanted to press from my side. Actually, my secretary was also supposed to join, but he has a preoccupied program, so he instructed me to join. So these are few things which I would like to place from my side. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Randy. Point is on this we had an elaborate discussion. I think when I was there here, and then even Arunachal Pradesh also wanted this particularly poppy cultivation, but because it also involves interstate or international boundary also, and then there is a organization called ADRIN, Advanced Data Research Institute, and they are doing this work on operational basis for all the states, and reports are already being submitted to all the chief secretary, DGPs, and then they also developed a methodology for mapping this. And they already customized software, and then already it is being done. I think again replicating or duplicating that, I don't think it is a meaningful exercise. We should start discussing with them, coordinating with them. So the one Srinivas who is there in Edrin, he is the person is involved. No secret, but
Sir, in my
yeah, it is.
excuse me, sir.
Yeah. No, but it
excuse
is.
me, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I know. I have seen their report also. I have seen their report also. So many areas are missing there. More than half areas are missing there. What they identify. And the government has launched a special program on war on drug. So plan is a zero cultivation from this year. So government is going to monitor all the plantation areas. I have seen their data, this data, but because without the ground truth verification, all these things, this accuracy is not that much. Comparatively, very less. They have identified hardly 10%, I think so. That is why. Government has entrusted us, state government has entrusted to MASEC to find out all the these poppy cultivation areas to eradicate it from this year.
Yeah, right. But still, I think involving that ADRIN is also important. And then where NESAC
they are also doing their part. They are also doing from their part.
Yeah.
They are also
Just
correct.
check out what is that amicable solution and take it up. It is also very sensitive.
Sir, I think NESAC we can take up as a R&D to find out that possibility of segregating the mixed classified or wrongly classified. That is an R&D, but in the operational since already one is going on, that we need to see.
Yeah. Just look into that. I think Director NESAC, please look into
But
that.
as a R&D, definitely we can work on.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I think Director NESAC will look into this and then sort it out whatever the way it is possible. I think now we'll come to Assam.
So, good evening, sir. Myself, Ranjit Sharma from Assam State Specific License Center. And it was earlier known as RSEC. Actually, RSEC has been involving in so many agriculture activities. And with
I have made a brief presentation. I think.
Okay, sir. I just have some requests, 3 requests.
No, 1 minute. Let us see that presentation, and then you go ahead. You add your points.
Okay, sir. Thanks.
So we will not be repeating what again this thing. He is there, Pankaj. Yes. आ जाएंगे ना? Okay. Yeah, this is to start with our Secretary Science and Technology, Laya Mathuri. She said she will not be able to attend. So then she said, you take care. So one is our center basically. Assam, it has been Assam State Space Application Center. It has been carved out from NESAC, Assam Science, Technology and Environment Council, and made as autonomous body. Yeah, go to the next. Yeah. So to correct me, Ranjit and Bharati, if something is wrong, we established RSAC in 1988, and also over the last 33 years, around 70 projects have been completed. And then major one important thing is we organized a national symposium. I think Parihar Saab, he was also involved in that. One is a remote sensing application for resources management. So that time I came to know that among all the ISRS symposium, so it attracted large number of people coming for this center, for this program. Around 170 projects or so were completed. So I go to the next. These are some of the projects carried out by Assam. Basically, they are divided into different sectors. There are 7, 8 sectors are there. One is agriculture sector, where large number of projects have been carried out. One is coordinating with NESAC and NRSA, ISRO, etc. And then we also have a land use, land cover, land resources mapping. And then go to the next. Yeah. So, and then wetland fisheries, and then wetland mapping for the whole Assam and wetland district level also has been done. And then now as part of POA also, so we are using this wetland for fisheries development, where Ranjit will brief on that. And then water resources, groundwater potential, and also groundwater mapping for Rajiv Gandhi drinking water machine quality mapping. And also disaster related, it is not big, but they have done flood inundation mapping and near real-time flood mapping of Assam, flood damage estimation, Nagaon and Maurigaon. Yeah, go to the next. Oh, you are not sharing. Okay, yeah, go to the next. So, yeah, no, previous, yeah. Another is hydrogeomorphology, planning and development. There are large number of projects related to planning and developmental projects. So, yeah, go to the next. These are the things I just wanted to highlight where NESAC can help. One is natural resources management, what I mentioned. Basically, it is there are many areas in this. It can be agriculture, and it can be water resources, forestry, and then there are many things will come in that. And infrastructure development, because there are a lot of projects are being carried out, particularly road expansion of the road development, and bringing of new airport, these things. So, and then planning related to the smart city. So there are so much of infrastructure development requirements, and utility services. There are many things. So recently also we discussed with taxation department. So they wanted to see automate and digitize everything. We are all they are generating revenue from the taxpayers, particularly for commercial side. And then also, if you talk about a water supply, sanitation, and there are many services related to postal and other things are also. So, and drinking water under Jal Jeevan Mission. So there are many utility services where we can also play a role. And business establishment, if any new business establishment has to be come up, and what are the requirements like a site suitability for those things, and planning, development, and governance. For all these areas, we have to take up activities. And then main thing is nowadays it is not like what we do. Suppose we take up a project, and then you say that I want 2 years to do it or 3 years to do it, and then particularly user department wants, you say I want this project. They think that whatever is the requirement, it has to be supplied in as quick time as possible, maybe 3 months or 6 months or 1 year. Those technology enabled things, and then sometimes we can do a near real time, and also so many things, web enabled things, services, and the technology involvement has to be there. Like we also wanted what is that Assam Discovery, like a state GIS like thing, what Divyajyoti has developed. And then we wanted to so that all the user departments can make use of it. One is Pradhan Mantri Gati Shakti portal, what they are talking about at the national level. So it will be portal of portal services. So similarly, once we are there as a central node, So our portal will be again connected with all the state user departments, and then all that information is seamlessly exchanged among the departments. And also any value addition some departments have is done, so that is also again updated on the centralized this thing. And then there should be some analytics added to that, dashboard applications into that. So all those things require intensive thinking, and then also work out further plan what is the exact requirement of each department. Maybe we can talk about maybe about 5-10 departments initially who really come forward, and then later on seeing this. And also normally what happens is when you go to the user department, so you show something which is beneficial for them, so they'll also would like to join and take benefit. At the same time, we also wanted to use their own value-added products as part of the centralized node, and then also expand in a bigger way. And we signed an MOU also with NESAC, another in that capacity building and training. So I wanted to see that at least we signed an MOU on January 1st. At least before January, again, at least we should have at least 1 or 2 training programs when we, so that so many user departments will come forward. Yeah, go to the next. Yeah. So this is that MOU between NESAC and then Science, Technology and Climate Change Department of Government of Assam. So NESAC expertise in the space technology. The main intention is that NESAC, with the support of say state science and technology department, how to expand this use of the space technology among the user department. In that, one is the capacity building and adding many new projects. For that, I also wanted to initiate some user meet at the state level or one-to-one discussion with all the state departments, so that we'll come forward and list out, take up the activities for the Assam state. So this is what I thought. I'll just go to the next year. So I just wanted to brief from my side. I'll also request Pankaj from his side also to add. Yeah.
I just want to highlight one, two, three things. This is number one, sir, in agriculture and allied sector. Assam is blessed with silk industries. Silk is the one of the costliest and the precious silk in the world. So we are blessed with this silk. Yes, sir. This can be a game changer for Assam economy. But this industry is degrading for the last few years. This is because of environmental issues. And secondly, this silk industry is also associated with the social life and culture of Assam. So it is easy to tap. That's why I am referring it to you, sir. And number two, sir, in the field of capacity building, the space technology, especially the support of space technology, human resource development, this is very vital for Assam. Because in Assam, if you see the ratio of arts and science college, we have more arts college and people are more inclined to the arts. So nowadays, as the dynamic is changing, so this support of space technology and the information, especially awareness about the space technology, the database, what NESAC, the repository of NESAC, etc. So this information should be disseminated through this institution. So these are the main things, sir. And you know everything, sir.
Yeah, recently, I think 2 days back, there was an opening of Biotechnology Park, GBP. So Chief Minister has highlighted same thing. So we are good in art, good in culture, and good in poetry. And then we have a Saraswati in the sense, but we also want IAM, like a management and skill development requirement. So this is as fundamental, yeah, for the more development. And Bijay and NESAC also trying for that Moga silk already.
Yes, sir. I think so. Kubari, I just want to tell because you also highlighted This we have been pursuing for long. This because it is among the 4 type of sericulture, Moga is ethnic to Assam, and it is the costliest one among all. And then there we have submitted a proposal under Moga Mission. I think you remember, sir. Government of Assam has come up with a flagship program, Assam Moga Mission, with an outlay of around 500 crores. But the very pathetic condition is that this mission has never been take off in true sense. And then now this proposal, what we made at the behest of that time Science and Technology Secretary. So now still writing last week only again to the Secretary Textile, Handloom, Textile and Sericulture, Sri Dilip Kumar sir, we have sent a proposal again to see that it should take up, and we want to really give support to the Moga
I
mission.
think Pankaj, we also request if we
yes,
can coordinate.
Yeah, you can also
We
support
have
it.
given a proposal. It means NESAC has given a proposal under a plan of action for 80 lakhs or something. But now at least if they don't have money, at least give a consent, go ahead, and then with a little money, whatever is possible, so that it can be done. But there's no, it's not moving. So you can also tell we can work out together how to take it forward. So we think that is.
No, what is this Moga mission and what are the requirements from geomatics?
Yes, sir. Actually, Moga mission, it is they want to this one, sir, increase the Moga production by 10 times. 10 times increasing in the production, sir. So under that, there are large number of components are there, right from planning, expansion, horizontal expansion is there, sir. Expansion area under the Moga host plants. Particularly, there are Soom and Swallow, two host plants are there. So they want to expand. That is one part, and they want to revive the entire industry in terms of supporting the farmers, because it is very climate sensitive, this one, sir, sericulture, that's silkworm. So they want to support the farmer in terms of providing the infrastructure support, training, capacity building, and in addition to the horizontal expansion of the host plants. So entire gamut of activities there. It is a very good mission they come up. But finally, there are some issues, I think,
There
the
is
way
also
it should have come up.
advisory
No,
support.
but
Yes,
the bioclimatic requirement for the Moga silk species,
yes, sir.
the cocoon, the worm, I mean, that is all established known. The bioclimatic requirement.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So
actually,
actually, this is not because in Jorhat there is a specific institute called Central Moga Area Research and Training Institute under Central Silk Board, sir. That institute exclusively work on Moga and sericulture only. So research outcomes are ready, sir. That way, well studies are made. Only thing is that these farmers have to be supported in terms of capacity building, infrastructure, and then marketing, sir. Marketing is one aspect. So they.
But look, I was trying to understand from the angle of where geomatics is needed. I mean,
Expansion of the area.
Yeah, expansion of one area and also
advisory.
Yes, Moga advisory.
And their package of practices which they would have developed, we can translate it with the remote sensing data. So for that, particularly when I have said bioclimatic, so there the weather component which comes, the data on all those parameters, their availability on the desired spatial scale. I mean, those things would be documented and well understood, because wherever there are a lot of money things involved, we have to make doubly sure that whatever we do, there is not even 1% chance of failure. Because otherwise, you have given some recommendation which is wrong, and 99% is forgotten, only 1% becomes the ruler. So that part you properly document it, and I think it's a very good thing, because Moga silk Assam is known world over, and it makes money to the farmers, to this thing at every level of it. So right from site suitability to infrastructure planning and development, all that I am visualizing that okay, geometric support is needed to do it honestly and geotag all that, because it will happen in the interiors and those things. So it's a very good project. Prepare with that level of details so that it satisfies your requirement of the user and there are no gaps in that. Good.
We need separate Moga policy.
Yeah.
Sir, I have only two small requests regarding the agriculture, because our center is running so many agriculture projects, but we lack of the 1:50,000 soil maps, sir. Through this forum, formally I request NESAC to give soil map 1:50,000, because we are doing only 1:2. Few maps make us available during this someone and
No,
sericulture.
but we discussed already with Pratibha as part of the project. It is a joint project, so we can utilize the data. That is what.
Yes, sir.
my-
Again,
I think I'll ask give Director NESAC also to give consent for that. He wanted to use the soil data as part of concept project.
actually, so department, so many this agriculture resource information system, we want to map this district wise. For this project also we require. And another thing is
not just this soil map, just sorry for interruption. Soil map 1:50,000 scale for whole of the Assam state. Okay, not for some small project area. So this the volume of work has to be understood.
Already database is there.
We have
Yeah.
at NESAC we have.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a matter of sharing.
Yeah,
Okay, then no issue. I was thinking.
Yeah.
Good. Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
sorry.
Only thing is we will look into the legal issues because this has been prepared for some users. So I think we have to take permission from users. If it is not there, then we will send.
No, I think I discussed with Pratibha, he is not there. But otherwise, we also taken money and purchased from this NBSS. So I think the database.
No, if it is NBSS LUP, then no issue.
Yeah, from there.
Okay.
And then,
Fine.
Even
No,
NESAC
NBSS
itself-
and LLP also there will be a legal issue. What you
No,
have
that
said
I will
is
discuss with the
yeah,
NBS
that's what-
LLP separately. Okay.
No, we are taking any data is used. We are taking the agreement. Is used for certain applications, so there is no issue in that. Yeah.
Okay, so another issue is the meteorological data. Generally, meme is available, I think. So in Assam, we need this meteorological, very specific point layer actually for doing agriculture projects. Any planning of agriculture, a meteorological data and soil data is very essential. Without this data, we cannot go forward. Actually, this is my two small requests. Another request is that this crop forecasting. There is Dr. Vijay Hendig for this presentation. He mentioned that he is doing this rice forecast. Actually, this is a very good job because our center also involving this crop and fossil project. Now we are involving in this maize. Kharif rice and this jute with the MNCFC. So presently this year we have pilot basis studied this maize in Dorong district and Boro rice in Dorong and this Nogao district. But there is some controversy with department. I visited this department officers and meet them. So our estimation and their estimation is huge gap. This maize cultivation, because there's gap is I inquired, asked them. I asked three department actually, Department of Agriculture, Department of Statistics, and District Department. Though they mentioned me that the issue is administrative issue. Actually, they are doing the estimation, this traditional method, estimating and estimate how much areas last year and according to weather parameter this year what will be increase or decrease. This is not scientific base actually. So if they have modified up to 10% increase or decrease, there is some administrative lacuna. So they are confined to within the variation of 10%. So there is an issue actually because in Dorong district, maize area is very huge increase in loss of this Boro rice. Is not it. So this issue should be resolved actually, consulting with the department.
I think we can have consult with NESAC and then.
Regarding meteorological data, whatever data we have, definitely we are going to share with you. Yeah, for
No,
entire
look, the problem here is not by your consultation work. The tendency of the traditional departments is that any increase by more than 10% or decrease by more than 10%, don't admit. The farmer's response is very different. Any crop which is making good economics, there is a very sudden jump in the area under the crops. The remote sensing community, if you have done your analysis with reasonable accuracy, stick your gun. Don't buckle down. You don't need any consultation. You stick to your numbers. I have seen mustard after the dropsy 90s in the Rajasthan and all that. And I went and presented state government agriculture department. They were claiming bumper crop. When I put the images, and then Mr. Kamal Pandey, who went on to become cabinet secretary, he said, look, he's a scientist. He's showing me if this is the color here, this is the crop, and he said this much area. You are saying that there is bumper crop. He's saying there is less area. So all that don't depend on that line department or the statistics department, because they are not doing actual assessment. It is all speculation sitting in the offices. Remote sensing community should not be scared of one's own result, provided you have done honestly.
Issue is, I acknowledge you, sir. Because
No, look, you
Yes,
people
sir,
have
yes,
been
sir.
working with me
Yes, sir,
since
yes, sir.
1992.
Yes, sir. Yes,
We
sir.
are today in 2022. That's the experience of some remote sensing center.
Yes, sir.
Why you should have doubt on your capability?
No, sir, I have no doubt.
To me, no, sir, it is not acceptable.
Another issue is there. Sir, maize is there is a commercial belt.
Agreed.
So government is some revenue is earnings from the for the government department. So it should be clear actually. This maize will production will be in this district this much. This will government will be benefited, sir. Actually, my point is there.
Give your number and stick to your guns.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Point to be taken, you have to take it, that thing, to the higher level, we'll present it and then.
Yes.
Yeah.
Agent to direct agriculture.
Already that principal secretary has given consent to come up with some presentation. We'll go ahead and I think. Yeah.
Good evening to all previous and present director, NESAC, and to all. Just I want to highlight small, but not small. In CSDP, data has given, but not good. Again, we using wetlands data, but that data is previously data for one district, it was like 8, 9, 10 seats. But present, which we are using, that data is for one district, it is 2 or 3. When we go for interpretation, then what happened? One seat, previously it was for 2 districts, same X, only one seat was used. But at present, for every district, we have to same seat reference differently. Understand or not?
This technical details can be with the experts. I think they can sit.
I mean,
see, not able to
shifting
coherently yourself.
This is previously these 2 images. Now this is image. When we reference this here, in this side, no matching. Same sheet for 2 districts or for 2 images, we have to be referenced differently.
We will discuss this point with technically.
एक ही इमेज का दूसरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट के लिए दूसरा तरफ से रेफरेंस कराना पड़ता है, लेकिन तो एक ही में दोनों एक रेफरेंस करने में तो एक ही होना चाहिए था ना, लेकिन नहीं होता है। इसके लिए इधर करना पड़ा है, सेम इमेज इसके लिए इधर करना पड़ता है।
No, but when you do like that,
so क्या है?
No, when you do like that, later on, whole Assam will be problem हो जाएगा।
ये
एक ही रेफरेंस करना चाहिए।
ये तो नहीं होगा, इसीलिए तो मैं just
No, we'll look into
and another question is arising in my mind.
Yeah, Bharti ma'am, for this actually for quality, this one also it will be there, accuracy assessment and quality checking. During that time, maybe we can discuss, and then specific problem if you have, you can mail us. Then we can forward to NRSC also, maybe some data issue or maybe this one. So under CSDP problem, if anything is there, you can mail us. We'll definitely work out.
User problem, and that's why I am thinking.
I think
Another problem I want to, it may be related or indirectly related. In the NESAC umbrella, it means support of umbrella, we 7 districts facing border issue. But we 7 states using same image and same topography. So within the NESAC umbrella, we can minimize the border issue. So I request to NESAC to lead this problem and minimize the problem.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. I think point to be noted. Yeah. Manijoti, yeah.
Good evening, sir. Actually, we have already discussed about the spring seed, and we have understood that it is not a easy task. Even though we are in a bit difficult because we have some urgent work on it. We have to do on it. So I would like to meet you in the Guwahati itself and discuss and sort out everything because time is very short. And another thing is that our Honorable Chief Minister sir is very much concerned about the gullies. I mean, gully formation in the agricultural land and agricultural land degradation due to gully formation. That's why, is it possible to map the precise location of the gullies and prioritize them and area assessment of degradation? If it is possible, then we can go ahead.
Chandan is here.
I think Ranjit, can you respond?
Actually, sir, to your department only, we did in 2016 actually. We have a very, we use a very high resolution satellite data and identified all the gullies. A map is there, district-wise maps are there, along with other very high resolution drainage layer.
Gullies are there?
Yes, gully and seat erosion, all are there.
It is all right, sir. It is all right.
No, let Manijot.
It is all right. My point is that we want the precise location of the gullies and prioritize them according to the severity and the area assessment of degradation, sir.
All right.
That thing was good, sir. It was okay, sir.
And one more thing, Chandan also is doing a land degradation project for SAC. So that is, I think it is not done by.
No,
but there also.
He's asking for more valuation.
No. Let me conclude this. Topic is very clear. Identification of the gully area, and it should be with the right place. Actually, you should get the correct location also. Okay, I hope you understand remote sensing very well because you are from IRS. You are alumni of IRS. So, did you ever, worked on this remote sensing data on the gully area? Okay, I request you to please look at this. Okay, certainly what Dr. Ranjit has told, you need a high resolution data. Okay, so what do you mean by high resolution data for gully? You have to look into the what kind of gully is there. Gullies are of different kind. It may be 1 meter wide, it may be 2 meter wide, it may be 3 meter wide. So depends on that. It may be 1 meter depth, it may be 2 meter depth, it may be 3 meter deep. So depends on the size of the gully, what kind of gullies are there. You have to find out first what is a suitable data. So it could be LIS4, but if LIS4 is not good, then you can go for Kato 1, 2.5 meter resolution. If you find Kato 1 is not good, then you can go for Kato 2. I would prefer, if you are really looking into the precise location as well as the what kind of gully is there, Kato 2 data is very good for your information. So kindly collect the data and start working on it, because I know you are expert of remote sensing. Why you are looking at NESAC? You do yourself. If any help is required, any guidance is required, NESAC is always there.
Thank you,
Sir,
sir.
even for this priority based on severity, not only high resolution, it should be a temporal study with a certain time period.
Certainly. Temporal study is also required for it. So technical guidance will be provided by the NESAC. If you need any training programs, we are ready to organize a training program for you, your department, soil conservation department. Certainly you can do it. This is not a very big task actually, let me tell you very frankly. I'm surprised to know that identification of gully erosion becomes so difficult. It is not that difficult nowadays. Earlier when data, we were having,
list 3 data or something like that, it was difficult. But now with the Carto 2 data or Carto 1 data, it is not that much difficult.
Sir, actually, I did with Carto data and ground truth use as a COMSET data. Luckily, we had entire some COMSET data. I use COMSET.
But
Yeah, please.
Yeah, please.
You want to tell?
Sir, actually, fact is that we don't have any GIS lab in our department.
Okay,
That's the
okay,
problem,
okay.
sir.
So now I understood.
Yes, sir.
So do you want that? See, NESAC, let me, okay, this is for all, basically any ISRO organization or any NESAC, I can tell you in particular, we are having 40 scientists. Please make a note of this. 40 scientists, each division may be 4 scientists only. Within that also thematic disciplines are there. For example, gully erosion mapping, watershed management, there are only 2 scientists I am having. Okay, one is Ranjit, another one is Sanbor. There is no other scientist. We cannot do everything for entire Assam or all 8 states of NER. So that's why, in fact, I was seeing some comment. Capacity building is very, very important. We are ready to impart the training program, so knowledge to the concerned department if you ready for it. Okay, technical advice you can always take. We are always ready. In fact, since morning I am getting more than 10 WhatsApp from different departments that humko ye chahiye. So it is there. So technical advice, no problem. If you want to develop that lab, GIS lab, it is not a big issue. You talk to any private. In fact, I'm happy to note that Dr. Harnam Singh is here. He can also help you what kind of lab you want. So they can provide all the information. See, this is the advantage of user interaction meet. You have all kind of people. You have people from industry also. So there is a possibility, and it's not a big deal actually. Maybe 10 lakhs, 20 lakh. You can start with 10, 20 lakhs only. Okay, nowadays, hardware, yes, you have to spend. Free softwares are available. You can use free softwares. Okay. So this is, my advice to you.
Sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
please.
No,
Okay.
I understood, sir. But
Yeah.
the fact is that the issue is that we have to convince our government level, sir. That's
So you download the image. I will tell you where is you can download different kind of images. Okay.
Think any other person from Assam? I think nobody is there. I think that's all from our side. I think anybody online wanted to comment. Dr. Rai sir is there.
Comments you
Yeah, I think. Yeah, thank you so much for giving me opportunity to the chair, to NESAC, and then I hand over the mic to Jonali. Yeah.
Just thank you, NESAC. I want to thank all the participants for sharing their needs and feedbacks, and all our director NESAC and all our former directors for sharing their views and experience towards their solution for their needs. So we'll look forward. We will surely, definitely, NESAC is there to support you all. So I just want to thank our chair, PLN Raju sir, for sharing the session successfully. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. This user interaction will surely bring out fruitful results. With this, we come to the end of today's technical session. Before that, I would like to request Director NESAC kindly felicitate chair of the session, PLN Raju, sir. I'm also requesting Dr. Dibbajiti Chutia kindly felicitate Dr. Jonali Goswami. Thank you all. With this, we come to the end of the technical session. And the session that is technical session 2B that we could not conduct today, that will start tomorrow at 9:30 morning. Now we will break for high tea and then we will go to NESAC main building for today's cultural program. Uh,
How you will take them to that link? Huh?